DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you?
For the motherland, be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now, yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul, yeah.
think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
arrive. It was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our body. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate, cruising a Ferrari. Let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want, and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
You're pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't numb my hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love
to go. We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul in the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go.
Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. Time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come draw me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めようもう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう 身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいマディ純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
The different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When he grab Mike and a chap on a ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless. It's awkward, cause they can't do it, but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong. It's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. Are we with my girls? Yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls. Yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance.
We're back here with the LPL for our final day of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric, who has now returned to us.
I'm back.
From
I'm
whence
back.
he left.
It's been a long time, too. We were talking about it. It's been 3 weeks. 3 weeks since I've last been on LPL, but it's good to be back, and it's good to be back with you, my... You know, I don't know what I'd call you, but you're something.
A friend would be nice, but okay, let's throw that in the...
Only
in
a
the
friend.
basket. Okay, be what you want to be more. We talk about that off the broadcast, but as we kind of spice this one up, let's quickly do yesterday. Let's do a bit of backtracking so we can do a bit of upkeeping after that. Because yesterday was another great day with BLG Lyric making history. Remember, you and I have cast so many splits together, but no team has ever gotten past 14-2. FPX on one of their great runs, I believe, hit 14-1. But BLG 15-1, breaking history.
Yeah, it's great to see as well. I mean, BLG just have been so consistent, so dominant, especially, again, taking down every team that isn't JDG. To like when you watch JDG play against some of the lower and mid-tier teams, you see a bit of the, we'll say like a bit of the XD come out in a lot of situations, them testing a lot of things, which, funnily enough, they also did play yesterday. Did take down TT. Again, there were some close moments, but at the same time, it was still dominant. But these are our top two teams. It's just going to be interesting seeing if, once again, they're able to meet up in a best-of-5 and actually see if BLG can kind of conquer the Demons against JDG, who, again, no matter if they are having some fun moments, they are still performing.
It feels like JDG BLG quickly becoming one of the most fun rivalries we've had in recent history. And I'm also comparing it to Top Esports versus JDG. But ultimately, this team has impressed so much. And from JDG's side, specifically, it's an explosive team at that. Now, talking about explosive teams, OMG, who are having another great run this split, who have most likely locked in 5th, that we'll see later today to find out if that's true, also smashed the living hell out of RA.
Yeah, sadly for RA, not able to make really anything work. They did take Mole out of this series, who have been playing, so maybe a bit deserved. Strive did have a really nice ult there. But OMG, I just love it because they really are the only team that have done this whole, let's keep a core together over multiple splits, so let's build a team up, and again, invest in like long-term planning. The LPL approach is always, it didn't work this split, blow it up, get big names and make these super teams. So it's really cool that OMG is showing that this different approach to GMing, to coaching, to building a roster can stand the test of time.
It's so good, especially when some of these players might not have had the same opportunity. Usually LPL rosters disband after a split, after a year. Players go sideways, and we don't really get to see the development as a team. OMG with their 10th win. Later today, we'll see a little bit more of them, as I want to talk a little bit about the standings, because with BLG making history yesterday, they also locked in first place over JDG. That's a big deal. Their only loss being to JDG, also a little bit funny. But we now have our top 10 guaranteed here, Lyric. It's just about shuffling around some of those lower spots that we'll be able to talk about today as well.
Yeah, teams like RNG, EDG, Weibo, we're looking at them. There's still a little bit of mobility there, which will depend on, like, you know, like for RNG, right, like their first round matchup in playoffs, depending on like what side of your bracket you're on for teams like Weibo. So definitely still some stakes to play for today, which is really cool because, like you said, we've been here a long time, and there have been many last days of a split where games mean absolutely nothing. But yeah, That's not the case today.
We'll explain a little bit further as we go towards what's happening today. Now, RNG versus LGD. You might say, what's the point? LGD is 17th. RNG already locked in playoffs, but there is a good chance that RNG with a win today, not only a good chance, an actual possibility, with a win that RNG will be 7th, which means they change their first round opponent completely, despite being locked in regardless.
Yeah, and then moving on to Weibo, right? Weibo can make their way up to 5th if they win and if OMG lose. So again, they wouldn't necessarily know their opponent yet. I guess they'd know their possible opponents. But again, it changes the side of the bracket you're on, which also can always make for interesting games. Every team's going to try to win, right? Like no one wants to lose, but definitely like the mind games of like, okay, do you want to be on like a BLG side of a bracket, or do you want to be on like a JDG side of the bracket? I think can definitely be in the back of your mind.
That's right. I mean, again, devil's in the details for our playoffs. Is a lot of the time you'd say, well, if they went up against this other opponent, maybe would have been a better play style for the said team as well, if that explained properly. But as we talk about RNG LGD to kick things off, just a reminder about RNG's journey throughout the split. Remember, Lyric, I mean, Lumao coming in, a big deal, but this roster, speaking of changes, has had to go through quite a lot of changes outside that top and jungle from day one, where last split we had some bigger names down the bottom side of the map, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, hell, we had Gala last season. We had Angel in the mid lane. We had Bunny, the starting support, because, you know, some things are going with Ming. Ming eventually comes back in. We come into summer. Ming, Gala are gone. Angel's also off the roster, so Tang Yuan gets that starting spot. And they've done surprisingly well, right? Making their way into playoffs, taking some good wins. They are on a 2-series loss streak, but their last 2 series were against BLG, who, again, let's be real, like they are just a cut above every team that isn't JDG. That went to 3 games. And they lost to Weibo, who do have the highs to kind of contend with anyone. They also did push Weibo to 3 games. So I definitely think for RNG, things are looking good. But on the LGD side, another team that, despite being 2-13, I feel like have been deceptively better than that scoreline. They've won about 30% of their games. They are bringing Decade back into this one over Fearness, who did play in their last series, which I think is good because he has a lot of promise showing up in that top lane. And yeah, for LGD, right, it now in hindsight of you finishing last, it's just about what pieces you want to keep working with for next split. And for all these players showing that you deserve a spot in the LPL by taking down a team like RNG.
I'll tell you what, talking about promise, player I think deserves their spot is LPC, who in previous splits didn't really show too much. But LPC coming in over MP, there's a reason for that as well. It feels like he has been sparking the best with Jin Jiao in that bottom side. As we look towards our key players for this series, and look, if I was looking at this at first look, I'd say that it'd be that bottom side. But turns out Tang Yuan versus Haichao is where the Chinese side wants to look. And Lyric, no surprise considering that Tang Yuan had a rougher start to the split. But I feel like he has been I guess say a little bit more consistent out of what consistency you can get from the middle of the table team.
Yeah, and I feel like RNG like utilize him and play around him quite well. I mean, you know, right now showing champion pools, which we're just gonna see like the top meta champions, but things like that Annie, 10-6, 63% win rate. I feel like he plays it incredibly well, works very well with his jungler and Wei, to where I feel like for Haichao, a bit different, like not slotting into that LGD system as well as he could, I think. But at the same time, that's easy to say when the team as a whole isn't really performing. I'd say the one member who you especially look at early on who was doing incredibly well was Meteor. That's another matchup I want to keep my eye on because that's kind of like the big name matchup on the Rift, right? Meteor going up against Wei, like the 2019 like standout up against someone like Wei, who's just been an absolute breakout over these recent years.
Yeah, it's funny to consider, Meteor having a more powerful 2019 at that as well. At the time, 2019 RNG jungler was
Karsa.
Yeah, okay, there you go. You're right. MSI champion.
I remember because 2019 RNG, that was my favorite iteration of RNG. Xiaohu, Karsa, Rumble, Jarvan, all the time. What a great time it was.
So much fun. I mean, that was a great duo to talk about. It is a shame that, we don't get to see it remade on Weibo as at the time being Weiwei has just been the standard. We did. Maybe fans happy that it didn't continue over the course of this split either. But no surprise when Wei is, again, shaping up to be one of our strongest junglers in the LPL. Obviously, RNG aren't the strongest team right now, and there's definitely more jungle names to talk about. But when you look at RNG's change of roster and all the moving parts that have included in the summer split, you got to say that Wei is the person you look towards now, alongside Breathe, to see the strength of RNG continue.
I think if you look at the split holistically for RNG, like Wei has been their top performing player. Wei has just had so many incredible standout moments. I think RNG have kind of figured out a system where they very much like to keep him on Wukong, even in a lot of their, like the middle of the split where Wukong kind of fell out of prevalence for a couple of weeks and then randomly came back in. It didn't matter about that. RNG kept him on it the whole time, and it seems like they realized that he needs to be a leading force in finding engages for their teams. But hell, you move over to LGD, very similar story. Meteor kind of has to be the catalyst for all the action coming through. Yep. I feel like the difference is to where we said RNG have kept Wei very much in a certain role. Meteor's different. He's played 12 different jungle champions, which is insane. Again, he brought out like the Scion earlier in the split. He's been playing the Kindred, the Graves. He's someone who is very dynamic and can play an engage role, can play like a facilitator like the Ivern, or can step up to be that big carry that LGD need.
High damage percentage for a jungler. I mean, that kind of tells the story you're mentioning there. It feels like for Meteor, he's really run into his own as the audience is not there. Where are the people for RNG? I thought their fan base was massive. But maybe it's because the fact they know it's just RNG's little teaser to what we're going to get into playoffs. But again, it does matter. It means that RNG either verse NIP or they verse WE. Everything riding on the state of today is, you want to give me a fun fact. Do you want to share that fun fact again that you're talking about for the regular season?
So, if RNG win and if they make their way up to 7th, again, they play NIP rather than WE. The thing is, RNG actually lost their regular season series to NIP, and they beat WE. Both did go to 3 games, so both were incredibly close. And, again, a best of 5, who knows how it would go, but it's things like that I guess as a viewer on our mind of like, hey, as RNG, like, who do they have a better chance against, right? I think WE definitely looked more of a stable team, especially when you think to their early split run where, they were undefeated for those first few series. But at the same time, NIP is a little bit explosive and can be, a scary team to face. So I don't know, man. Days like today where you have things like that where bracket matchups matter, and also like RNG, there is pressure because, the outcome matters for the bracket. When LGD, there's literally no pressure and this game means nothing to you. It's like things like that can have such a drastic impact on the result of a series. I'm kind of expecting a potential spicy result.
I've always said, I think you have as well, like when the pressure's off players, suddenly a team just performs out of their mind. IG's a great example.
Yeah, look at IG,
finished
man.
12th. How did that team finish 12th? They beat Weibo. They finished with Ultra Prime. They beat JDG. Like, that team was scary by the end of the split. Once
they're on a 3-series win streak right now. A 3-series win streak. And it's like, it makes, hell, even FPX, right? Won their last 2 series. They've been eliminated. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So, we'll see if LGD can do it. Even if LGD win, even if it didn't matter, moving up to 16th to 17th, like who cares? Maybe a bit of pride there. Like, actually, maybe it does matter. They can't even do that because RA and AL are sitting on 4 wins and LGD right now are only at 2. So truly, LGD, again, just kind of playing to show that they are still players kind of worth investing in for the next season. But I also would be down to see some cool picks, throw RNG off their game a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, we know that with Meteor's champion pool, surely It'll give us that spice we're looking for here in our game number 1 draft. RNG, the fact that they're fighting for placement in the bracket, we're going to see how much this team wants it, as Edward Gaming, regardless, will be 8th if RNG Fun a Series win here. It doesn't matter if it's 2-1, doesn't matter if it's 2-0, because RNG have the head-to-head, and even with the game differential being completely even, RNG win out for the final tiebreaker, because LPL has no post-season tiebreakers, to correct myself. But here on the final day, let's just see how RNG goes. Lyric, I'm going to count us in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God damn it was too quick, but I knew it was coming as RNG LGD. Start us off.
Yeah, so already think some of the expected bans coming through. LGD really haven't been a fan of allowing the Vi to go through, even if, again, it hasn't been the highest priority for a team like RNG. And then RNG taking away some of these solid mid lane champions. I want to see if the Annie goes through, because if Annie does, I would kind of just expect RNG to gravitate towards that. Neither of these teams have been big on the Kai'Sa train, like, you know, certain other teams in the league. So I wouldn't be surprised if LGD do just let that one through. They do. Poppy banned, and yeah, I would expect get Tang Yuan on something comfortable. RNG have shown in a lot of their recent series they like getting their hands on something for Tang Yuan early, and usually leaving some of their like 4 or 5 picks for LP and Lubmao. Is I am very rusty, as I didn't mention the Nico.
That's all right. I mean, look, again, Annie has been the most played. Nico was highlighted before as... The funny thing is, both Haiqiao and Tang Yuan have the same champion pool. The same priority coming through. They wanted to highlight on their side Annie, Ari, Nico. This time around, it's going to be different, though. Haiqiao jumping onto the Jace, which is number 4. It is priority picks. Because I guess that Kai'Sa will be looked at after all, considering that LP's probably just going to play a Felios into it like he always does.
Yeah, and like we said, LGD haven't really gravitated towards this pick all that much. We've only seen LPC play it twice, and it's a champion that they do ban out quite frequently. As RNG going to bring out the Nocturne, I love that. Already setting up kind of a really nice dive duo coming out from Wei and Tang Yuan. Get on top of that backline, especially when LGD are already kind of setting up, you know, being able to play from a range. And if they lock in this Maokai, that only doubles down on it even more, having that ult to kind of provide some zone control and allow for this, while also having the ability to go for the intense dive with the Kai'Sa and use Maokai's engage tool. So I kind of like LGD's first 2 picks in terms of that it provides flexibility, but you need to round it out well, or it just ends up where you have kind of champions that have drastically different styles in terms of how they'd want to play. And unless LPC just wants to, you know, sit back and, you know, spam the W from a range, but probably not ideal.
Okay, well, the Maokai in the end anyway. Let's just see if that Renekton gets banned away that LGD were hovering so much. They've got 4-side red picks, so you're kind of expecting something from RNG. As Fiora's taken. Well, Jax next as a ban, because top lane has just been looked at so seriously with none picked up yet. And against Breathe, Lyric, let's be real. It's Renekton, it's Cassante, one of those getting taken right now.
Oh, actually, RNG banning out the Renekton.
Renekton,
I understand the fear of the side lane because they have that Nocturne, right? So if you had a Jax or a Fiora, it could be a little bit rough. Maybe Gnar might also potentially be on LGD's minds, but instead going to take away the Gwen. And yeah, I mean, this might just leave open a Cassante pick to be able to go through, but LGD would have the option of taking that one away first. Again, would give them more, like, divers to enable this Kai'Sa pick coming out from their side, which would be really interesting, right? Because you're just going to have both teams kind of ramming their keyboards trying to get on top of the other one.
Excuse me to correct myself as well. Speaking of the dive, Jack's actually already banned away, missed that one on RNG in the first phase, but further to the point, Cassante just locked on in for decades, so we've built up that front line, we've gone back to priority, but Breed is going to show us how he rumbles. This is great. I mean, Rumble's just been sliding its way back in. We know Shanji plays the hell out of it, but other top laners now considering it, as you can see seriously here for game 1. Breathe has opened it up.
Yeah, and I'd love for them to lock in the Rakan as well. The quickness just sets up so well for the Equalizer to come out. And RG really just going all out with like the amount of Wombo combo that they have available. Right now, still deciding with the support pick. The one thing I'll give the Nautilus over the Rakan, even if the quickness could potentially set up for a better Equalizer, because obviously like multi-man quickness is compared to kind of just one enemy being able to be locked down by the Nautilus ult, unless, they are kind of just standing all clumped together. At least you still have that point-and-click CC to try to just take LPC or Haichao out of a fight. You have so many different ways of dealing damage and locking people down with RNG's composition, and not a whole ton of damage dealers on the side of LGD. So I like the Alistar lock-in, which will be the last thing we highlight, because, Tang Yuan wanting to come in with that ulti, having that Alistar there to knock him away and make sure you can keep Haichao and LPC safe will be very interesting. But I don't know. It's going to be all about who's able to find the enemy carries first. Again, with the amount of dive coming out from both sides.
It's going to be fun, though. Again, seeing picks like the Rumble, the Nocturne, running towards the end of the split, got me thinking about what we're going to see in playoffs. Now, it has not been confirmed yet whether we are on 13-12 or we're going to 13-13. Fingers crossed. We go to 13-13 for playoffs coming up. Yeah. Because that'll change the whole landscape, considering that playoffs starts in a couple of days, guys. This is the very last day of the regular season of LPL that has been condensed, that has been pushed out as fast as possible. Thursday, July 20th, playoffs begins. And it will be 8th versus WE. Now, Lyric, the other benefit today, if RNG win, they will have an extra day to prepare for their series versus NIP. But if they lose this, then versing WE actually is coming up in 3 days. Even less. That prep time, just a bit more rougher around the edges. Let's see what they prefer in the end. Going up against LGD, their final series of the split, for both actually, is 17th versus our potential 7th here in the LPL 2023 summer.
You're right. That 1 day difference can be huge. Hell, even WE probably feeling very fortunate that they don't play today and that they played yesterday. And now, even if they don't exactly know their opponent yet, can be using that time to think about what they want to do for playoffs. So RNG definitely something to play for. Like we said, all of our matchups today have stakes, which makes this last day of the regular season so exciting. And now it all starts here with what we're going to get. And you pointed out, we want to keep our eyes on Breathe, but this sucks. How do we start off with a pause right away?
Hey, this split, having a little bit more pauses. It's been rough, to be fair. A lot of bugs in the game right now, so we're going to find out what the issue is. Oh, as you guys can stare at that and just think, LPC, well, now we know the issue.
Yeah, LPC, maybe it was the problem. We said, they haven't really been a team that's heavily gravitated towards this guy, so they get on the Rift, and he's like, what the hell am I doing on this champion, guys? I don't exactly want this. And, I don't either. I'm kind of sad that after 3 weeks away from the LPL, I come back and it isn't a little bit spicier,
Well, at least, look, Kai'Sa is spice. We're just getting used to it, but Kai'Sa's spice, Nocturne spice.
You know what? You're right.
Rumble
I'm actually being incredibly pretentious. After when I left, it was actually like, what was it? Like Aphelios, Zeri,
you were
Jigs.
in Zeri Yumi. That was rubbish.
I was here when it was still Zeri Yumi, and it was not fun. Oh, well, I think technically no. I think I actually casted what was the first day of 13-12 on LPL. But yeah, you're right. I'm actually, I'm being very pretentious right now, and I apologize. This is the proper level of spice.
At least, again, regardless if it was spicy or not afterwards, at least Zeri Yumi's gone. At least the Aphelios bottom lanes, like the must pick, are gone. Even though, again, some people like LP are consistently picking it up. But ultimately, we are changing pace. Like, we're seeing things like Varus, Ashe. Some of the Heimerdinger lanes are returning as well. There is a bit more flexibility down bot, as, ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, LPC report an audio issue. They're investigating, and guess what? Just like James Bond, investigation complete in a matter of seconds. So here we are, into game. LP versus LPC. What does the C stand for? Maybe we find out tonight as well.
LP Clapper.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Built for this
I'm
matchup.
Exactly. That's what I'm making on. Like we said, LGD aren't playing for anything right now. So they get to have fun, they get to vibe, they get to laugh. And having fun is the ultimate difference maker in winning a game on the LPL stage. You look at the faces of Wei and Meteor right now. Look at Meteor.
That's fun.
Look at how overjoyed he is.
That's got to be fun. If that's not fun, I don't know what it is. I've seen people at Disneyland more upset than that as Yeah, just expect the dredge lines to fly out of the bot side meanwhile.
There actually are a surprising amount of people. Jin Zhao.
That was absolutely insane. LP uses both summoners. Jin Zhao Flash Q owns RNG's bottom lane.
Yeah, great coming out from him, and he's been a player who, again, maybe still not a top-tier support in the LPL, but it's been great to see Jin Zhao's kind of progress over the years from, like, when he initially swapped to support, and let's be real, it was not pretty. It was not pretty at first, to where now is able to go and find these opportunities like this, and we said it, LPC, LP Clapper, it's already off to a good start.
LP Clapper got a lot to work with then from that bottom side. It's a different story top as RNG's Breathe. Right now, slowly pushing this wave into Decade and using a Flame Spitter as sparingly as possible. Wave's also coming up here, Lyric, while Meteor is down the other side of the map. But they also spotted that Meteor was starting top camp. So I feel like RNG definitely in the know.
Yeah, I feel like Wade needs to pay a lot of attention to top side. Breathe will win this matchup, right? Has the ability to harass from a range, even took the Ignite to give him more combat prowess. But one of the things that's always been about Rumble, right, is long lane. You aren't incredibly mobile. Sure, you have, the movement speed once you use the Scrap Shield. But Cassante, with that Q3, if he can knock you back and kind of find that all in after he goes for a reset, comes back full HP, can potentially find a way to kill you. So I think as this lane goes on, when Cassante gets a bit beefier, has some more resistances under his belt, that's where it's going to be very important for Wei to make sure that Breathe can maintain this prior and keep playing as aggressively as he wants.
So now as Breathe continues pushing up, stopping Decade's back, he'll sit in La La Land for the very time being. Wei now looking for any jungle input that he can find topside, but no camps available. Wei just going to clear this out, drop a ward of his own, seems, or at least back for a bit of information as Meteor's on a ward. That also helps out as Loom Out just going to stop this engage. Jin Zhao revisits, but no damage done at the end as this Alistar is just going to take a heavy chunk on the way out.
Really hoping that they can get something done with the fact that Meteor spent some time here, and it seems like we're going to have a bit of a difference in terms of how the team's going to play the map, which makes sense, right? You have a Cassante against him on the top side. As LGD, you probably don't want to invest too much into it early, especially when your bot lane was able to blow RNG's 80 carry summoners so early on. But maybe there'll be some opportunities there topside with Breathe pushing so much. But I definitely think getting your Kai'Sa strong is going to be the name of the game for LGD. Is, my God, Haichao not having the funnest time. He's also one of those unhappy people at Disneyland, which when you said that, kind of brought me back to a lot of those Disney memories. There actually are a lot of unhappy people at Disneyland, which is crazy. Happiest place on earth.
How can you be unhappy there? As look, this maybe is showing us a little bit about the internal experience of some people at Disneyland as Jin Zhao's rooted up. It's the first blood going over to the enemy jungle, but RNG get traded off as, hang on, Jungle just got solo killed in his own jungle. Flash over from Decade, Breeze's already burned his, and he's going to be in a 2v1. Not much Tang Yuan can do as Breeze still killed Meteor, but at what cost as Haichao comes on in and he's going to be trading off.
You say at what cost? He killed enemy jungle. It seems like Meteor tried to flash away. Decade just flashed for it. So you went 1 for 1 and you got more summoners than you expected. So overall, I think solid win for Breathe. We'll see if he can manage to get back to top side to catch waves. Seems like he should. Again, he's on Rumble. Even just bought tier 1 boots right now, so he'll be fine. But we'll take a look once again how this dive went down in top side. Went for it. Jin Zhao and LPC do find the initial knockup, which seems like is what ends up buying enough time for them to find the 1 for 1. And this isn't necessarily the end of the world for LGD, right? Because LPC didn't go down. The 80 carry didn't lose any farm, but it was here.
Oh my
Breathe,
God.
being a bit of a secret agent, following this one through. Flash comes out, but with that Ignite, that is the difference maker.
I mean, Breathe as well, getting that kill, that solo kill, even despite getting killed by Decade in the end, is able to pick up a Hextech Alternator. And Lyric, as we're talking about the Cassante being able to withstand that lane, I feel like with the lead, that gets a little bit harder to be realistic about, especially now that he has his ulti, and now that he's going to be doing so much more damage in this lane than you'd expect.
I even want you to just look at the minimap. Like, you know, the earlier roams, RNG got deep vision in that topside jungle. So they know their game plan to a T in terms of allowing Breathe to play this aggressively. We even saw Wei just now hovering in river around topside, picking up that Scuttle Crab. He shouldn't be too far away from level 6 either. So it's going to give a lot of opportunities over for RNG to start looking for plays. Sure, when we look at LGD side, I think you're decently reliant on Meteor picking up that ulti, unless Jin Zhao, once again, just kind of finds another engage and you have the damage coming out from the Kai'Sa to win the 2v2. I think they should be able to right now, sitting on that, and now with LPC picking up that ultimate, only more threat to have to worry about.
Looking forward to it. Jin Zhao in the 2v2 has been strong so far, with some of his engages burning the summoners. Lumao still without his, as LP has recovered from his earlier, I guess, shamble. As I want to mention, that mid in the play before Lyric, Haichao missed out on a wave and a bit. And I think it's just the pressure we saw with him having to TP before. That's a 20 CS lead through mid. So Tang Yuan on this Nico having one hell of a time in this lane.
RNG, both their solo laners, I mean, just doing so much, and that could be the difference making a winning condition his way. Now with the ulti, gonna lean down to the spot side, but LGD doing a nice job respecting, not going to allow the play to come through. It's gonna open up for RNG to try to clear out some of this vision. I wonder if they're actually gonna set up for this Drake. I mean, you had a strong rumble on top side. I was curious if RNG would maybe lean up and try to go for a Herald play first and start setting up for a gold lead, because their composition is, I'd say, a little bit more bursty in the mid game. But LGD is very much, similar suit, when you have things like the Jace and the Kai'Sa coming out. And now it's just a question of if LGD can make a play for this Herald.
Well, it's going to rely on Decade moving there first with Meteor, as it's already been started off. But I'm also looking at mid as, hang on a minute, Breed, has he gone too far? The all out, it's used, and suddenly there's two people here. Is the ulti going to be burned as well? Ulti for ulti though, as that Maokai saves the day. Decade lucky to get out of the equalizer as well. But the Pop Blossom stopped by a simple piece of nature.
Yeah, Tang Yuan maybe using that one a little bit early, but good by Meteor. But a point you brought up earlier, which was Tang Yuan winning mid lane so hard, having so much pressure, was actually one of the things that didn't allow for LGD to just right off the bat go for a trade to start their Herald, right? They were banking on finding a kill through top side first to generate pressure, generate the numbers advantage to potentially turn into that objective. Won't happen, so RNG get both on the map, but can Jin Zhao trying to sneak his way around?
But LPC, I mean, he's already taken a heavy chunk himself. Jin Zhao flashes on in, trying to get the finishing touch, but LP sent backwards into the AD while the Paranoia helps out, but LPC flies in anyway. Okay, LP challenger right now as Breathe destroys Decade to tell us what year it is once again.
Breathe getting all the attention that we expected him to. Gonna get some nice plates in that top side, but in the bot lane, the extra letter matters. And I feel like that's the key thing we're learning today.
Yeah. LP Clapper rises again. Lumao will do it, won't he? If he does it. Oh, he's maybe just threatening. If he did it, I feel like he would die. And that would be kind of int. So I'm glad he did not. As we look at the replay again, this was topside. What happened in the meantime?
Yeah, ulti comes out. Flame Spitter's there. Q3, but, flashes away. Doesn't even connect with that. And we see Wei managing to get away with that spell shield intact. So now we need to keep our eyes on Wei and where he's going to end up dropping this Rift Herald. I wouldn't be surprised if you just keep all inning on your top lane and just trying to get Breathe huge. If you look at the plate situation, which always can be a bit of an indicator, right, if you're able to just break down one turret outright. But both top and bot having picked up one plate from the earlier jungle aggression means that Wei's pretty flexible with where he can look for this.
Quick note on the items before we see that Herald place down, though. Breathe went Shadow Flame first, and against Cassante, when every dash gives a shield, like, that is just great. I understand the logic there, Lyric. I'm all about it, as he will be shredding through the Cassante, and any bit of MR probably not going to mean too much here in this lane as it continues to play out in Breathe's favor.
Yeah, of course, and right, even things like getting this item early when like MR isn't too high and it isn't potentially getting outpaced is quite nice. So Breathe, that just means he's trying to push his advantage as far as he can go. And then we can even see, items across the board being built up. LPC, of course, after the last play, was able to finish up his Static Shiv, which means he's going to be able to maintain consistent prio in that bot lane. But the question will be if Jin Zhao and LPC maybe try to be a bit more active on the map and influence this mid lane matchup, because Haichao still just not really having a great time. Luckily hasn't lost any turret plates just yet, but you can see even now just the amount of threat that Tang Yuan is putting on in this mid lane matchup. Even Meteor is being pulled around to cover.
And he's like, well, I've got to cover top side to a degree because of Wei's attention up here. I've got to cover mid as Jin Zhao now thinking the same thing. Gearing up maybe for the future dragon. Yeah, drop the emote. A little bit of surprise here is still waiting for that Herald. As there's the equalizer top, Decade has to get out of there. Wave going to get cleared fast as well. Meteor might be able to help, but look at where this Nocturne's going. Lyric, what a surprise. Who knew he'd go top?
We'll see if they're going to be ready for Meteor waiting in the wings. He does have his ulti.
Paranoia.
Here we go. But he's just
dead.
dead.
Breed takes up the last piece. That means that Meteor doesn't do too much with that ulti. Gets burned all the way out. Hang on. It's LP Clapper part 2. Flies in. He just loves clapping him around. Great flash as well. Jin Zhao and LPC. The better one wins. 3-0.
Man, like, LP has to start respecting this more, right? If RNG are going to play so heavily for their top side, like, it's now happened twice. You need to realize, brother, your turret is not safe. That is not your space on the map. You're up against Jin Zhao, who's going to be able to fly in. Hell, even LPC can fly in and start the play potentially. If then Jin Zhao's close by, you can try and juggle that turret aggro to where then he's picking up the pressure. But we're going to see Herald dropped in mid. Try and put some more pressure, maybe give some gold over. But, I wonder if LGD have a chance to stop this. Doesn't seem like it.
And there's a fake, but as the charge goes through, I hit. Nothing you can do, so gold still goes down. Look at the replay, though. This is action. As this Cassante gets destroyed.
It's Stride Breaker Shadow Flame just hitting you at full force. As, I mean, LP, not expecting Jin Zhao, I guess, to be this close this soon. Play comes through. Lumao trying to find one. Nice quick flash coming out from LPC to make sure that he doesn't go down. So, despite the fact that RNG are winning, right, like, top is winning harder, CS advantage in mid. The fact that LGD's bot lane has been able to find these advantages means that LGD aren't necessarily down and out just yet.
Well, RNG, however, though, will still have the gold lead. Teleport's coming through after the dragon. We'll see if that statement is true. Lyric as a double knockup from Jin Zhao again. The man, the myth, the legend, the 80 carries Tang Yuan. Gets a pretty pathetic ulti. It's a 1-for-1 in the backside as the poke comes through from Hai Chao, but LGD have to split. Hai Chao flashes on in to help get the kill, but it's so messy as Breeze stands there and spits fire. Meteor chased after the fact as LP almost annihilates the tree, but hang on, we know this story. Even with RNG walking in, you gotta respect LPC. The strongest member left standing, but LGD still blasted open just a little bit.
Huge fight for RNG there, though. Now, sitting 2 dragons, like they're sitting pretty, able to win out in terms of how many kills they were able to get in that fight. And we can even see now Breathe pushing in a wave mid. You're denying CS. He's even going to get this turret. TP coming out on top for Tang Yuan, so you're going to push that one in. You can see Decade and Hai Chao both not having TP, so it'll be more waves lost. And we see the fight starting off, but the real difference maker is actually going to be the Rumble. Because they're trying to go in. They have a ton of engage coming through, but look at the line they funnel in on. Bam. Splits them up. LPC has to get the hell out of there. Jin Zhao and Meteor funneling into the pit. And this even allows Lumao to try to turn around, help Breathe, find another kill. Does end up going down, but at the same time, as RNG are going to take this every time, and Breathe has just been giving such a beautiful performance on the Rumble. Wei has been playing around it so well. Have been a few kinks, like we said, in terms of like how LP and Lumao have been managing in the bot side, but really nice to see RNG bringing out this kind of fast-paced composition and delivering.
True. And at least in regards to what's happening mid, even though it's not as that kill credity as topsiders, I'll pause, because you might be picking up something now with Paranoia as well. The flash away too that Wei pulls out. At least Tang Yuan is able to impact the difference as well. Topside now going to be pushed out as second Herald also going to Wei. So we'll just see how RNG can continue opening up the map, as it was that mid lane turret that pushed them to now about a 3k gold lead here. And as Lyric said, double dragon picked up to open up a Mountain Soul. Denied from LGD. That would be pretty big for the Cassante and Maokai and even the Alistar to feel the despair of what could have been.
Yeah, it could have been rough, right? I mean, especially looking at Decade, who now has the Jack Show. Could have really been a hindrance later on. But still, not going to be the end of the world. Is, like we said, LPC trying to get to a point where he's big. Even in that last fight, it was close. And had Breathe not had, the perfect setup for that equalizer, could have been a different fight. So I think we're seeing it now as Nash's 2 picked up for LPC. So he's going to keep delivering. I feel like the problem is the fact that Breed still just going to be able to win either one of these side lane matchups. And we're seeing it here. Even if Tang Yuan can't like win a 1v1 up against Decade, you can just have Wei start hovering, covering, making sure you can get the Wei pushed out and then go for these resets before resetting yourself and then going and continuing to play for this Rumble.
Well, Haichao, though, maybe not respecting the fact that Rumble is MIA. If
Here's a
Nico's
flash.
top, Haichao think, where is Breathe? He shock blasted the wave. Breathe so confident to stay around. Meteor sticking around. There's Equalizer. But now Jungler seen Breathe going to try and get out of this Electro Harpoons, but Nature's Grasp is flying on in. Breathe. Paranoia is going to help him as Wave rolls in onto the enemy mid laner. He gets the shutdown, but Haichao now flashed on as LPC comes in, picks up another kill. RNG, just like that, have thrown away their lead.
Not how it's supposed to go, Breathe. Not expecting this many members to be here, thinking he was going to find a cheeky kill onto the unexpected Jace. But that was not the case whatsoever. RNG were just trying to go for that reset. And, I mean, good play by LGD, right? They just saw the Nocturne show in topside when they went for this. So able to lean down so heavily around bot. So this was quite overzealous by Breathe, in my opinion. Especially when, like, I mean, no one's even showing on the map from the side of LGD. So we're going to see here trying to get away. Sure, Paranoia comes out and buys a bit of time, but with that Duskblade coming out, there it is. He initially goes down, and now having 4 members strong by LGD here to make sure they pick up the second kill. We went from a 3K gold lead in favor of RNG back down to only a 1.
Shutdown's given over, and guess what? LPC picking up more gold. 2 item cards who Lyric, you talked about in draft, going to add a lot of poke here alongside Haichao. And with that front line, and now with Dragon, that is going to greatly benefit LGD. RNG, despite those first 2 Dragons, I would be a bit concerned with this as every time LPC hits, you have to start being fearful. As LGD should have control around this next Dragon spawning up if they don't want to lose too much on the top side.
Yeah, I was wondering if RNG would actually just try to attempt to fight because Equalizer did come back up. You are missing flashes on both Rumble and Nocturne, which can be a little bit tricky. But seems like instead they're just going to go for the macro play with the Herald that they have. Or no.
Hit it.
They actually are still going to threaten.
Okay, with Teleport coming through, I'm surprised LGD didn't stick around. They're trying to play it safe. It's onto the TP of Tang Yuan, the flush away from Haichao. Nature's Grasp re-engaged. Dragon goes down in the end to RNG. LGD is so scattered. Lumao, you can say the same as flying in his LP Challenger. Excuse me, it's the Clapper. Once again, Equalizer out. Meteor's dead. What the hell is happening? Both teams are like, oh, no, you do it. No, you do it next. No. Oh, no, you can do Dragon. Okay, RNG just say, okay, as a turret goes down. But his 3rd Dragon to RNG. What the hell was that?
Like, looking at this game holistically so far, I think what we're seeing is RNG's like plans are pretty solid. You understand what they're doing, trying to play to their comp, but their execution is incredibly messy. Here, trying to pinch the 2 members doing Dragon makes sense. You have a numbers advantage, you're gonna collapse from both sides, but Tang Yuan a little bit ahead on the play, he's chunked low and forced out, and then you look at the members of LGD, they have like the ability to follow up from a distance. LPC following through with the killer instinct to get right on top of LP, who was left all by himself. Luckily, the Equalizer able to find one. But again, great example of where the idea from RNG makes a lot of sense. But the execution just being off, leaving so many pieces isolated, and giving LGD the ability to fight back, find picks, and again, keep this game pretty much completely even. The silver lining is the fact that RNG did manage to get the Dragon after, you gave us the great reenactment. And now sitting on Soul Point.
Well, a Mountain Dragon that felt like LGD were going to get it for free, just taken away. LGD scattered in the same sense.
I have a great idea. You do a content piece on YouTube. You do a puppet show reenacting that dragon fight with the voices you just used. Would be an absolute banger.
Dude, make a League of Legends puppet show. Just in general, that sounds like a great idea.
Has it been done before?
I don't know. Is it like Harry Potter pals,
Might be.
Weasley. Right, Cassante.
Oh no.
Okay, all right. We're making money. Guys, no one watching is allowed to take that idea.
Exactly. If you take that idea, it's already copyrighted and
yeah.
I don't know if I can threaten to sue people on broadcast, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
but
we'll sue you.
I'm also not going to not do it.
Oh man, there's so many good things you can do. Honestly, it's probably been done, but teaching League of Legends to 5-year-olds, so maybe that they don't play it when they grow up. Ultimately, I didn't mean that, right? Please, if you're listening, I didn't mean that. I want people to play League of Legends. The reason is because if we can get more, I guess, what is it, Lyric? More stable? No. Better quality players, then man, the mentality's going to be great. Let's not get fired today or any other day because Baron's starting.
Baron is
LGD, Baron is blind and it's going down pretty fast. With a Rumble, you'd have to be scared as Jin Zhao spots it out, but Meteor has a long way to go. He's got no flash, Jin Zhao.
Oh,
he does
LPC.
pop it up as LP. Why is he here again? There's the Nocturne ulti used to put out the lights, but for LGD, they're walking in as LP has to flash over the wall. Meanwhile, Lumao caught out as well, the equalizer. Not too bad, but the bottom lane of RNG are just in a different world. I feel like this bottom lane's playing MapleStory or something.
Yeah, they're definitely not on the same page as their top side of the map whatsoever. I'm a bit surprised that LPC didn't follow up on the engage from Jin Zhao onto Lumao. I guess kind of still fearing the threat of maybe Equalizer coming down right after the Killer Instinct is popped. But as LPC, you also still would have your flash. So I don't think it would have been the end of the world. And you probably could have pushed that a little bit more. But that play is just yet another example of what we've been seeing. Okay, it might be scrappy and close, and now LGD are actually up in kills, but RNG consistently winning out on the objective game. So we'll jump back into the replay here. Baron coming down, doing the 2 members, and like you pointed out, right, going down decently fast, but as always, RNG being a little bit separated. LP was clearing the wave in mid. I think here's where he could have potentially followed up on an engage, but I guess, again, fearing getting too close to Lumao and Breathe being able to drop that equalizer. Equalizer goes down, but Lumao ends up getting caught and still goes down.
I have to say, even though these objectives go into RNG, gold is still not flying that far out from LGD, and we have a 6-kill Kai'Sa. 3 items for LPC. So every time I look at RNG and go, oh yeah, they won the fight, or they got a pick, and they got the objective. Lyric, I just see the one cleaning up the fight always, or at least getting a kill, is LPC. Kai'Sa big. 1 full item over LP. It turns out the alphabet, OP if you have an extra letter in your name, as this poke's starting to fly out, is hurting a little bit, while this dragon now should hurt RNG a lot if they don't take it. But do they take mid instead?
No, I was going to say, but look at how they're playing the map. They had Baron. For RNG to give up 1 dragon, like, sure, you have to worry about the future and, like, how fights have been going, but look how much you're taking. Decade even forced to flash.
Okay.
Jin Zhao
in a similar position maybe as RNG using the depth charge. Everything on top of this Alistar. LGD to get the dragon. A big cost going to occur. So topside almost flying down as Tang Yuan is just stuck in the side lane. But RNG also getting the pick on top of that. It just seems to be a good news. As you're saying, they're using that Dragon Soul and utilizing it real well to push ahead of the gold lead again.
I mean, now, again, being up, forcing LGD back and separating them by doing that, right? That's what opened up Jin Zhao to go down. Meteor, he's going to wait, but look at the minimap, because he's going to wait for LPC to make his way down. And LPC is huge, so they should be able to find this.
Ulti backwards, and LPC ults in. There's the teleport straight away. Breathe flashes over. Protobelt. He's tagged, though. And with Paranoia, it makes it a little bit more difficult for LPC as looking for another. Breathe survives this time, though. Paranoia ends, and Tang Yuan just faints going into the topside brush. LGD grouped up as one, but unfortunately, Breathe still got the turret. Tang Yuan's still split pushing. That sneaky little play nets no reward.
No, you got a flash, but you did ultimately expend a TP. The ult being used by Meteor, I guess, not as big, unless RNG can find an engage right now where, you know, that actually would be a meaningful difference. But it seems like LGD are respecting it for now. Gargoyle Stoneplate is going to be picked up, so Decade finally starting to get a bit tanky. And hell, this game can extend long enough to where they can start getting more Drakes under their belt, right? We're really going to see the difference maker here, but RNG trying to end fast.
Okay, LPC going to be tagged up. There's Gravitum, half health. That Kai'Sa, nothing to her name when she gets locked on down as RNG now force them off the turret. Minion wave getting thinned out, but with all the members here, that'll be taken down. So more gold over to Royal Never Give Up. There's 5,000 the lead. And ultimately still feeling like their game, but it has been a bit topsy-turvy. LGD definitely making them work for it here today. As you said, try to speed this game up a little bit further.
I'm still like, okay, maybe impressed is too strong a word with how messy this game is, but like, I am surprised at how much map play RNG, and I'm gonna assume Wei, I guess it could be Lumao calling, but like has retained from working with Ming and Xiao, because I feel like in a lot of RNG's games this split, even though they've had like some decent map play in some of their wins, it's still been like very like team fight focused, to where this game, I mean, all of their advantage. I mean, we're seeing Tang Yuan being used as a split push presence, like the Baron play early on. A lot of these calls are reminiscent of like older style RNGs, even if it is quite messy in terms of how they're getting the job done.
It's hilarious to me because again,
It is hilarious.
it's like LGD of, you know, you've got that, not curse, but the blessing. You're out of playoffs and suddenly you're playing, I guess, better League of Legends. As now I might be able to follow up on that phrase. Lumao, again, why is he always caught out? A stretch line tag, so does the W, but Paranoia might be re-engaged. The curtain is called, and rather down it comes with the carpet as Jin Zhao sets up the engage. The flank from Tang Yuan, though, could be huge if he ever comes in, as RNG are doing it all by themselves. Now for the Pop Blossom on LPC. He goes golden, but as he comes on out, he's still blasted with LP finally taking down LPC, who's got less letters now, as RNG run it home to try and end this game.
They win the fight. I gotta say, I don't know what Decade's doing using the ult on Lumao, and the big frontline Cassante going away from his team doesn't make a lot of sense, but it seems like this should open up for the end.
It will indeed. RNG. It wasn't clean to get us here, but it was entertaining, as Death Timers won't be there at the very least, only for Jin Zhao. RNG with game one and one step closer to locking in 7th to end their summer split.
Key learnings from this game, like we said, more letters means you are more cracked. I mean, just good job by LPC and Jin Zhao. We'll kind of start off just giving them the kudos despite losing. But for RNG, that top side really delivered. They worked incredibly well together, especially Wei and Breathe. We saw were very much on the same page. And even though Tang Yuan wasn't part of those plays, he was delivering the pressure, delivering the prio. It was 20 CS up for like a majority of laning phase. And yeah, again, a lot of the ideas, even in the mid game, when things started to go a little bit haywire, they were there. It was just that execution that really was off. And like you kept pointing out, really just Lumao and LP being so disconnected from the rest of the RNG squad.
Yeah, like it's crazy to me how the laning phase was so not in their favor, but more importantly that they kept getting caught out quite consistently. Like, bot was fun for LGD, but I think we know where the win came from in the end. It came from Breathe through the top side being relevant on this Rumble. That was a very big part of it. Wei hovering that lane, and Tang Yuan having a consistent CS lead against Haichao. RNG, their solo laners did carry them through quite a lot. Even though the fights were messy, that extra bit of gold lead, that extra significance from the solo lanes, felt like it did quite a bit.
It really did. And like we said, again, if you missed out on the start of the show, or even what Derek said like literally 30 seconds ago, this matchup does have stakes. For RNG, they are still playing for potentially 7th, which would change their first round matchup from right now where they would play WE. They would then instead play NIP, would also buy them another day. So again, I guess regardless of who their opponent is, maybe that extra day in and of itself is worth playing for, of course. And again, just winning as many games as you can and making sure you're using your stage time valuably. But point is, RNG still playing for something. Off to a good start. And excited to see what they're going to do if Breathe is going to be pulling out things like the Rumble, and they are going to be diversifying a little bit more before playoff starts.
I mean, it is the last series. RNG, can flex around a little bit here. Regardless, they just need a series win. Breathe with the most damage. No big surprise.
What a surprise.
I mean, Decade didn't do much. And going into the Rumble, what can you do?
No, and especially just the way that Wei and Breathe played around it, right? Like, keeping up consistent vision in enemy topside jungle. Wei was always hovering around topside. Like, if his camp's torn up, and even if he wasn't looking for a gank, right, he'd be like sitting in river, sitting in tri-brush, just making sure that Breathe's under no threat. We see the incredibly early, it is slipping my mind right now, the name of the item that you loved in that game.
Shadow Flame.
There we go. Picked up an early Shadow Flame, and then we saw Shadow Flame waving at a Stride Breaker incredibly early. They go for that dive, and Cassante went from 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds. Yeah. So not only the Rumble pick, but how they used the Rumble pick, how they played around the Rumble pick. And yeah, it was just there for RNG. But I think good thing for the series overall is that we see going into game 2, LGD are a team that we have to respect. I'm excited to see the 2v2 in bot side once again, and seeing if LPC and Jinzhou can maybe take advantage of LP and Lumao and maybe bring us to 3 games.
Really felt like the core of LGD in game 1. And again, it's nice at the end of the split, the 17th place team who can't climb up any further, at least showing some brilliance coming out of the 2v2. But we'll have a break, then return and find out if LGD have something a little bit more spicy to round out the second game of this series.
그러다가
아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니
들어갑니다. 페이지가
아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어
페이지를
대진탕
먹었고요. 여기서 아무름수 트리플 K.
아니 한타 어그로 빅공을
도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가요. 딜라이 다시 한번
왜 안에 찍어야
펜타킬.
You wanna know where I am? You wanna know exactly what goes on? If you stand where I stand.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you kill the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertalk Gaming comes up big again.
Always took what I wanted. I wanted everything.
テレポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射、そこに合わせのポンプブロッサム、ただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功している。ただイコライザーものすごく痛い。それに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップ。さああとは体力の食いひろきと、そしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得デトネーションオーカスミ。
Always took what I wanted.
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda sónica, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se hace de oro Zoe, tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, furia de dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la balanza ahora sí, y porque se descuchilla por parte de Seo, doble del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho también, se lo roba, Movimiento R7, triple asesinante quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no duele las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta deseo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura, que está defendiendo el nexo.
Always took what I wanted. I wanted everything.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요. 와드 뒤쪽에 인도가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요.
예 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를
그냥
맞기를 우와 쇼메이커.
E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora, leva essa moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico para a equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
You slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing.
Welcome back to Shanghai, or at least the remnants of RNG versus LGD in the series as we go to game 2. RNG smashing their way through. I think that's maybe half the truth here. As my name is Hysterics, I'm joined by Lyric.
Actually,
And
very
only half
true
the truth
because half the map smashed through that game, and half the map got
Yeah.
smashed. So it really is a great way to put it.
Look, it was something, to say the least. But RNG still winning out. Breathe picking up MVP for game number 1. No surprises here when his Rumble really felt like it was the catalyst that pushed RNG over the line in the end anyway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he did great performance, right? Bringing it out for the first time this split. Great job on it. I mean, coming into this series, he's tied first in like solo kills and like just a ton of like landing stats. Great CSD at 15, things like that. So he's been having a great split. So far, it's what you'd expect is, again, one of the two kind of tenured members on this RNG squad that they've decided to keep, that they've decided to build around. And he's going to be one of the players you need to deliver, not only today, not only going into game 2, but especially if they're looking to make some kind of playoff run and make, kind of a trip, a journey to the World Championship.
True. It's a long haul, but at least, it definitely starts here as we're just going to look through Bree's highlight reel for that game and his solo kill towards jungle. Way hovering topside consistently. I mean, it was a hard game for Decade to play.
You know, I was trying to remember if he got a solo kill in this game because now he's the sole holder of first place for solo kills. Because coming into today, he was tied with Bin at 369, which is pretty good company to be in, if we're being honest. But now, even surpassing them, sitting at 16 solo kills this split. So his equalizers were also just phenomenal, right? Some of these fights laying it perfectly on the enemy team to where then you saw LGD have to split up, like LPC having to run back and then potentially like Jinzhao or Meteor having to run forward. And that's what made it so most of these fights, RNG were able to eke out with like slight numbers advantages, even if LGD, were able to make a bit of a comeback. But this last one was the difference maker, and it is what led RNG to being able to take this game. So RNG have been struggling a bit recently. We highlighted they lost their last 2 series. They were against top teams like BLG and Weibo, but hell, even 2 weeks ago, they lost to Anyone's Legend. It hasn't been a great time for RNG. They've gone to 3 games in their last 5 series. So if they can put up a commanding win against LGD, find a 2-0, at least would be good for the confidence heading into playoffs.
It's so crazy to me that week 4 was the last time RNG got a 2-0 or at least went through a 2-game series. Like, that's crazy that it's been 3 weeks since RNG didn't go the distance, whether it was a loss or a win. As you're saying, like, it's been a recent rough patch for RNG, but I think ultimately we knew it would be a little bit rough around the edges. When you lose players like Angel, when you lose players like Gala, Ming.
Especially Ming.
Surprised. Oh, dude, especially the player that's been with you for the longest, that is a franchise player. Like, since 2016, right? It's been 7 years. And now suddenly you're stuck with, LP and Lumao. It's definitely a downgrade.
And I mean, that's not even like disrespect highlighting Ming over Gala. Like Gala's been a top tier AD, but Ming has been a top tier support for so long now. And yeah, like you're saying, losing those, it's just going to have an impact. And especially when it was highlighted many times over the years that Ming was the voice. Again, Xiaohu, the mom and dad that they kind of coined to themselves of the last iteration of RNG. But now stepping up, Wei, Lumao having to take bigger roles. And now with RNG on the red side, actually seeing a change up in the bans. RNG have been one of the teams who haven't gravitated towards that Ivern pick. We've highlighted Wei as kept more of a concentrated pool, and it seems like they don't want to deal with any of the potential shenanigans that Meteor can bring out. But my God, forcing a Rumble ban, playing it for the first time in the split, and forcing a ban.
That's great stuff. I mean, that's just how prominent he was in the last game. Wasn't the only reason he picked up MVP. It was like Breed's playstyle, but as we see the Ivan ban on the other side, at least it opens up for more spicy picks. Maybe in that top side. Is LGD have first pick of the litter this time, Lyric? The Nico not open. LeBlanc not open. I guess the Jace they really want, even though last time it got clapped in lane.
And so gonna want to go with that. Annie still being enough stuff through. Tristana as well. Like there's still a bunch of kind of meta picks with different styles that RNG can gravitate towards. RNG haven't really been a team that have necessarily gravitated towards this Tristana either. We said that last game with the Kaisa for both teams, but it seems like with us getting close to having to play those series, I like the idea of bringing out these champions more, getting a bit of stage time on them, and again, like making sure you're as prepared as you can be. Is RNG not only locking the Kaisa, will bring out the Sejuani. We haven't really been seeing too many like melee mid laners brought back in the pool. Like there have been some here or there, but at least means that Wei can just keep playing up towards that top side. So I wonder if we're going to see something like third pick come out for top. It's a bit weird that you go for the Sejuani when you yourselves have banned the Jax, because that a lot of the times is that combo, right, where you'll pick Sejuani here and then you pick Jax on third, and then you can start banning out top laners. We'll see what RNG want to go for, because things like the Renekton, which you were highlighting a lot in the first ban pick, are still there. You could go towards the Cassandra yourself. Definitely a ton of options there for Bree to try to combo with the Sejuani.
LGD take it away, though. That would be something here, knowing that RNG are bringing it out regardless. They forget bot. They say, nope, we take the Renekton. So solo lane's acquired, but now RNG might be going towards that mid lane themselves. Tristana now picked up as well. So we do have a strong AD mid. Not the melee that we're talking about, but RNG just pivoting a little bit.
So gonna have the Tristana there. That's interesting, because I was gonna wonder if they were gonna like maybe flex the Sejuani or something and like play that in the mid lane, because that has been done in other regions, but not gonna do it. So Tristana for now, Sejuani, and now I just wonder how they're gonna end up rounding out their top side. Sure, this makes a bit more sense. At the end of the day, Sejuani still will have a job, right? You're gonna engage, you're gonna be a frontliner, you have a composition that wants to dive in. Like Kaisa obviously wants to do that, but even Tristana able to play that way with that rocket jump. So not the end of the world if they don't find anything great to combo with, but would be nice. As for LGD, when you look at it, incredibly strong early skirmishing. AP jungle, two what should be dominant laners. So we'll see if LGD maybe can get a bit more done on their top side if they have faith in LPC and Jinja performing as well as they did in game one.
Well, you would. I think you would. You definitely deserve to, after the fact that LGD, that felt like their only strong part by the end of the game. Just a quick note that Cassandra and Rel both taken away two melee, engage tools that RNG could have utilized, as Breed now exploring the rest of his champion pool. That Jax normally taken into the Renekton, Lyric, but I guess Breed wants to return to the scene of some of his previous champions, and on this he'll try to do so.
Again, it's just been RNG paying Decade respect by banning out that Jax both games themselves, right? But yeah, we'll have that coming out. But there we go. Again, I was being a bit of a dunce in game one and saying, it wasn't spicy enough. I wanted more spice. And now we get the Samira. I'm excited. LGD, if this is their last game of the split, they at least want to go out with a bang. And I am completely here for it.
Let's see what Lumao picks into it. They've left 5th for support on RNG. And it's going to be the Leona in the end. Something Lumao is definitely not shy away from in the past, but all about stopping this Samira, as Lyric run me through what this draft does, because we have a mixture of some range from mid, hard engage, and all-in potential from LGD.
I mean, I still think for LGD, the plan should just be fight, right? You have lanes that should be able to get priority, which should open up for Meteor to have a lot of space to look for ganks, maybe get some vision down. You'll be able to, you're wanting to fight for that first dragon. You're wanting to look for early heralds, things that they gave up in game number 1, and that's how they're going to find a victory, just kind of going full steam ahead. To where for RNG, I think it is a little bit more interesting because you're the ones who can maybe try to play like a little bit. I don't know. It's weird, right? Having the Tristana, Sejuani, maybe you could have tried to like peel for the Tristana and play a bit of kiting, but having the Kaisa, you're kind of wanting to dive into the fray too. So it's going to be all down to the team fight positioning coming out for RNG, and then seeing if you can isolate one member. If you can isolate that Samira and then just have Kaisa, Tristana, Gnar all jump on top of her with all the CC that Leona brings, I mean, that's really going to take a lot of the steam out of LGD's engine.
And it would as well, you know, put down the one player who in game number 1 got so many resources, so many kills, but wasn't able to finish off the fights, or at least wasn't able to give LGD the win. Game number 2, let's see if the RNG bot lane can improve, because game 1 was rough around the edges in the first 15 minutes. That laning phase is so hard to watch. Look for RNG, if you're wondering what they're fighting for today, just a quick reminder, the win here, regardless if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, will give them 7th, which means they verse the 10th seed, NIP, in playoffs. A loss in this series means they will be 8th and have to verse WE. Now, of course, NIP only finishing a little bit below WE. Same series score, but just game differential, not as good. As the crowd is here just to see if RNG can do it. I mean, where are the people? I guess they're gearing up for playoffs. They're like, man, we've got a big playoffs ahead of us. We can't, you know, we can't lose track now. We've got to save money and buy playoff tickets.
Exactly, right? It's like, I don't know, I was having this conversation the other day that, like, if a band, which it would never happen, if a band went to your city, let's say, like, twice in, like, whatever it is, like a month period, that's just silly. You're going to go see them once. You're not going to go see them many times. I feel like it'd be the same thing here. It's like, okay, you can come to this last day of LPL regular season, or you can wait a little bit and you can go see some playoffs bangers. I feel like it's a bit of an easy choice.
LPC, hang on. Flaunting with this. Lumao is definitely thinking about starting Zenith Blade, as LP probably going to use a range. But I will say, on your point, all I expect out of RNG in playoffs is a bit more spice. Is whoever they verse, at least something very outrageously spicy with this new team. And so far, this team has just been strange to me. You know, we've seen pretty standard picks come through.
So wait, I actually have a question for you. So if we're going on like you go to a Thai restaurant, they ask you like, hey, how spicy do you want your curry from 1 to 10? How spicy do you want your RNG curry?
Oh, I wanted a 7, but I'm probably going to get a 4 or 5. Maybe I was over ambitious saying this team has been spicy. I would like this team to be spicier. We're at a 4. We're definitely at a 4.
They were kind of spicy in game 1. Maybe not spicy in the right way with how Lumao and LP were playing, but they're looking to get spicy in the right way in this game.
That's better. Lumao getting a good engage. Jin Zhao, half HP. Remember, we don't really have much sustain in this lane, so that is going to be a meaningful trade. As this time around, Lumao and LP get level 2 first, as Wei has decided with that bot lane pressure to invade, but Meteor actually gets the camp, and Wei, unfortunately, doesn't get the smite steal, as it's over red buff as well, isn't it?
Yeah, now RNG bringing their bot lane in to make sure that they can get this, and Meteor's just going to have to walk away. I don't think LGD's bot lane following up anywhere near fast enough to really commit to this. We can see Tang Yuan keeping up Prio in mid, which is what you'd expect from a Tristana, right? Having that E-passive there, just make sure you keep pushing those waves. But even though we hit on LGD having some Prios to play with, you're waiting for Samir to get a few levels under her belt before she looks at the plays. His Tang Yuan really just trying his best to abuse Haichao in this series.
He had a great lane in game number 1 on the Nico. This game, so far, CS is even, but it's no different in terms of pressure as Wei and Meteor keep meeting up. This time LGD have priority in the bot side with a huge wave as Dredgeline pulled in, but Jin Zhao and LPC are trying to ruse them into Meteor. There's the flash forward. Why Lumao is still fighting, I'm not too sure, as LPC does it again. Jin Zhao might get first blood, but there's 2v2 just outsmarting RNG.
And that's what we're hitting on, right? Getting a few levels into your belt, having all 3 of your abilities available so you can start looking for some more of these aggressive plays. And LGD honestly just showing, it's a bot dip this series, right? Regardless of whether RNG go on to win this game, both games now, LPC and Jinzhao getting the better of LP and Lumao, being the shining light as we're going to see here. Again, bounce back of the way because RNG did push us into tower, and then level 3 comes out. They get some good damage onto Lumao. And LP not really being able to follow up. They're fighting in like a decently sized wave, so minions also contributing a decent amount of damage. And I love that LPC dashes in there, has the killer instinct to know that he's able to finish that kill off.
Just not sure. Lumao just like, oh, I can go in, I can go out, and just not really getting anything done in the end. Burning the flash as well hurts as over the top, Tangyuan finds himself off Haichao, but he will get the reset for the rocket jump, double in, and Haichao has to flash over the wall with Lumao now appearing as well.
Nice roam after, again, such a big mistake coming out in that bot lane 2v2, at least making a difference elsewhere. So for RNG, it seems like the name of the game is going to have to be very similar in terms of trying to just enable your soul lanes. The problem right now is LGD actually has some decent vision around topside, like a good amount of wards, making sure that Decade can you know, farm safely, play out that 1v1 just fine. But now with no flash on Haichao, the second Wei gets that ulti up, I feel like Haichao's going to be under so much threat. Pretty much stuck under his turret for the next, 4 minutes.
And with no teleport to burn as well, he gets pushed out once, and we see a repeat of game number 1. Already 10 CS lead. I mean, it just shows you we're going towards that direction. Even topside, Breathe versus Decade is once again in favor of Breathe. As a small CS lead brewing, he does have a massive wave chunk up here, but Breathe is still doing quite fine in terms of the presence as Decade now with level 6 has the ulti to pop too. And Cameraman likes our solo laners. He's back to where we were in the first game as history repeats.
Maybe he's an RNG fan, He doesn't even want to think that bot side exists as Lumao. You're level 3.
Dredge line back in. The 2v2. I mean, Lumao, what is happening? Maybe thinking Wei can get there. LPC gets away with the slither as LP not willing to commit the flash. Under turret, Wei's going to try and find something as using the CC chain in. The flash forward to LPC. He's interrupted. But at the end, 2 standing there for LGD as the Wei pushes in. There's a flash before Mega now, but Breathe is going to get Mega. Decade might be dead here as Breathe does an ulti against the wall. Instead, sends him away. Decade burnt his flash. Breathe held onto his as Decade's going to try and dive this. Enhanced W. Never mind. He's walking away. Decade is not going to commit.
I mean, this matchup nowadays I think is completely fine for the Renekton. It was never that horrible even back today, but after the buffs to Renekton, we can see he's just absolutely chilling. But here, I mean, LP doesn't really have any mana, and again, Lumao still only level 3, goes in by himself, LP not able to commit off too much, and once again, you're fighting in the wave, taking so much damage from minion aggro, and here with that dash, LPC maybe getting a bit ahead of himself, they almost make it work. I believe we're going to see here, I think it's a Bramble Smash from Meteor, like the perfect time. Yep, knocks him back and gets a little bit done. Still, luckily, does manage to find the kill onto LPC, so LP at least gets 1 back, but 2 for 1 in favor of LGD and Lumao. I mean, just not having a good series.
No, not at all. On a very different page. Not reading the room, some would say, is RNG's bot side, again, giving a gold lead to LGD. As you mentioned, the kill goes over. Even though LP still has a bit of a gold lead here, or rather individual lead in CS. But that enables a serrated Dirk for LPC. As Lyric in the meantime, Herald's about to spawn, pings are going down from RNG, Wei is getting ambitious towards mid. Tangyuan's winning lane, Breathe doing just fine as the flash was taken from Decade, but he didn't miss too much CS up in that top side. So all faithfuls here for RNG that continue giving a bit of pressure as Breathe, that ulti was used again. Decade is going to get chunked out here a little bit. Just making the Herald easier to take.
Yeah, Meteor, though, still being around. It looks like they want to contest, but look at mid-prio. I mean, Tangyuan still keeps up the pressure. LGD is going to try and bring their bot lane down first, and that be the difference maker.
Well, it's flash for flash, though. Breathe does get out, but he's into a mini now. Wei's like, I'm not coming over, brother. I'm on a cooldown. There's the Q. Ulti buys his time. Meteor now just ulted to death. Decade now getting chained as well, but it is a 1-for-1 with Herald going to RNG. Still a net positive win for Raw Never Give Up.
And it seems like it's going to be a very similar situation in Game 1, where, like, RNG's calls net them more objectives, but it is messy, it is scrappy, and LGD are able to play around it. It hasn't netted them a gold lead like it did in Game 1 just yet because of all the shenaniganry going on in that bot side. But if RNG can actually make use of this Herald, it really will be a difference maker. And with how much work Tangyuan's already gotten done on that mid lane turret, they're going to very easily be able to break this one down and give him so much free reign on the map. What we're going to see here, the way already secured the objective, LGD wanted to fight because they are bringing more people up, and then Breathe jumping away from his main forces. You could kind of understand because Nautilus is already strong on the way to mid, but it's this that I love. Wei and Tangyuan kind of having that wherewithal to know, hey, like we can still go for a play and get a kill back.
Yeah. Sets up one for Tangyuan, even though he missed plates in mid. It's that gold that he's now picked up that is going to put him in quite a good position against Haichao. Haichao spent some time with mid, as I was saying, only one plate in the end though. As we reset, and now LGD gearing up for first dragon this time. Ignore this for the time being. Bree's just going to send Decade away. But more so, Lyric, I want to see how that Herald is placed. As you said, mid seems like a nice opening, and it might lead them into a better fight for Dragon as LGD now turn their tails towards it.
Yeah, I'm going to assume RNG can't go for this one, but I mean, this could be your opportunity to look for a play on mid. They are too slow, but we're posturing to potentially go for it at first, but now it doesn't seem like it. So, yep, pivot towards mid, push in this wave, threaten the drop of the Herald, but LGD might be able to try and find an engage here.
They're all moving towards the position. Lumao covering now that he has level 6 as well with the solar flare, which is good. This Decade just getting bullied out in the range matchup. Boomerang is going to hit on the way back. This is, yeah, Decade's time to just turn tail himself and use that teleport.
Oh no, I've seen this a few times last game.
There's a Nautilus coming in. LP is not going to be able to move. Dredge line flashes away, trying to get executed. Now, who was the last person to damage him? We're about to find out. LP, that's an execute, isn't it? Oh,
I think so.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. Meanwhile, the dive towards mid, and everyone's on top of this Maokai. Wei flashing out of the turret range as Haichao now flashing away to his second, but the depth charge blocked for the time being as Wei just accepts his fate. It's messy again, but Tangyuan's still going to be the benefactor as Herald helps blow down the mid lane turret.
Look at the mini-map.
11 minutes into the game. I'm looking for Lyric Jinjiao. Okay, there it is. Dredge line in over the wall. He gets out with the CC that unfortunately wasn't drawn to it far out. Lumao is just dead again. And we continue to play this game of foosball in the mid lane.
Honestly, I don't want to be too critical, but I don't know if this series maybe a worrying sign for RNG going into playoffs. Like I know WE and you know and NIP have their own fair share of problems. W on a 4-lose streak, NIP have lost their last 2 series, but this one is a mess coming out from RNG. Once again, winning in objectives, slightly winning in gold, which I think is a good omen from game 1 that they'll probably win the game. But yeah, we're going to see here of the messiness coming on through. I like the initial plan. You saw 2 members bot, you know one's top, go for the dive, they get the first kill, and then even being able to follow this one up, they go for it, find the kill. I'm actually not sure how Wei was the one to draw aggro over, you know, Tangyuan there. I guess Tangyuan's rocket jump brought him just a bit farther forward to where he wasn't in range. And then LGD bring LPC up, which does end up netting them a kill. But yeah, I don't know. It's messy. It's crazy. Still RNG having the better read of how to play the map slightly. But I think LGD are better positioned this time around than they were in game 1.
Yeah, look, at least LGD this time, yeah, it's not getting blasted out by the gold lead, but it's also the lanes not getting blasted out as much, especially that top side. I'll also say, you know, mid this time around, even though Tangyuan is one of the biggest members, it does feel like Haichao is going to be able to put more damage forward earlier than he did last game as well. As Dragon's already been taken, we're just waiting for this next Herald to come through, as plating is still being prioritized by RNG. It's almost a 1.5k gold lead, and it feels like that seems to be on the Tristana, who's been taking every piece of plating. There's good interrupt here from Decade. Bree's about to go mega, but we'll ignore that for the time being, as top has just been trade city. And Lyric, you know, this time around, I will say LPC on this Samira has had a nice early start, but it's not as big as the Kai'Sa game, where he got 4 kills in a matter of minutes.
To be fair, you know, LP did die, even if it didn't end up going to him. But oh my God, we're gonna get something cheeky.
Found
LGD,
him.
no.
Lumao, the sacrificial lamb, he's still only level 6. There's depth charge for Solar Flare. Out goes Tangyuan, but he can't put damage down at that range. Jin Zhao gets away. Tangyuan just didn't want to be caught up in it.
No, which I'm surprised. Look at how low Jin Zhao got. You even have like double aftershock on Wei and Lumao. They were tanking so much more than Jin Zhao was in that fight. Definitely feels like Tangyuan being a little bit too reserved. But I mean, hell, he gets locked down, Hai Chao jumps in, maybe he does just instantly go down. But even then, I think you have Buster Shot. Being a little bit on the safe side, but when you're the big carry, I feel like we kind of give him the pass.
I feel like for a decent enough series, yeah, we'll look that one by as Hai Chao's the one that spotted this out. And again, Lumao, sacrificial lamb. What's new?
And again, look, you have kind of like the two aftershocks proccing. They aren't taking a ton of damage. Jin Zhao's going to go down. Rocket jumps away, afraid of getting rooted into Hai Chao turning into hammer form, jumping on him, just outright bursting him out. But yeah, definitely feels like slight misstep coming out from RNG, which now leads LGD to getting an objective. Last game, we didn't see LGD to getting an objective until incredibly late in the game. This time around, not only did they get first dragon, now getting second herald, and they might even be able to use that to pick up second dragon too.
True. I mean, 5 seconds till it spawns, perfect timing. Meteor, as he walks towards mid, has found LP. He's been sandwiched. Killer Instinct's out, and great repositioning out of the Kai'Sa. While Lumao, it feels like that was his most useful play coming through in the series. No shade lyric, just reality checkers. Dragon's still going to be moved towards. Meteor is low, though. We'll see if this affects the confidence of LGD. I guess I've already answered the question.
No, Bree just committed to topside, trying to find some kind of gold advantage for themselves. But LGD, like we said, much better this time around than game one. Game one, a lot of the time they were lagging in kills. They were always down in gold, which they still are down in gold here, but by not as significant as a margin. And keeping it close with these fights, they have a ton of burst that they're able to play with. We can see 2 Dusk Blades, Demonic Embrace, like across the board, having a lot of the items come out where they know in 5v5s right now, they can just take out Tangyuan or LP if LGD are honestly even like 3 members strong. So a lot of respect has to be paid by RNG. And RNG right now are paying it, right? Which is why they're giving up some of these objectives.
Well, but look, at least as you were saying, I mean, respect is being given by RNG, but LGD are taking a lot more. It's only a 1k gold lead. It's only a little bit further here from RNG, but the fact that it's 2 dragons for this team, hell yeah.
I feel like it's like when you're out to dinner. Oh, wait, do we have a fight? You think we have a fight here?
Who we having dinner with? No, forget it. Dinner with who?
So it's like when you're out to dinner with your friends, and like, you know, you ordered some shared appetizer plate, and there's 1 appetizer left, so none of you want to take it. Right now, LGD are being that Chad that just takes it. They know it's theirs.
Nice. Yeah, they don't care. They don't even ask anyone. Has everyone had a spring roll? Everyone had a spring roll? LGD literally just eat it. And there's someone at the table, aka RNG, who are like, I was going to eat that. I didn't have one yet. Oh, man, LGD. It's kind of a dick move. Everyone knows that, you know, you always ask. If you guys don't know manners, you always ask. It doesn't matter who you are. Make sure everyone's had a spring roll. Otherwise, someone's going to hate you. Like, people have been killed for less. You know? That's the truth of it.
I was going to say that the sad part is, as ridiculous as that sounds, that is actually just facts. People have done worse things for less than a spring roll, which, yeah. Okay, RNG, show us how much that spring roll meant for you. Right now, maybe they will. Wei.
Be a good spring roll.
Wei's looking pretty aggressive.
Oh, I told you! Who took the spring roll? Was it Decade? Rocket jump, Tangyuan, bit of damage to follow through, but under turret, he makes his getaway. And Decade just stares them down as the rest of LGD thinking about coming in themselves. But RNG have already made their own little getaway on the way out.
See, but it's like RNG started the investigation, and halfway through they figured it wasn't him. And they don't want to condemn an innocent man to, I don't know. I don't want to say prisoner of the afterlife. We'll say jail and Monopoly. Decade doesn't deserve that. He doesn't need to roll what do you need to roll to get out of jail Monopoly? Is it
I think it's doubles. You need doubles.
Oh, yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not fun. Sometimes it takes like 10 turns, and then the game's already over. Actually, no, it's not. It's Monopoly. Monopoly's not over.
Monopoly
10
goes
turns.
for years.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Like, I've had games of Monopoly sit there for a week, you know, and
Yeah.
it's still not over. We'll return to this next week. God.
Oh,
Do you know,
God.
I found out, fun fact, the person that made Monopoly, as Hai Chow might be in a bit of trouble, made it as an example of, I think it's like capitalism or something being bad. I can't remember, but
Okay, in this 5v5 game right now, which player owns the boardwalk? The blue space.
Tangyuan? No? I don't know.
But you know what?
I feel like everyone's poor.
we need the gold graphs to know. But sadly, again, we are not the Chinese side of the broadcast. So if I ask for the gold graphs right now, we're not going to get them. But
No.
you know what? I think Tangyuan's a solid guess.
True. I think it. LPC?
We're both being too respectful right now. No, LPC owns all the railroads. That's what I what I think.
Yeah. And then I feel like Lumao is that person that just keeps ending up in jail. And he never rolls doubles. Lumao's been in jail the whole game. Yeah, pay to get out. Come on, Lumao. As Baron starts up. Now RNG. Let's see if Lumao can finally make that roll.
Big solar flare we're looking for. It has the ult up. RNG, though. Breed's still not here. Can TP in,
quick.
but this is so fast.
I mean, is Breed going to, or is he just go for the turret? Is that now? Forget it, guys, with Demolish. As RNG trying to take a 5v4, they get the engage. Baron goes down. It is taken by Meteor, but RNG stay for the fight without their top laner. LP ult is out trying to get out, but Jinzhao won't let him. RNG, are we not syncing up as Tangyuan teleports towards mid? Maybe this was the play.
I just cannot understand the call, though. Like, if the idea is, hey, Arnar is nowhere close to Mega, they're already on the Baron, like, they have positional setup. Okay, RNG, you're actually going to get a lot off this. Still, I think a very confusing decision to, like, posture in front of that Baron. But we'll see if this ends up being worth. It all depends on what kind of push LGD can get off right now. I think once you get your Maokai ult back up, it will open up for a lot. But here, my guess is RNG is saying, hey, we're nowhere close to Mega. We can't fight this. But then I'm a bit confused why they're posturing, unless they just want to try and give way a better chance for a steal. Of course, multiple members are going to end up going down. LP does end up getting one back, but still a lot given over. But it was that TP into mid that really gave RNG a lot of wiggle room to end up getting more objectives on the map and show us that RNG do have a lot of solid ideas how to play the game. Even if I still think that the posturing around the Baron, if you're not going to bring in Breathe and you can't fight it, is maybe a little bit suspect.
Decade died, by the way. We're going to look at the replay. Bottom right. And it's a chase down. Lumao, okay.
All right.
Oh, it's a long chase. Yeah, we go. Flash center play. So Decade died. No objective up. But hey, RNG getting some more gold in their back pocket while we're in a replay.
Now it makes you wonder if RNG are just going to commit to playing out through side lanes and try and do this right now. Funneling gold on Tangyuan, which is a great strat when you have a Tristana. But our eyes need to be on LGD and how they use this Baron. You now have ult up for Meteor. So if you can get a wave in, throw that out when they're under turret. It at least should open you up to start taking more of these structures down. But if they don't do this, if they don't start playing for lanes and playing for waves, I mean, we can see right now it's only like a plus 650 gold lead, like Baron power play.
They just stood there in the jungle like dancing. Jin Zhao just walking around. They're like, maybe RNG will step forward. We'll defend these wards with our life.
Exactly. And to try to give context to the decision making, they're defending their vision. They're trying to deny vision from RNG so they can set up to find picks. But that doesn't really open up for you to use the advantage that you have.
They know you're there.
Baron up. It's exactly. You're right. You're right. You are right in front of their face. But hey, we're doing our best to try to figure out, what LGD are doing. But yeah, ultimately this Baron didn't turn into much.
No, not at all. I think that was the most neutral Baron I've seen all this split. There's definitely one that's gone worse, of course, with the flips we've had, but as LGD sit in the same spot now for 2 minutes straight, They're just hoping, all right, RNG will run out of vision. They'll run out of lenses. And we eventually will find the pick. But as Breathe sits in the elongated side lane, enough wards there for RNG to spot any kind of flank or any kind of neutralization. As wards still there in the Barren River. RNG maintain these wards and they get a shutdown onto Haichao.
Probably won't be able to turn this into any objective because, I mean, hell, look at the minimap. RNG have already taken most tier 1s and tier 2s. The only tier 2 left standing is that one in top lane. But still, a nice pick, a nice reprieve for the side of RNG, which is going to allow them to push for even deeper vision on the map and, you know, set up for the next objective. Dragon, 1 minute 30. Baron, 2 minutes away.
By the way, LP got the shutdown for that. I do believe. Oh, they did not need a Kai'Sa getting a shutdown for Haichao, who's caught backing out in the river. 2k gold lead. And Lyric, you said, you know, I wonder if they're just going to commit to side lanes. That they are. That's all they're doing. Tang Yuan and Breathe have just been sitting in a side lane for 10 minutes now, while Decade is the one matching. But Breathe is a Nah, and we know that Renekton's time is limited on Summoner's Rift. And Nah in a side lane becomes very, very relevant as the game goes on.
Especially since he has Pickaxe in the Winged Moon play, you would assume he's going for Hullbreaker next. Kind of, again, even tripling down on that side lane style even more. Just hit level 16, so another rank up into that ult too. And for RNG, you still know later on, you can bring it into 5v5s, right? Even if for now you're trying to play out through the side lane, kind of split push style, pull them apart, set up 4 picks, which is what we've seen them do successfully in the past 2 minutes. Like, you're still going to have great damage later on if you do get into a position where, let's say, maybe LGD are on soul point, you need to fight for that dragon.
Well, 15 seconds till the next one. Spotted up. RNG already picked up the first cloud as you see LP is sitting down bot, just waiting for the next one to spawn up. LPC actually tagged by LP. Is he really the LP clapper? Well, every time Kai'Sa hits W, that answer gets slightly less of a yes. As Baron also going to be spawning in 20 seconds, but thank you RNG. Shout out as they pick up the next Cloud Dragon. We are just chilling out, I guess, until LGD can force a fight. That dragon going down and teleport coming through. LGD, I guess they're going to say no. Hysterix, we're going to fight now.
Which is good, because we already spent like 5 minutes talking about spring rolls. I don't really know. I don't really know where we go next
not
if
the
we
best
slow down.
aperitif. I can tell you right now, if we're talking about the best aperitif, that cucumber you eat in China that has a bit of chili and vinegar over it, man, that is great for a palate cleanser as LGD fire it away as they try and use the poke, but RNG brought Breathe this time. He's joined in. Here comes Meganar as already dead as Xin Zhao into the backline. Decade has teleported in a very dangerous place. Breathe helps out by zoning down as LP just ulties out of there, flushes out, repositions, and Decade's dead. Now here's Tang Yuan as Haichao lucky to be alive. He flushes too, but it turns into a 5v5. It turns into a beautiful synergy from RNG. Everyone dead from LGD. And with one fell swoop, RNG is suddenly going to be 7th.
It was messy. You know, fights were back and forth, kills were going over, but at the end of the day, the map play was better. And that is what leads RNG to being able to find this 2-0.
Our 17th place team will not go above 2, but RNG now have a date with Destiny versus NIP. A fun matchup it'll be, but a 7th place RNG hitting the heights of round 1 in playoffs is where they'll begin.
And like we said, it's interesting because RNG, funnily enough, played both NIP and WE last week. Like, not that long ago whatsoever. And they beat WE, but they lost to NIP. Which, again, I don't feel like you're going to put too much stock into as a team like RNG when, like, you figure you should beat both. Both series did go to 3 games, but that's what made, you know, this series so interesting, right? Like, because if they win, they have to face a team that they did lose to only a week ago. So that's what they're slated for. We're going to see what adaptations they're able to make. A lot of things we can see from RNG's series today is that they still can make a lot of smart decisions. A lot of the execution isn't there. A lot of the finer details I feel like aren't ironed out in terms of like how to approach objectives or how to approach kind of like the map states or the split pushing that they're doing. We saw that a lot in game 1 where it's like, all right, you're winning heavily, investing heavily on top side, but at the same time, your AD carry and support are just sitting under tower and allowing themselves to be dove, allowing themselves to give so many things over. So I really feel like this series against LGD kind of showed us both the good things that RNG can use to exploit other teams and win, but also the reason why, as an RNG fan, you probably got to be a little tense heading to playoffs to be like, okay, we cannot be this messy against W and NIP. And hell, even if they beat NIP, then moving further in the bracket, like, again, you know, the Weibos, the OMGs, the Tez, like all these teams in the league aren't going to let those mistakes slide.
I mean, again, it's just not a firm decision out of RNG today, or at least for the fans, at least for the team. There's still a lot of questions going forward, and ultimately for RNG, you're still saying that this team has got a lot of work to do, but they secure 7th. If anyone's wondering how it works, because RNG have a +4 game differential with the 2-0 here, EDG cannot catch up whether they get a 2-0 or not. EDG will be 8th seed. They will be versing WE at 9th. RNG will be versing NIP regardless. That is locked in because of the fact that RNG also had the head-to-head, so it was never going to matter with a win today from Royal Never Give Up. But they are in the first round regardless. And as you were saying, you have to be a little bit scared watching RNG because they have to make a massive run. And then they have to make it run like past teams like Weibo or OMG, depending, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, they're a little bit better. And then it's LNG Top Esports. But then how do you confront BLG and JDG, which just feel like the Elon Musk of the LPL, when you're some guy with a model rocket in 8th grade going, look at this! Look how cool this is! You don't say that to Elon, man.
Funnily enough, we might get Elon Musk fighting Mark Zuckerberg soon. So I gotta know which BLG, is BLG, BLG's Elon Musk, is JDG's, I don't know. This tangent doesn't even bring us into anything. I guess I just wanted to point out that fight's gonna happen, which is hilarious. But yeah, point is, even if RNG, I'm sure like the players are gonna aim to win the championship, right? All teams in playoffs, you have to have that mindset that you're looking to go for gold, and you can't view BLG and JDG as indomitable monsters. But us as viewers, I feel like the goal for RNG should be, getting enough championship points, making it into regionals, and trying to be, one of those slots into Worlds, right? The 3rd or the 4th seed, making your way in. Because that, even though I think it's hard to imagine coming off this series with how messy it was, is like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right? Like, Weibo has been a messy team. TS have had their bad moments. LNG have struggled. OMG, I feel like, have mostly been kind of more consistent despite being under teams like LNG and TS, like, have bad days. Like, it's not impossible for RNG to take those teams down and try to take one of those world slots away from them. So
that's right.
Those are kind of my lofty goals for what this RNG roster should be. I feel like a realistic expectation will be like, maybe they win first round, but yeah, that second round's going to be quite hard. But yeah, so still cool to see that, again, some of their map play and some of their ideas are there. The TP from the Tristana in the mid lane while Breed's still split pushing into taking a dragon. Small little plays like that, those incremental advantages, I mean, those are things that win you games, as we saw in the series.
On the playoffs note as well, I mean, RNG could be a very different beast in BO5. Like, we've seen teams look great in regular season, and then comes to BO5, and it's completely different as we hold that thought for the time being, because LP is being interviewed over on the RNG side, and to get his insight, we'll throw it over to the arena.
Thank you so much, guys. And LP, congratulations on another very clean 2-0 victory. And also, I believe this year is the first year you will be in the starting roster for the team. And this summer, you joined into RNG. And definitely, you have shown us so many highlights in the Summoner's Rift. How would you evaluate on your personal growth or improvements through the split?
打 LPL 第1年就感觉大家对我照顾挺好，然后自己也打得比较怎么说，就是更需要进步吧，就是对。
Yeah, this is my first year in LPL. Definitely, there's so many people that really take good care of me. But still, I think personally, I still got so many parts that I can make some growth. I need so many parts that I need to make some improvements on in the future. And also, let's talk a bit more about today's game. I believe in the game one is not a good start for you for the bowling because although you guys were able to get some advantage on the upper half of the map, but overall the opponents seem like to put more attention to the bowling. So under that situation, what's the communication between you and your teammates in order to just secure the lead for a game one?
在这种劣势情况下，我只能给兄弟们喊 nice，兄弟们打得好。
Yeah, definitely. When we are on in the disadvantage, especially for me, I'm always the one like I'll shout out, "Nice, good job, bro," to all my other teammates to cheer up other teammates. And definitely, although it feels like not a good start for you in the beginning, but in game one, you still be able to show us a good performance in the team fights. And talk a little bit more about game two because in game two, definitely LGD they were able to get more kills and they got the Baron. But after that, it feels like RNG, you guys were able to have a very good and very smart macro, the very smart macro strategies. Were able to have so many towers, play around the turret to push the lanes. So what's the mid-game strategy in game two?
第二把我就感觉大家感觉人头劣势，但其实经济是优势嘛，然后就保证小包的推塔节奏，然后就好了。
Yeah, I must say in game two, although the opponent's team were able to get more kills in their pocket, but to be honest, we are the one that in the lead for the gold. And after that, we can make the very good use of our Tristana to just push the turrets, to play with the minions, to play with the waves, and after that, it can be the easy win for us. And share us a little bit more about the last team fight that we're able to close up the game two.
什么？
最后一波团战。
最后一波团战。最后一波团战就是大家就知道他们在打大龙，就不用急嘛，等着我们队友过来，他们就会全部拿到积分吧。
Yeah, around there we have already noticed that maybe LGD would like to just rush the Baron. So we feels like with no need to worry about that. We just wait for all the teammates to come and then we can just get our scores to close up the games. And also after today's game, definitely a very clean 2-0 to end it up the regular season. But after that, the playoff is coming. The best of 5 is coming. What's your expectation? What's your thoughts to the playoffs?
季后赛的话，就希望大家往着更高的目标一起去冲刺吧，然后一起加油，一起努力。
Yeah, in the playoffs, 5 of us, we would like to just run further. We would like to just go further to try our best to get a good result. We would like to reach the higher scores, the higher result, the best result. Definitely, we're going to try our best to show you guys an even better performance in the future. And definitely, we're all looking forward to this. And congratulations again. 恭喜你们，后面加油。And back to our casters.
Thank you to Wendy. Thank you to LP, who apparently knows English. That's just a big surprise for us today. Another surprise is Lyric. I completely inted us. I ran it. I said that EDG were locked into 8th. And then for some reason, I thought that EDG, regardless, we're going to be on 8 series wins. But that's wrong. RNG will be waiting for the result of EDG versus Weibo. Maybe I just have the script. Maybe I just know how this one's going to happen. But ultimately, a 7th is still up for grabs here. Weibo are locked in. EDG are not. And what I mean by that is that top 6 cannot be acquired, but forget that for the time being.
That just means it's great because our 2 series have a joint storyline that lead into each other. But Wei doing his best to, I guess, be one of the authors to that story because, his picks in mid-game were one of the main reasons why RNG were able to find the comeback mechanic. It also is nice that he picks up the MVP other than gameplay when, again, you have to assume that Wei is a large part of the communication and the dynamic on this iteration of the RNG squad with people like LP and Tang Yuan still being relatively young, and again maybe Lumao also being in there. Supports usually do play a vocal role, but still, I definitely feel like the picks that Wei was able to find, the engages in mid to late game, and again just the macro decision making that RNG were able to make was the difference maker. So now what Wei's going to be doing is sitting back there and maybe hoping EDG lose? I don't know. I don't know who RNG want to play against. I guess that's the question.
It's like, you might have beaten WE regular season. NRP you lost to, as you were saying. But they are 10th seeds, so
Wait, we see which side of the bracket JDG's on. JDG's on the NIP side of the bracket, so maybe you want to do the other one.
Ooh.
But I don't know. BLG really isn't a better side of the bracket. You know?
Manageable.
There's no better side of the bracket. Both sides of the bracket suck.
It's so rough. Like, I mean, what do you do at this point? And although being wrong, like, regardless, RNG are in the first round. That doesn't change from this win. As, ladies and gentlemen, our match of the week, our final day, our best match, honestly. At least one of them is a split. It might be mid-tier, but EDG versus Weibo coming up here to see who can take it out and, of course, give themselves the best placement in their little playoff part right after the break.
나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해. 이번엔 너가 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 초심을 버리고 난 열심히 살아야 될 것 같은데 사실 게임을 이제 잘하는 입장을 가지고 있었으면서도 프로를 하고 싶다는 생각은 전혀 하지 않았고 그때 이제 대학교를 다니면서 방송하고 있었을 때 방송 계약이 끝나고 이제 중국에서 스카우트 제의가 들어와서 팀에 이제 구경을 갔는데 거기에 이제 좋아하는 선수가 있었어. 약간 한번 해볼까 하는 마음으로 시작을 해봤던 것 같아. 루키 선수였고 내가 솔랭을 하면서 루키 선수가 약간 잘한다고 생각했어 제일. 그 사람이 계기가 되어서 이제 프로게임을 시작하게 됐는데 지내다 보니까 좋은 사람인 걸 알게 돼서 이제 더 즐겁게 게임을 하게 된 것 같아. 물론 방송의 그 거부감을 좀 방송에 대한 어색함을 좀 줄여진 것 같고 그리고 도파 형이랑 지내서 우선 재밌었고 그리고 외국에서 이제 살면서 좀 그런 생활에 익숙해짐을 가진 것 같아요.
IG 要更换自己的队员，而且是2名队员要来做一个更换。
哎，是的，对。首先是大家非常期待的赛啊！这名选手，我相信很多观众都看过他的 rank 集锦，看过他的 OB 视频，看过他各种各样在韩服惊为天人的乱秀。
딱 지금 영상을 봤을 때 내가 느껴지듯이 긴장을 충분히 하는 상태인 것 같고 그냥 딱 그 상태지 않을까? 긴장했을 때 딱히 뭐 다른 생각을 하진 않았을 것 같아. 사실 긴장을 원래 많이 하는 타입은 아니어서 이제 첫 경기를 하고 나서 긴장은 보통 줄어드는 편이라고 생각은 하는데 근데 내가 긴장이 특히 줄었던 곳은 내가 상대보다 잘하는 것 같다라는 생각이 자신에게 확신이 들 때 좀 많이 줄었던 것 같아. 나는 프로게이머를 하면서 그냥 행복하게 살고 싶었던 것 같아. 그냥 프로 생활이 그 형들과 함께하는 게 즐거웠고 그냥 그런 삶이 나는 재밌었어. 그래서 딱히 뭐가 되고 싶다라는 생각을 해보진 않았던 것 같아. 게임은 즐기려고 하는 거고 프로는 이기려고 하는 거지. 우승하면 좋지. 당연히 하고 싶지. 그냥 다음 경기 잘하자. 경기 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 우리 팀 잘 됐으면 좋겠다. 이기면 기분이 좋지 않을까. 이런 생각을 주로 했었던 것 같아.
哇！恭喜 IG 3比2战胜了 KT，LCK 的头号种子被 IG 送回了老家。
6分钟不到 ，IG 永不加班。 IG轻取 SKT.
나는 우선 LCK가 훨씬 잘한다고 생각했어 원래는. 근데 이제 선수들과의 이제 경기라든지 스크림 그리고 이제 실제 대회에서 나오는 결과를 봤을 때 비슷하다. 또는 이제 성격만 다르다. 그러니까 실력의 차이는 크게 없고 이제 리그 간의 성격 차이만 보이는 정도니까 실력 차이가 보이지 않는 거는 둘 다 최고의 리그라고 하기에 맞다고 생각해서 꽤 오래됐지 이 생각을 가지게 된 거는.
欢迎来到2019英雄联盟全球总决赛半决赛的比赛了。
Rookie 在侧边等待进场，对面是只剩下了林伟翔一个开团技能，祥子哥直接是带到了凯尔，帅被秒了，帅被秒了，没给出来。帅自己有闪现有大招的情况之下，是被林伟翔的一个大招直接秒掉。
솔직히 나는 경기 졌을 때 막 그렇게 힘들고 그렇진 않은데 근데 이제 보통 주변의 그 분위기가 좀 힘들지. 예를 들어 관계자들이 기분 안 좋아하는 얘기를 선수 입장에서 들을 수도 있으니까 이제 보통 그런 것들이 없으면 사실 경기 져도 크게 힘들 일이 없는 것 같아 나는. 일상생활에서 정말 괜찮고 착한 아이인 것 같고 이제 스크림이나 경기에서는 너무 예민하기 때문에 어떤 사람인지 잘 모르겠네. 그냥 매우 예민하고 좀 스스로가 힘든 것 같아 내가 생각하기에 좀. 솔직히 말해서 2018년 때 이제 다쳤으니까 지금 만약에 내가 지금 우승했다면 정말 기뻤을 것 같은데 18년도 그 당시 때는 이제 우승을 했지만 사실 좋긴 한데 좀 그냥 막 좋아하지만은 않았던 것 같아 그때는. 그래서 이제 18년도가 이제 사람들이 나에게 18년도에 대해 물어본다면은 좋다고 얘기는 하겠지만 사실 그 당시에는 이제 그렇게 좋지는 않았을 것 같아. 그 생각은 사실 19년도부터 이미 하고 있었고 사실 18년도부터 사실 그 생각으로 게임을 했었고 좀 근데 이제 그 생각으로 하다 보니까 좀 사람이 많이 차가워진 것 같아. 사실 이번 연도까지는 그랬는데 내년에 이 성격이 좀 바뀌었으면 좋겠어.
有请微博 Gaming 上单的帅。
来德泰去了 WBG 之后，会不会带来战术体系上面一些变化呢？
우선 내가 생각해 난 이번 연도가 제일 잘한 것 같고 내 개인적인 그러니까 대외적인 실력으로 봤을 때 그 전에는 그냥 다 비슷했던 것 같아. 18년도 때보다 우선 훨씬 잘해. 그냥 훨씬 잘하고 챔프 폭도 훨씬 넓고 그러니까 이거는 이제 게임적으로 봤을 때 그냥 이제 거의 모든 부분이 훨씬 잘해 이번 연도가.
今年我们引进了很多新人选手，而他们的名气也好，他们实力也确实挺好的。这个时候德赛对他就是其他4个的选手的信任也好，期待还是蛮高的，所以我们整个团队的氛围还是真的很好。
其实他在我心里就是比较腼腆害羞的，在生活方面还是跟大家一起相处的挺快的，然后也自己会开非常多的玩笑，讲一些冷笑话。我刚来这边不久的时候，就第一天的晚上，那个浩轩给帅哥就是点了个外卖吃嘛，然后他吃了之后也觉得挺好吃的。然后第2天我们训练赛打完，就晚上差不多10点的时候，他对浩轩做了一个这样的手势，然后浩轩一开始没看明白，然后我跟他说他要你点外卖，我觉得就是大家都相处的挺快的。
이 팀에 있는 관계자가 모두가 행복하면 행복하지 않을까? 우선 이제 매우 어렸을 때 이제 사회생활을 하면서 그 과정에서 이미 어른이 됐다고 생각해 나는 이미 매우 괜찮은 성격을 가지고 이제 괜찮은 가치관을 덕분에 가지게 된 것 같고 수많은 팬분들이 이제 관심을 가져주게 되면서 이제 사랑을 받았고 이제 그 과정에서 사랑을 베풀 수 있는 사람이 되었고 프로게이머로서 나는 그냥 매 경기 잘하려고 하는 것 같은데 이제 미래를 생각하지 않고 그냥 그 지금 해야 되는 경기를 이제 잘 하자. 사실 나는 노력을 더 한다면은 사실 나는 엄청 많은 시간을 프로게이머로 할 수 있을 것 같은데 이제 그거는 이제 모르는 일이고 이 초심으로 그냥 성적 더 잘 나오지 않을까.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing left on right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch a drop before you get old. I couldn't stay.
After 1,400 days in the LPL, Uzi and Xiaohu will meet again, but instead of being allies on the same team of RNG, instead of it being a finals, it's our regular season end here with Weibo versus EDG. Very different organizations, but still hopefully to brew a new rivalry here in the LPL. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric for our match of the week. And I know it's a Monday. I know it's technically week 8. But screw the weeks. We create the weeks here in the LPL season. And in this very short season, Lyric, in 7 and a little bit of a week of a season, we've finally come
7 in a day
to the top series. 7 in a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like you said, it's a fun one. Again, Uzi going up against Xiaohu. The last time they played together was 2019 Worlds, but like you think back to LPL, that final going up against FPX, which is even more interesting because obviously Uzi playing with Mako went up against LWX and Crisp also on this Weibo Gaming roster. So I think definitely a fun one. A lot of like spiciness on both sides. We'll even see once we get to the rosters, like EDG coming in with a sub today. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one where, like we said from our last series after we kind of both sprinted it all series long, with RNG winning their last series, EDG here, if they win, they stay at 7th. If they lose, they fall down to 8th. That does affect their first round matchup, so it matters to them. But also Weibo are playing for something. Because if Weibo can win and then OMG somehow lose to anyone's legend, same thing happens. Weibo moves up to 5th. OMG moves down to 6th, which, after thinking about it, there's no really good or bad side of the bracket when you look at it. But yeah, point is, still matters for standings as we are going to bring up the team head-to-head graphics. And I'm not surprised to see like EDG, First Dragons, but Weibo, because Weibo have been so much more focused on playing the turret game and kind of playing the map and not opting into team fights super high first in terms of first turrets going across. Like very different stylistic teams coming onto the Rift today.
I mean, look, again, that lead at 15, like, second in the league. First turret, first in the league as well, as you said. Playing through the turret and really building up the first 15 minutes of the game. Weibo, we know, are going to be more explosive in the early game. As you said, it's funny that, you know, EDG changed their roster so many different times, like today, as we can talk about shortly. But they're always the same, aren't they? EDG are always really the team fighting team of the LPL. The 5v5, it doesn't matter if it's Viper or Uzi. They just land on the same identity somehow with different members.
Yeah, and you know, again, bot side focus, like all these kind of things have always come into play for EDG, no matter the iteration of the roster. So it's gonna be really nice, especially, you know, kind of going back to Weibo, when the static shiv meta came into the LPL, they were the first team that I saw really pushing it to its limits of being like, okay, we're gonna control side lanes using picks like the LeBlanc and the Tristana so well to just like break down turrets and build up such a substantial gold lead that then they do just outright win team fights. So I think this one can be very fun. A lot's going to come down to the mid lane matchup, which, again, we've been trying to wait for rosters, but I guess we could just mention it now that EDG subbing out Fofo today. It's actually going to be the debut of Fisher, who was on their academy team, so he's been playing in LDL, actually 10-3 in terms of like game score, so doing incredibly well. Spent time on like T1's academy program, also kind of jumped around on like various you know, other teams in the tier 2 Korean scene. So yeah, very cool. We're going to see him today, but this is the roster you know and love coming out from Weibo.
It's crazy on that note. He played with Zeus, Ona, Berserker, and Crescent. All people who now, by the way, Crescent was Delight, who currently Delight on Gen G. Ona, we all know on T1. Zeus, T1. Berserker, Cloud9, one of the best NA 80 carries. It's kind of crazy that Fisher has had like this upbringing in the LCK, as you said, the Academy series. Of course, after that, Shadow Battalica, banger name for a team.
Yeah.
And then Live Sandbox, their youth team as well. So we've had him play with so many big names. And it's just funny to me that you mentioned, oh, he was on T1 Academy. Also in the T1 organization on the bench was their previous mid laner, known as Scout. So I'm pretty excited to see Fisher because I've just been waiting for this guy to come through, considering the prestige and the development that this guy's had over in the LCK.
Yeah, and with Fofo definitely having a rougher split, especially compared to Spring, where it really felt like he was one of the people delivering for EDG. And again, you think back to like 2021 RA, where he was a standout. I think it makes sense to bring in Fisher right now, kind of test the waters, especially when like moving between 7th and 8th really doesn't mean all that much. We know this is going to be our head-to-head, which Light, someone I think we highlight quite frequently, is like, despite not being a big name, always been so solid and always been such like a fantastic player, always in the upper echelon of 80 carries. But let's be real, the real head-to-head matchup, Xiaohu versus Uzi. That's what we want to see.
That's what we see. Different roles, but still just so relevant, isn't it? I mean, again, these guys, old friends, like, we all knew Xiaohu was that mid-lane Scion player or tank player. He played for Uzi, of course.
No,
that's what all of old RNG did.
It irks me so much.
At
because,
internationals.
Again, exactly. Watching LPL back in the days, I loved it. You'd watch RNG in the regular season, and like Xiaohu is this Giga Chad carry that like they're allowing him to carry and they're giving him agency and all this.
True.
And then like when it gets to crunch time, it's like, okay, buddy, time for Lulu. Or maybe he called for Lulu. Like, I don't want to, who knows whether it was coaching staff, other teammates or him himself, but like, man, that always frustrated me so much to see. So now it's going to really be a fun one. And again, get to see these kind of old teammates kind of come together as rivals on completely different orgs. I mean, hell, you even think back to last time they played together in 2019, like Suning was just some random team at the time. Obviously now Weibo, who had like Maple swapping with Angel between top and mid every game, doing random shenanigans. EDG at the time were not at like their apex of strength, and like really weren't all that good. That year was all about FPX, IG, RNG, and now again coming together on these organizations. It's just so crazy to think about.
Isn't it funny that I remember that of Xiaohu though? Like internationally, like you always remember people's failings rather than their success. And
Exactly.
I remember I was, still casting the same in 2019 with Xiaohu. Xiaohu was still a carry in the regular season. As that stare down, let's go Fisher, is what we want to see. Now, Weibo on the other side. A quick note, we're talking a lot about Xiaohu. This split, if you're just tuning in, has not been about Casa because he doesn't exist. It's been about Weiwei. They've made one crucial change from Spring, and that is in that jungle. And Weiwei pays attention a bit more to top here, Lyric. He's a bit more drawn to his laners, I feel.
Yep.
And, it's been an interesting change for Weibo, to say the least.
Yeah, he's definitely... Like, I mean, again, like when we saw Carson Spring, he really was just struggling and having just one of the worst splits he's ever had. So Weiwei coming in was a nice change of pace. Weiwei, I think, has been like up and down, but not to like an extreme extent, right? He's had some bad games, but he's also had some great games where he has carried Weibo, so it's nice to see. And we just have so many like standout matchups across the Rift, right? Because going up against JJ, I'm curious to see how that one goes when both of them really are just facilitators. Like thinking of things like the Sejuani, which have been JJ's most played champion this split. It's like, hell, are Weibo going to ban that out? And then when you think of Sejuani, you think of like the top lane matchup, the Shy against Ala, two people who in their days have been absolute psychopaths. They're both tied in terms of solo kills. They both have 12, which is like 6th in the league. So both doing pretty good there, but it means we might get a lot of dynamic action in top side. Just, yeah, a lot of cool things to look out on. And then the one big question mark, like we said, which is Fisher, which I just wonder if that's going to be an area where we're able to try to exploit. Do you just go back to the tried and true strategy of camp the new guy, which in the LPL I feel like has always worked so well, especially against mid laners.
It's going to be such a warm welcome for him. He's only played Demacia Cup, NEST in 2022 as well. So this is the debut of the new mid laner. As Fofo getting subbed out in the last series, especially when it's up against Weibo, excuse me, might just be for a taster here. Might be a little bit of a test considering that they know, EDG know, they're in the first round regardless. Maybe they don't care about their opponents. Maybe this is the perfect time. Considering against Weibo, this is going to be invaluable experience.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you point that out because, to where we said RNG, they beat WBG but lost to NIP. EDG have beat both of them in the regular season. So, like EDG might just not be sweating it. They might think, hey, Fofo has been struggling a bit. Let's try out Fisher. Like right now, they've probably been scrimming with him a bit. And then if it works out incredibly well and they do beat a top team like Weibo, again, they're in the same round of playoffs, you're like, all right, like maybe this is a solution. And if he falters, it's like, oh, well, again, they were still doing fine with Fofo, even if he was having these problems. So I definitely think this is a good way that EDG are approaching it. But I hope they commit throughout a full series. Because in my mind, subbing someone in for one game, it's just kind of pointless. Like okay, let's say he does struggle and Xiao has a great time against him, and that's how it goes. Like, what, give him another game. See if he can bounce back. So it's kind of what I'm hoping from EDG in this series. And yeah, just a lot of question marks, honestly. This one is so fun. It is our match of the week for our one-day week of week 8. Even though this technically isn't week 8, because even if you look at the schedule, it's kind of like just an added on bonus to week 7. I like better.
8-day
It's
week.
like, you know what I mean? It's like I don't even know what it'd be. I guess it'd be like buying a what do you buy? You buy a Happy Meal, you get no, I don't know. What
You buy a Happy Meal and you get 2 toys? Like, is that,
I guess,
is that
I
what's
don't know.
happening? Okay,
You know,
alright.
that just shows how often I buy things, which is actually never. So, other than food, but you never really get a nice surprise with food. When you buy food, it's actually always the opposite, where sometimes they mess up your order and you don't get something that you wanted. So, let's hope this isn't like that.
I just love, by the way, side note, Fisher, first time on stage, waved, and then went the back way. You know how players have to walk the long way around, even coaches? Oh, no, coaches don't have to. Whoa! Mako picked that up. Man, just throwing stuff on the stage. You really don't let them know the other team is trash. That's a nice way to do it. As we're welcoming you back to Shanghai for our second series. No.
I think you just totally willed that into existence. I don't think Mako had anything to do with thinking anyone's trash.
Well, either way, man, he just threw it on the ground like Mako, letting us know what's coming up with this banger series. What a way to end the split. And I don't know, for people out there like, hang on, OMG AL ends the split. But remember, that is a remade game due to some unforeseen issues during the day where AL OMG series had to be rescheduled. So it is going to be a late one for those people in Australia and New Zealand, at the very least. For people in America like yourself, it's going to go to like 6 a.m.
Yeah, actually spot on. Right now, right now it's 4. So at least West Coast time, about 6 a.m. is when the last series are going to start. So, funnily enough, people who maybe don't get a chance to watch LPL live might finally get a chance to, wake up, have their cup of coffee, and enjoy some nice League of Legends.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're typing in the lobby right now, because that's exactly what they're doing. Look at those grins.
Dude, Crisp never smiles.
Crisp never smiles. Good. I actually don't like this. I love that Crisp is like the edgiest member in the boy band, and that he always just looks displeased, but inside, he's, probably very heartwarming, wholesome, and always happy. He's probably that guy that just writes the happiest poetry on the planet, and like me, has tons of stuffed animals. So I have mad respect for him, but that's also why I don't want to see a smile. Who guys don't smile?
Like Gala. When Gala smiles, you're like, man, he's in a good mood today, right? Like, Gala has smiled twice, I think, in his competitive career. Maybe 3 times. There was a day where he just couldn't stop smiling. And I think, man, that guy just became is his 21st or something? I don't know. It's a rare moment when you see Gala smile.
There's only 2 exceptions to the smile rule. One is Rookie, because he is Rookie and he is allowed to do whatever he wants.
It is a nice smile, yeah.
And 2 is Mark, because the way Mark smiles, he smiles like, I am better than you, and that's all that matters. And then he makes all those edgy poses. So, those are the 2 exceptions. Is Fofo being on the sign, but not being
he's
on
not
the
here.
stage.
No, he's not here. Well, I mean, they didn't know. They came in today and be like, I made this sign. Imagine the work it takes to make that sign. And you get to the arena, you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean Fofo's not in? Who is Fisher? You've already drawn the sign. What can you do? Maybe hoping he comes in for game 2. Dude, the Uzi fans are out today. What a surprise. Player number 6 in the LPL. The man, the myth, the legend, playing against Weber, playing against the Shy. I mean, the Shy really, came into form as Uzi started rounding out, and what we expected was his retirement. The Shy won Worlds 2018, 2019, Uzi's last year for a little bit. It feels like a very different world as, hey, enough about that. We're into draft. We're into our match of the week, Weber versus EDG. And Weber on the blue side to start us off. Zyra is a ban here, up against Uzi. And you're not too surprised when you consider that Uzi has played this the most, up with their Aphelios, but LeBlanc final, Lyric, we know the story here. It has to be Nico, or that's probably going to be first pick.
Yeah, Nico. But I feel like Xiao's been one of those players who when he's gotten his hands on the Tristana, has been so much better than any of his other champions. Only played the Nico twice so far this split, gone 1-1. So I am pretty curious to see what the side of Weibo do end up with here. Is Kai'So's going to be the other thing I highlighted for Light, because he really has been gravitating towards that as of late. But with the Nico left open, they are going to go for that, which sadly does kind of ruin the Tristana possibility, which in my mind just kind of just lessens Weibo's chance of winning because Xiaohu's cracking the Tristana. But we get to see what EDG are going to respond with, because especially in that mid lane, Fisher's been known for the LeBlanc, the Azir, and the Akali, if you take a look at his career. So those are the three big ones. One of them obviously being banned away. Akali not really being a niche part of the meta, right? But not something you really bring out all too much. And then Azir, of course, could have been brought out. But it seems like for now, EDG are going to stick Fisher on more of a facilitating role with the Annie, which maybe is a good way to kind of have someone dip their toes into their LPL debut.
You're not surprised with EDG with the star talent on this roster. Let Fisher dip his toes in. I like that a lot. While on the side of jungle, maybe you get a good partnership up to give him a bit of facilitation as well. What's JJ going to pull out? Well, the Lee Sin? No. We get the Renekton instead here. Strong top side for Arla.
Yeah, it's been his most played. It's actually been the Shy's most played too, which is kind of funny because historically you don't really think of the Shy as like a big Renekton player, but serves as a takeaway, also works well on its own, but now opens up for this. This is a champion that we see banned so often, in recent series. Weiwei hasn't been someone who's really loved to gravitate towards it all that much, but JJ really has. So I like that they go for it. And when you know you're going against Uzi, and especially having Xiao on the roster, I wonder how much they're like emphasizing, like, hey, let's get a lot of like lockdown, bring in the point and click CC, and make sure Uzi isn't able to deliver, especially when EDG have already shown their hands of like having Annie Renekton, which sure, we know these champions can take over games. We've seen Renekton's 1v2. We know Annie can pretty much one-shot anyone later on, but you're really setting up Uzi to be your only consistent source of DPS.
Yeah, that's a good point you raised. I mean, again, it feels like old school Uzi, especially going up against Xiaohu. It would be ironic as not going to be there, though. We get the Viego instead, so snowball potential here out of EDG so far.
Exactly. So, kind of just setting up for, maybe hints of old EDG with it only being DPS. This is definitely not, because it sets up for skirmishing all around top side, right? You have a ton of burst. You have lockdown in both your solo lanes to set up Viego to be able to come in and start getting those kills, and especially post 6, right? Getting the resets online. So this one is going to be quite interesting, and maybe signaling that EDG, maybe going to put some attention up towards the shot. And now with them also banning out Cassante, they really are leaning in quite heavily into that.
Lyric, I just want to say one thing. It might be irrelevant, but Quinn in solo queue right now is popping off with the amount of Renekton we're seeing. It is the Shy. It's a long shot, but long shots with the Shy seem like medium shots because of the man. So I'm just going to leave that there. It could be completely irrelevant for the series, but when going up against Arla, you kind of hope to see a skill matchup out of the man. Cassante already banned away. Do you get rid of something like a Fiora? Do you go a standard route here against him? Do you think, he's got to play a tank with this comp for sure?
I would assume we don't see a Quinn. It would be kind of weird, especially when Weibo already kind of setting up for a bit of team fight coming through. I guess it could also be a bit of a pick comp, right, considering you do have that buy. But I will say, to your credit, I mean, the Shy already has played Quinn this split. Hell, it was only, like 2 weeks ago against anyone's Legend,
True.
So not out of the realm of possibility. Especially, once again, you don't know how much either of these teams care about the results in terms of standings when they aren't changing what round of playoffs they're in, right? They're just changing what side of the bracket they're on. And for Weibo, you're even relying on like OMG to lose, even if you do end up winning here. So we're going to see EDG now. Gonna have to go with a bot laner. I think definitely going to need some engage coming out from your support role. So Nautilus going to be the go-to choice. And now Weibo really going to be able to get spicy with it. And we're going to get to find out what your boy's going to pick.
Okay, find out Weibo. Find out that counterpick AD for Uzi as well. We got star talent on both rosters just being pandered to. As look, Lyric, I know I'm ready to get disappointed. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm going to accept the tank. The Shy better be turning around going, hey, can I play Quinn? But no, they're probably like, pick Ornn. Okay, boss. All right, I'll lock it in. Look at that man. He's not happy about that. He's just accepted it.
I do gotta say, I feel like it fits their comp much better. Again, when you have the Pop Blossom, when you have the Moonlight Vigil, go with something that can set those tools up. And when EDG have already signaled that they have very strong skirmishing on that top side, you want to get something that isn't going to be able to be easily punished over and over again. Is Uzi actually going to opt into the Sivir pick?
Sivir? With a new champion portrait.
Yeah, and right. I guess it will enable you to try to run Weibo down in the mid game with the on the hunt. You know, you have, again, great burst, great damage, great lockdown there. If you can enable them to be able to get in that range and really take advantage of what's going to be a strong power spike at level 6, and especially at one item over your counterparts, it's going to be huge. But also allows you to have some easy wave clear in the early game if JJ is going to be trying to maybe make Fisher more comfortable or try to set all up for success.
Well, it's going to be fun either way. I mean, look, that top side will be spicy. We know that EDG playing things a little bit differently than maybe we expected, but ultimately, I cannot wait for some of these skirmishes to come out as we get into game number 1 of our match of the week, of our final series of the regular season, I'll say, because the next one's a makeup series, but of the regular season schedule, Weibo versus EDG. Winner gets himself in a grand position in their playoff bracket. Now, of course, EDG with a win, I misphrased earlier on, with a win here, they will lock in 7th and guarantee their match against 10th seed NIP. Weibo with a win have a great chance, if OMG lose later, to get number 5 and put themselves on arguably maybe an easier side of the bracket, depending on who's saying it. But ultimately, that's how you want to end your split in such a formidable way. EDG versus Weibo, our last real taste before we get into playoffs in only a couple of days. In our quick LPL split, we welcome you back a second last time for the night to Summoner's Rift.
I mean, hell, with these teams going to be on opposite sides of the bracket, potentially, it even just, you know, signals that, you know, maybe they wouldn't even be able to meet until like a lower bracket, losers bracket final in round 4 or something like that. So, yeah, pretty interesting to get this playoff stasis. The fans, both sides, out in full force.
Settle down.
Yeah.
The screeching must stop.
I don't even... It's even funny, right? Because you assume a lot of that being for Uzi, which, like we said, Uzi on the Sivir. We actually have had Sivir played once to split. I even believe I casted the game. It was LGD against OMG. Did not work out. Another thing that is able to, you know, buy that static shiv, bring it to, kind of like even doubles down on the wave clear, which doesn't really feel like Sivir even needs when, you know, having those bouncing boomerangs. But like we said, for EDG, very strong skirmishing towards that top side. Viego, Renekton, Annie, tons of bursts, tons of point-and-click CC to where Weibo, it's going to be all about the 5v5s later on. Call of the Forge God setting up for like a Pop Blossom and a Moonlight Vigil. The quickness is there to chain on top of it. And then even Weiwei with that ulti. I guess another reason why Uzi picked up the Sivir, right? Being able to have that spell shield available for all the CC that's going to be looking to hone in on him.
But I will say, surprised not to see the cleanse here. I know it is Sivir with Ghost and ulti. Fun to run people down, but still something worth mentioning that a lot of abilities from Weibo after the spell shield is down can still be threatening. As Mako starts us off with a quick dredge line, but level 2 is acquired here by the Sivir Nautilus duo. All right, we know the Shy's going to get bullied top. This is what we expect, Lyric. It's on top side. He doesn't look very happy about it. Like, you look at his player cam. Is he ever truly happy when playing matchups like this?
Look, I disagree. I feel like we'll know if the Shy's unhappy if he gives us a 2020 special and buys the Dorn's Blade. That's how we truly know he is not about playing Ornn today. But I guess he didn't, right? He's already bought a Dorn Shield. I guess he could recall and like buy a D-Blade and double down on like early game strength, but that really wouldn't be good. But, you know, again, he did it before. He did it 3 years ago.
He did indeed. And it was against Suning. It was against
which is kind of funny.
Top tier team at the time. It was one of his best games, let's be real, with the D-Blade. Oh, wait, no, was that the rough game? I can't remember. He won the game.
No. He solo killed. He solo killed in lane.
Oh, he did too. He did indeed. All right.
The rough game was the rapid fire cannon in regionals.
Oh, that was not good at all. God, we have some stories about this man, whether it's on a tank or a carry. As LPL Viego, I guess that's going to start up a story. 36% win rate. Well, I guess LPL Viego has been rubbish.
Has not been able to find its footing. Really has been, again, about a lot of these facilitators, the Vi's, the Sejuanis, the Wukongs, the Maokais, in setting up your team for success in team fights. Is crisp. Nice counter engage to make sure that nothing's able to be followed through. And just really aggressive trading, coming back and forth. in this 2v2. Still going to maintain prio for EDG's bot side. And even we just saw JJ getting some nice vision there for them to keep trying to maintain this aggression. Even with Uzi having that cold start, you're going to be able to get a nice injection of gold a bit earlier on to try to hit some of those power spikes. But at least Xiaohu evening it out in this mid lane matchup. For anyone who's missed out and being like, hey, who's this Fisher guy? This is his debut. He is on EDG Young, which is their LDL team. Got called up.
Yep.
Was a trainee for T1 for Sandbox, and yeah, just relatively young player who has a lot of promise and has some hype behind him.
And again, like his debut to the LPL against Waver, what a rough matchup to start his potential career as well. You know, it might be just, as we're saying, EDG trialing out this mid laner before playoffs, see what he can provide. And Lyric also mentioned that he hopes, like I do, that this is going to be a full series to see what this young talent's got. While against Xiaohu, it has been a rough start to the lane. Some good bullying coming through, but he is also versing a Nico. So I think this is the perfect tester for him, Lyric, as Xiaohu is going to get a bit of aggression coming through with JJ invading at the same time.
Oh, and yeah, actually just going to circumvent everything and just sneak down to the spot lane.
Oh, wow.
Ward isn't going to spot him out, so it's all going to be enough. Mako can find a hook here.
But again, the problem is, look how far away he's got to come in as Crisp just gets out. No Ignite follows through. Crisp runs back to his 80 carry, and Mako and Uzi can't do too much. Limited mana down in this 2v2 as well, as Light and Crisp continue sitting back against the turret, but should be happy now that the circumvented pretty much everything so far.
Oh, but look at Weiwei. He's making his way down, and JJ has a level advantage, so he's going to have some more damage there. But Weiwei not afraid from the fact that Mako and Uzi got forced low.
Crisp Flash gets the jungle flash out of it as well. What can you do? Weibo's bottom lane much healthier.
You even, on the minimap, we can even see Xiao, who had already started to move down. He's been maintaining prio in mid lane, has level 6. So I think good call by JJ to go for the flash. And now it's going to set up for Weibo to be able to get this first dragon. So Weibo overall, nice reads, especially from their bot lane. Right, we saw JJ wasn't spotted on any sort of ward. But I think just reading, hey, the Shy's, you know, absorbing pressure in topside. He's sitting under his tower. He's doing just fine. Where can JJ be? It has to be around bot. They don't allow themselves to get ganked, and it sets up for the play to be able to come through. So now no flash on the Viego. Gonna limit him a little bit, maybe make him especially an easier target in these fights, right? Especially when you have so much lockdown coming from the Weibo side. Weiwei and Crisp gonna be able to bring so much to the table.
Yep, along with the Shy as well, and some of the fights that we get to see. CC galore. Again, it's going to be fun watching Uzi, maybe even Fisher, towards these next couple of fights. As we kick the game off, it is just EDG using the aggression. And Lyric using their priority towards his top side with Arla. Take away the blue buff, that's an easy steal. JJ now hits level 6 and running his Viego skin. What a good day, what a good game to be JJ, who's representing his world championship.
Yeah, representing, and you know that's one thing, you know, members of EDG have, like people like JJ Mako World Championships, where a lot of members of Weibo, other than the Shy, looking for, I guess Crisp as well, right? But Xiaohu, I think that has been the title that has eluded him, because that's something I want to bring up. Not to be that, you know, hey, Mr. Caster, stop forcing this narrative, but Xiaohu against Uzi, right? Because I think a lot of people are going to think back and think Uzi being this big-time champion. Xiaohu actually is the player with the most LPL titles. He's tied with Clearlove. He has 5. I think really has cemented himself as like the legacy of that RNG team, to where Uzi only has 2. But Uzi might be able to find a kill here, but not when you're against a Rakan, who just has so much damn mobility. But yeah, point is, right, I think in hindsight, a lot of people might think because Uzi was such a great player and, you know, one of the best ADs, if not the best to ever play, but it's Xiaohu who really did bring RNG so much domestic success in the LPL.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, if we're heading the trajectory we are, JDG members might start picking up pace on that one. As need to pause and talk about the Herald. JJ around the wing, Arla coming in strong as well, but the Shy has ulti now to use it. Stuck in one place. The Shy's like, no, we don't need to ulti him, because first blood already goes to Xiaohu. As Weibo now gain priority around the Herald. Fisher is coming in as he flash ultis in his debut on the jungle, but the Herald's still going to be taken away as Weibo trying to find the fight after the thought, but Uzi has roamed up here. Boomerang just out of range as Mako takes the kill, but now for Xiaohu in a pickle himself. He flashes out. It's Chris to get the Herald, but a couple of kills that come through in the end as EDG end up trading off.
Yeah, Weibo, you know, wanting their cake and eating it too, playing up towards the top side, finding the initial pick while also sticking on the Herald. EDG were the team who rotated their bot lane first, set them up to have numbers advantage to be able to get the 1-for-1. So overall, nice that EDG were able to find something back, but like you said, with Weibo getting the Herald, that's all that matters. But it's here, leaning down first, but at the same time, Xiaohu's already here. Fisher's still making his way over, so it gives them that first pick, but look at the minimap. Nautilus, Silver already here, Ophelio's still quite far away, so it opens up for the initial pick to come out. Exhaust does a bit to make sure that Weiwei doesn't go down right away, but with the on the hunt coming out from Uzi, Mako's able to run him down, and they are able to get one back. So that rotation really being the difference maker, and that came from Crisp roaming early, which allowed Uzi and Mako to get the full way push and roam before light can come up.
A best observer at top side in the meantime. Just a little side note that with that 1-for-1 trade, with you talking about Chris getting priority, the kill does go to Xiaohu. Xiaohu versus Mako in this bottom side, but we have to pause because Light's going to get ulti. Depth charge there. Jeje about to launch on in, but Light, he misses. Jeje misses that Spectral Moran. To save the day is Weiwei. Light gets the kill, as now Jeje's in a lot of trouble. The Heartbreaker after the flash, but Gravitum, where's the cooldown at? Light flashing forward, gets the ultimate, or rather the range. And it's a double kill over to Weibo's bottom lane. They are ignited here in the early game.
Weibo coming to play today. Beautiful engage, I guess counter engage, coming out to make sure that they find some kills. Did expend a lot of summoners, but going to be able to get this wave in. Uzi at least will pick it up, but starting to cement themselves a meaningful gold lead. And that's even without using the Herald yet, right? So you would expect it to go even further, as we're going to see here. JJ is spotted initially on this ward, but Vi already being on this side of the map, so Weiwei not too far away. An ult comes out, but no follow-up immediately, as we see Spectral Maw, like you said, not connecting from JJ, and then they're just able to pounce on Mako, who isn't all that tanky, and then just keep running these members of EDG down. I love that Light commits the flash to just make sure that they get this second kill coming through. Wait, what?
Bye, Fisher. Okay, we're back to live, and dude, Weiwei, 100% kill participation. Whatever's going on in this game, Crisp and Weiwei are making sure, well, it happens damn fast.
You were highlighting it right, Weiwei really being one of the difference makers for Weibo coming into this split. I'll always be a Weiwei lover for his contributions to the best team in League of Legends history in 2020 V5 Summer. But it is going to turn into, looks like another Drake for Weibo. EDG just slowly getting dismantled by this Weibo squad, but looks like they don't want to give it up for free. But no, they're going to have to back off. I guess no Heartbreaker on JJ, Flash not being there. You even have the Shy, you can see roam down to mid lane, even having called the Forge God up. Everything was stacked in Weibo's favor, had a skirmish broken out.
But as we come back and just quickly look at the replay before I say any more, was it Crisp in the end? It was indeed. Crisp just runs up, instant flash, and Fisher is no more. Welcome to the LPL. And with that kill as well, Weibo pushed themselves to a 2k gold lead. Double Dragon, as you mentioned. As the Shy spotted on the ward, Fisher is going to find him. Bellows Breath buffers though, as Jet looking to get involved in this action. But you can't do too much against an Ornn, as the Shy just going to spot that out and leave as he has to go and catch back top.
Yeah, and I believe they swapped because Xiao was low, had to go for the reset. Is lots of action coming out, quickness.
Dangerous from Mako, but depth charge on the way back. That achieves not too much. So it is just an ulti for ulti out of support as the fighting tries to heat up a bit. But Lyric, what I was going to say before, it's so relevant. Like, we talked about how this series could open up, how the game could open up. Weibo are a fast-paced team. We know in the first 15 minutes, this team finds a gold lead. We know that they are a turret-playing team. EDG, it's not so much through the lanes, it's through the team fights. And I guess what we are seeing is not only relevant in the draft, but the styles that these teams have been playing all split.
And it's kind of interesting. I'm happy that you bring that up because, hell, even EDG, I think, kind of opting into something a little bit different than what we typically see from them, and especially what the stat showed, right? A little bit more early aggression coming through, a little bit more skirmish heavy, trying to set up for this Viego early on, to where Weibo, I think if we get to the late game 5v5s, this is where they will excel. And this not being one of those comps where, again, they leaned heavily into the whole static Shiv meta, played, you know, to just out-rotate you and kind of out-mind game you on the map. So both teams definitely changing it up. coming into this series for Weibo. I don't think that's a big deal because, I mean, you need to be able to play these kinds of compositions, especially heading into playoffs. And so far, maneuvering it quite well. Xiaohu, I think, being a big catalyst for that, and especially Chris, we've seen. I mean, he's gotten so much done alongside Weiwei. Now with Harold going to come up in 30 seconds, moving over, getting topside control. With Xiaohu not having TP, he's going to have to constantly lean up to make sure that they can go for that play. But Fisher doesn't have TP either. So
true.
I think Weibo doing a nice job of getting the setup, but EDG definitely going to need to match once Fisher gets his recall off.
Weibo have River first. Crisp is looking for some deep vision himself as JJ and Mako split off. I mean, that's the flash forward. Instantly shoved into the wall. JJ has to flash over and Heartbreaker out of there, but with no jungler. Second Herald for Weibo seems ever so likely now.
She's going to be able to pick this one up. EDG still posturing. Even if they buy time, maybe they can find a fight, but Weibo are doing this so fast, it would be overzealous. And look at Crisp. Fisher.
Okay, the engage comes through. Weibo are split up, but the Pop Blossom flying through gives Xiaohu 2 members. Mako in the middle, going to get popped up himself to Shida to get the ulti on return. That means Arla gets the free roam the fight, but Light heading forward. That does nothing. Even a 3-0 Aphelios with Gale Force, it ain't there yet as EDG are on the chase. That's a Boomerang Blade from the Uzi as the Shy starts zoning off. Again, a 1-for-1 trade in front of the Herald, but it is still Weibo who got the Herald again.
Yeah, very similar to last game, right? Where we had like these a bit messy objective setups, but still, Weibo the team coming out ahead. I thought the Crisp flank would have been a little bit more meaningful. With how fast EG were on the trigger pull, it ended up not really being that big of a difference maker, but still, 3-0-0 on Lights of Aphelios, that's going to be a problem going forward. But we see here, right, Crisp coming off on the flank can be huge. The Shy trying to set off Ala, but Fisher so fast to pull the trigger, it allows for this immediate engage to come out onto Xiaohu. And sure, you see Mako go down, but a lot of the damage dealers already forced low.
Okay, Mako's just going to die once more. Weiwei, even though Weibo have been back and forth in this early game, I mean, it is this Vi that is, again, pulling the trigger, 100% kill participation, and giving Weibo an edge.
Man, I'm also really surprised looking at Fisher's build, having the Everfrost come out, which I guess you are going to have, like, some members kind of run into. Maybe you can, like, dissuade some, but you have so much engage. You're not really set that up well up for picks. Like, it doesn't really help any more in that area than just, like, a Tibbers CC would do anyway.
Oh, Fisher might be dead, though. Here comes the ulti again. Xiaohu gets it on the edge. Fisher locked into a corner. Weiwei again. JJ on the spot, though, will finally get a reset and take down this Vi. As now looking for a follow-up. Chris has to flash away from the Vault Breaker. JJ a threat as Herald stops right there but still opens the turret. It is a trade-heavy game here with both teams at least finding a swing.
EDG doing nice, not only to keep up in goal, with a lot of that coming from Ala in the top lane, and, you know, again, the level of pressure he's been able to maintain. But like you said, EDG, a lot of times being able to match these plays and at least make sure they don't go down too far and lose all too much. You're going to get the first dragon of the game, going to deny Soul Point coming out from Weibo, and those are the small wins you'll take, especially when you haven't fallen that far behind in the gold department.
Replay time on to Mako. This is a little bit of a pick before we saw the storm down bot side.
Yeah, feeling all right to go for vision. I mean, it's not like he was walking alone, right, having JJ right behind him, but not expecting the full force of Weibo to be here. So we're going to see Fisher immediately go down. Sadly, Pop Blossom not able to connect onto JJ, or maybe you could have more aggressively looked for a follow-up kill, but it sets up for the reset to come out, which, you know, like you said, then means Crisp and Show have to get the hell out of dodge.
But now, after we saw the replay, I mean, EDG were able to pick up the Dragon. That was the net effect of JJ finding the reset, finding the kill bot. He's got Trinity Force as well. So this Viego is going to be a lot of fun to watch, especially when you're talking about JJ on the champion. Weibo ahead in gold, but it doesn't feel like it's that significant at this point in the game, as Dragon also stalls out so EDG can keep playing this game. Lyric, we're getting towards a Baron up in that top side, minute 30 till it spawns. We have to remember in games like this with Aphelios, with Sivir, these are champions that can do it pretty fast, but I think more importantly, we have very ambitious teams like Weibo on the Rift and EDG, who also can be quite explosive past the mid game. So I'll keep an eye on this top side and see what happens next.
We can see now they had vision, right? The members of EDG walked over a ward, so that's why Weibo feel comfortable angling up here for a fight.
Flash there. I mean, quickness as well. He can't even spell shield. Had all those abilities anyways. Over the wall, Weibo will continue. Mako in trouble next. Light's range, absolutely massive. A double over to Weiwei. It's called the Forge God. Layers down Fisher. What a warm, warm welcome for the new mid laner of EDG. Is now for Xiao, who he pop blossoms Tivers, but Jeje will still die to the Tangle Barbs in the end. EDG walking into a trap, and I guess watching the top side was the right idea.
And it's been the vision, right? The vision has been a difference maker. We've seen time and time again of Weibo having the knowledge and being able to set up for these engages. Ala doing his best to, again, keep gold even in the side lanes, but Weibo are just winning out so much more. 11-3 in kills.
It's just been such a bloodthirsty game, at least from Weibo's side in the early game. The jungle support, this jungle support duo are everywhere in this early game. EDG can't play.
And again, we just saw the word highlighted that they had previously walked over like 20 seconds ago, which set up for this pick to come out with Chris coming off on the side. And then I love how confident they are in just being able to run down the rest of the play with the Shy TPing in. And then I was scared here that the Shy would actually end up giving over a reset to JJ and like maybe setting him up to survive longer than he had to. But things like Exhaust still being up and you having your whole team here, I guess really didn't leave much to be done. And now with the Shy level 13, right, we're gonna have to get the Ornn upgrades starting to come across the board. So Weibo were already set up to outscale, and I think play out 5v5 is better at this stage in the game, but it's only gonna be, you know, more so now as EDG really not able to find the early lead that they would have wanted to.
True. I mean, the Siva not doing too much. It's the strange pick from EDG's angle as Light is walking into Jeje. Does he have fear? Well, with the depth charge, maybe he should. Jeje trying to buy that anger as Crisp is now on the wing, but Xiao this time. Pop Blossom big, but Fisher's counter's bigger as Ala slices and dices through the whole team. Looking for Light. This man ready to get stunned up. It's called the Forge God. Angles out, but EDG have pierced and pierced the layers of Weibo. They're now on top of Baron, and they've got everything they've asked for.
And I mean, the difference maker there, right? The Shy not being part of the play, Weiwei not being, like, not frontlining and allowing for Xiao and Light to immediately go down.
Gone.
This should have been Weibo's game. And now it might be all in the toilet, on the bin.
That toilet is better. It's a dirty one at this point. We need to see what the hell happened because, as you said, separation anxiety from the Shy maybe should have kicked in a bit sooner.
There's no bidet, and when there's no bidet, you know what's going on is
wipe.
he just used his TP. So now, right, Ala has TP because he never TP'd up from the previous play. So able to get in, they have numbers advantage. Might be a beautiful Pop Blossom, but look where Weiwei is as well. Weiwei and the Shy, the two people who you need to be absorbing this damage, not part of the play. And even how Weibo's comp works. Really need to be coordinating the engage. It does really well when it's on the front foot starting the fight and able to layer all the AoE damage. Without that, EDG are set up to allow like the AoE from the Dominus to then set up for a Heartbreaker to keep whittling them all down. And hell, Sivir only kind of enables that even more so with like the bouncing boomerangs coming through, hitting everyone.
Resets are everything as EDG start up this second dragon of theirs. The Shy going in, but he's stunned up. Again, over and over, this man standing still, unable to move, and takes a bit of a chunk of a health bar as well. Ulti comes through from Light, though. That hits 3. Is called the Forge God for the re-engage. Xiao layers down as well as EDG getting poked out, and Mako dead at the start. Dragon still the focus as Ala tries to go in, but no avail. Light is free hitting in the backside at a full health bar. As ready to go back in. Jeje's already picked up the reset, but Heartbreaker's out. Uzi dangerous as well at a half HP as Xiao looks for the flank. Gets rooted up. Fisher off on the wing as Light with so many shurikens. Chris looking to layer down. Fisher is one hit away. Good Spectral Aura as EDG getting TP'd on. The Shy has joined in and has no interest in Jeje. Instead, it's up to Uzi, who has to flash away, but there's no way he gets out of that one. He sees the Light in the end as the Shy picks up the kill, and Weibo lose the dragon, but this time the fight is theirs again.
Weibo making miracles happen. Still, we'll see if they can turn this into any objective when they have to go up against Baron minions. It seems like they're realizing, okay, this is going to be too tough, especially with Mako back up now as well. So they're going to back off. Sadly, not really able to steal away any camps with the fact that Weiwei having gone down. But EDG kind of split on the call, right? Wanting to commit to this dragon, so multiple members doing that. Like, look at Alo's position right now where damage is already starting to come out from Weibo's side. Sure, the Shy tanking a bit, but now Tibbers being down from Fisher. Uzi forced back by Call of the Forge God feels like a difference maker. And now it's like, hey, Sivir not outputting DPS while Light being able to free hit in this fight. Fisher getting exhausted immediately, no Tibbers, means Al is all by his lonesome. And that's how Weibo end up being able to finish this fight. I like the call to have the Shy recall as well, bring him back in for a bit of extra safety to guarantee that you get as much as you can.
Fisher just trying to kite out the edge, but unfortunately unable to get the kill, as in the end Chris flashing away survives. But with those kills, with bot side being threatened, Weibo find themselves in a 2k gold lead yet again. Dragons are tight, but Light is huge. 3 items almost, 5-0 and 6. While Weiwei and Crisp has been setting up this game, Light has been punching down the ball at every angle.
Yeah, he's definitely been delivering, doing his job well, but I want to go back to Weiwei, Crisp, Shy, because you were highlighting it earlier, like how hard Uzi's life would be, like all the CCS to worry about, and you were like wondering about things like cleanse coming through because spell shield might not be enough, and we saw in that last fight, right? He never walks forward because quickness is popped. Call of the Forge God has opened up. Like, all these things that he has to worry about to where he's not able to really be part of the fight and output any of his damage is really making a difference in a lot of these team fights. So now, when you already have so many huge carries on the side of Weibo, you now have the Gale Force being upgraded onto Light, you have a stopwatch on your Vi. There's only more things to worry about. Is Xiaohu
has the flash caught out in river. Nothing up down that bottom side. He puts the thumbs up, but ultimately, you would have loved to have that summoner.
Yeah, would have been nice, especially when you look across the board. I believe Weibo still having a good majority of theirs up, and Uzi now not having his flash could have really been a fight decider. You know, a team like Weibo having all flashes up, enemy Sivir not having that could have been the catalyst for Weibo to get something going. But now you have to be a bit more mindful. Not the end of the world on Nico. You still have that rocket build available. We even see a stopwatch now being picked up by Xiaohu himself. So even if he does get in a bit of a precarious position in the next team fight, has some survivability to allow for the other members of Weibo to reposition around him and try to enable him to succeed.
3 items now picked up on Light, by the way. We've got ourselves the Lord Dominic's Regard, Syzygy, the upgraded Gale Force, of course, thanks to the Shy. Light is huge. Level 14 over Uzi's 13. Uzi trailing that 3rd item as well, which will be similar. Well, let's be real, it'll be the same. But Light, I mean, this is the story of the split, isn't it? While Weibo have been up and down, I feel like Light has moderately been the centerpiece. You know, the majority of the time, Light has been old, reliable carry, and in most games, has been the winning piece that's gotten them over the line.
Yeah, it really has been the bot lane. Even when you look at Weibo's MVPs, Crisp is 7, you know, kind of way up there in the MVP standings, and Light is 6. They've been the piece that's been able to deliver for. And it's nice to see for Chris because you usually don't see supports get all that many MVPs, and for Light to be able to follow up on it, be able to output as much damage as possible, and again be one of the best bot lane duos we have in the LPL, and to be smacking down people like Uzi and Mako. Like, these guys are legends. These guys are absolute legends of the game. 2 of the top-rated players in their role, and now Weibo getting a little bit cheeky with it.
Just Light chasing down Arla. I mean, no fear of the Renekton here in this game. GA now picked up by Arla, by the way, so that'll give him a little bit more survivability, especially against the Sibelios. Weibo hold control of the river apart from that Baron pit, which is now watered out. But after that's cleared, EDG will be blind. We'll have to walk into this one and fear the unknown of Weibo's team fight, as it might start with the Shy or the back end from Xiaohu. He misses, though. Arla happy to walk in. Nothing connects. Unfortunate here from the mid laner of Weibo as they go for round 2.
And, I mean, luckily for EDG, Uzi's flash just to be up again. So, by the time this fight breaks off, it should be here as engage.
But they got numbers advantage. EDG are picking the fight. Instead, the Shy flashes away, and then in goes Chris. Baron goes down, but they have to run away as the Shy stretch line back in. Knocked up. Bellows Breath does nothing. Depth charge on Light. The Baron, you split up. As over the wall, Light will be found. That's a world champion with his skin. You will not stand your ground. EDG with 3, and for the Baron, was it worth? The Xiaohu has to ulti, but he's rooted up under turret, dredge line back in. Turrets do not stop EDG, as now Weiwei is all that remains. Mako will die to the turret, but it's a free dragon and possibly more of the map.
You've lost 4 Barons, and now EDG going to get themselves on Soul Point with an Infernal Soul. And it would be 4 Infernals stacked up. As we'll see Weiwei here. Gets the kill on Fisher, gets stunned up. Fisher.
Damage. He's dead. I mean, there's Smite. 1, 2, 3. Weiwei. I mean, talk about carrying this game. Takes one for the charm, and now for Arla. Chris not going to find him out of range. His teleport going to be burned. They want revenge. This should be the double whammy. Call an ambulance, says Weibo. But who is it for? Arla trying to slice and dice out. Chris gets his flash out, but Uzi took the blast cone away from him. Arla wanted a way out of there, but he won't be let out as on the wall he dies. That's a little bit janky. Which side is it? It doesn't matter. EDG going to lose their top laner.
No way!
No! Weiwei flashes, and he's dead too.
He had to flash there because, my God, had Ala gotten away, there's no way you don't tilt off that. There is no shot you don't tilt there. So we're going to see here, like you said, Weibo committing to 2 calls, trying to use Crisp in the shy to zone while the Baron comes out. The thing I really don't like about this play is you have a Sivir. You have that on the hunt that's going to give you the movement speed, so of course you're going to be able to run down the other members once they're done finishing off the Baron. So Light thinks he can survive with Cleanse with Flash. No. JJ able to follow up with the Heartbreaker over the wall. And then even Xiaohu overstaying in mid, thinking he's fine with Baroned up minions into that turret, but EDG are 5 members strong. They can dive you easily. And now we're at a point where an extra 15% damage coming through for EDG from these 3 Infernal Drakes being stacked up, 1 away from Soul.
True.
Weibo should have never been in this position. Twice now, throwing the game around Baron. I guess not exactly a throw as they are still up, but...
I mean, they're not the cleanest team. We know this. We know that Weibo, there's a reason that this team didn't finish in top 4, top 3 even, as a lot of people expected. Hell, even in spring, I think I expected the same thing. Weibo play with their hearts, and sometimes that's a bad thing, as I will say, Lyric, the game is still in their favor, about 1,000 gold, but we are getting to the point where gold is getting... It's not irrelevant yet, nowhere near, right? But we are fast approaching that, and we also have Weibo with an Ornn. So 1k gold, more like 3 or 4 with the item value that's now being given out. They're trying to find a pick. They're trying to keep this game in their favor. Because as you were saying, team fighting with this Ornn in the late game, it feels like Light should have a field day. But EDG keep getting these picks, keep getting these massive ulti plays that are giving a bit of room to Uzi, who is a Sivir. And Sivir scales like nobody's business.
Well, like you're pointing out these Ornn items, right? And like the upgrades equal out to about 1,000 gold worth of stats each. And I'm not a math buff. I'm not, I'm not Molecule or someone who's going to be able to take the numbers. But, again, 3 Infernal Drakes stacked up, we're getting to the point where EDG, I mean, they have a nice bit of damage buff to themselves and a nice stats under their belt, right? So, all it's going to take is one more misstep. That's going to be Soul for EDG. And then it might even just feel impossible for the side of Weibo, but we're definitely going to get to the point where it's going to be just one misstep decides the fight, right? Or even just one good play to kind of give the positive spin to his Chris.
Like that, Fisher! Debut huge! JJ gets the kill, but now his follow-up with the Heartbreaker could be even bigger. Gets over with the E. JJ actually carrying this as well as Fisher. The new mid laner, Fofo, better be quivering in his boots. Now for Weibo under the turret, they might get ended on, but Light, you need to kill Light! You need to kill Light! Xiaohu keeps him away from his 80 carry, but Light has gone away from the Infernum. Now, once again, EDG are looking for the push, but this time against the base 4 versus 2. It's Xiaohu versus the rest of the team as Light hides behind. EDG waiting for the wave, and can they do this, Lyric?
They might be able to. The thing I'm afraid about is JJ. He might not have Heartbreaker up. Let's remember the JJ is just so huge.
Dredge line. I mean, they need to kill this minion wave. Weibo still walking forward. Xiaohu with an angle here. Crisp has his flash available with the quickness. Dredge line out. Boomerang blade to dissuade him. But Weibo, look at the wards on the map. Xiaohu not going to convince a TP just yet, but the Shy's up in 7.
Yeah, the Shy might be able to, but doesn't seem like they're angling for it. Now instead just opting into clearing out these waves. I think it's the right call. Even if you found a kill here, you probably wouldn't be able to end, and Dragon's still far enough away to where you wouldn't pick up that one. So, yep, maintain, presence on the map, push out these waves, try and clear out this vision, and make sure you get the next damn dragon is what Weibo need to do. Is we're going to see here Chris trying to clear out these waves. He knows they're over the wall, and he's just assuming, hey, I'm on the Rakan, I have the mobility, I can escape. and not accounting for the CC that EDG have themselves. Going to be able to run down the members of Weibo, as we keep pointing out the Sivir ulti, and then reset City for JJ, who, even in the early game, when other parts of the map were struggling, he was doing well. Well, I'm scared for Weibo walking near any of these walls. Allah.
Hasn't been spotted. Weibo all to mid, but they flash, they commit, and they've found Uzi. Light gets the kill, Pop Blossom up as well, Mate goes next. While Arla was trying to make this big flanking play, Weibo said no. They now run mid themselves with no bot lane to be accounted for.
No, they're going to try and push this one down. They have supers to deal with. They're going to look for the end, and they need it. If they don't find an end here, like, I mean, Drake's still on the table, so unless they go for inhib, back off, take Infernal, we're going to see what the plan is. Nope, they want to commit.
And look how tanky the Shy is. Searing charge doesn't connect. Fisher stands up, but he won't be standing for long. The new mid laner of EDG taken out as Arla jumps on in. Renekton onto Light, but no, he's out of range. That could be the win for Weibo. Light gets the fire away. Bam, bam, bam. Next up, Arla, as he tries to run out of range. We go to the jungler. Weibo can do it. You're right, Uzi's going to be up, but again, Weibo still as a 5-member strong are shredding these turrets in our match of the week in one of our final of the split. Weibo need one more, but an engage trying from Mako as Uzi's back up. Ricochet, oh, it's Sivir time! Uzi comes back up, fires away, on the hunt. Crisp and Light are being trailed down as Arla still hungry for this prey. Or rather, he's the predator ready to take another bite. Away we'll go, and the game continues on for now.
Is the game going to continue on, though, if EDG are now going to get the soul? Like, finally, we've been talking about this for the past few minutes. That's why I was skeptical of Weibo looking for that end. Ala and JJ are people you have to respect if they're still alive. Now here it is, Light. Going to look for a steal, but is he going to be able to find it? It's picked up. 4 Infernal Drakes stacked up. And again, you have 4 of them. The damage is going to be huge. Light, though!
What? Just running him down. Wait, Uzi's dead again this game.
What is going
on? The wrist. We are literally in a carnival.
Oh my god, Light is 10-1-8, man. Light is huge, but it feels like everyone is huge at this point in time. We're far enough into the game. The Ord items are online. The souls are here.
TP, the Shy, has he gone into certain doom? Pop Blossom comes out. Never mind. Another knock-up. JJ chased up. Hit away as he flashes over. Weiwei's here. It looks like as he's not able to find the final blow, Weibo will go mid again. And EDG this time might be the last.
The fight just does not end. I don't even want to break. Let's just go straight from Nexus exploding to game 2. Let's see if they can defend Hysterics.
They don't have Uzi this time. No ricochets. They're on top of Light, but JJ can't get a reset. A searing charge, great. Weibo will take the win after 30. How many kills? 45? Where's my math? It's bloody huge for game 1. The Shy will not look at the end game screen. He does not need to see it.
I'm telling you, send us into game 2 right now. I'm ready. Yeah. We don't need a break. We are riding on pure adrenaline, and I don't want the players to reset either. I don't want the players to come back calm, cool, and collected. We need them to keep doing whatever it is they're doing right now, because my God, that game is not defined by anything but shenanigans, kind of mistakes, bold plays, like again, to counteract the mistakes that came out from both sides. Also, just players being willing to punish, right? Like, it's like, oh, okay, we're dead, but now, okay, they just took Dragon. Uzi's still on the map. Crisp and Light just instantly going in for the kill. Or again, the vice versa of, okay, Weibo being overzealous here. I'm a big Renekton. I have dominance. I have Gore Drinker jumps in. They're all low. They can't go for the end. It was a great game. This is what we deserve on the last day of the LPL regular season. And this gets us excited because these are 2 teams that are going to be in playoffs. We're going to get so many more of these, and it's going to be best of 5s. Why is life so awesome?
I mean, again, they could meet up, right? Like, this could not be the last time we see them over the next week because playoff starts on Thursday. Now, again, this is what the being fought for here today as EDG. If they do lose this series, will be a seed number 8. They'll be top side of the bracket. If Weibo win, OMG lose, then Weibo are on the same side of the bracket as EDG as well, and that will happen in round 2 most likely. So, again, that's what makes this matchup so exciting. But I think, I think the biggest takeaway is I'm not I'm not confident in Weibo's ability, Lyric. I'm not confident in EDG's ability. I think both of them need to go to the drawing board in some regard, despite how insane that game was.
See, the problem is just that JDG and BLG exist. So compared to those teams, every other team does kind of look like they're trolling. Which again, I mean, JDG has a lot of fun games. Like not to say JDG always look really clean, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's just the disparity of those teams existing. But my God, this game was something. The gold graph back and forth. I mean, not really back and forth. If you watch this whole game, Weibo should have won this game. Weibo kind of threw at Baron twice and gave EDG the chances to get in. But again, people like Gala, they stayed true to it. They collected gold. They made a difference. Uzi on the Sivir, great late game team fights. But ultimately, Light had a great series. Crisp had some crisp moments. I mean, just, you know, his name kind of describes the way he played this game, because really did have, other than the one time he got caught out and I think kind of did disrespect EDG, just a lot of great plays coming out from the side of Weibo. Great team fighting series, if that's what you want. Is maybe team fighting is too strong of a word. Maybe skirmishing is better, because a lot of those weren't exactly team fights, right? It was like someone gets picked off and then there's like a 5-minute extended scrap.
And again, like, it doesn't always go the way you expect. That was the thing about that series. Is like there were clutch plays, but it was just so messy, and scrap being the perfect word. I just felt like every time we come to a new fight, a new scrap, it's someone else is out playing, or someone else is mucking about. Like Fisher with a great one, or Jeje has a moment. Arlo on the Renekton, you know, Light having insane fights. Xiaohu then great pop blossom. Like, it just kept changing, fight after fight. It was just like it was a close game, but in very different ways.
It's like if a team fight is like, let's say, a kind of organized like boxing match or something like that. This was just two drunk people in a bar fighting about like whose peanuts are on the counter. You know what I mean? It was just something silly that really didn't need to happen. But we're all happy we got to witness it. So yeah, that one was great. I'm so excited for game 2, and yeah, I guess we'll get to kind of see if Fisher stays in, or if they decide to opt into bringing back Fofo or not, or if it's more about just the experience that he can get under his belt. So some questions going to be answered, and that's what I want to see. And I don't know how AL OMG is going to follow this one up, but it's going to be rough.
No. Hey, hopefully at least for game 2, we're going to get more of the shenanigans from Weibo, from EDG for our match of the week. We'll take a quick break and then return with, again, hopefully more.
그러다가 에스가 때리겠어요. 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 들어갑니다. 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어. 페이지를 메디탕 먹었고요. 여기 3분 수 트리플 K. 아니 한타 어그로 핑퐁을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가. 딜라이 다시 넘어가. 왜 아래 찍어야? 그러니까 펜타킬. You wanna know where I am? You wanna know exactly what goes on? You stand where I stand.
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you count the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertalk Gaming comes up big again.
テレポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射、そこに合わせのポンプブロッサム、ただフェザーストームでよけていますが、アリアを捉えることには成功している。ただイコライザーものすごく痛い。それに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップ。さあ、あとは体力の低いヒロキと、そしてワシダイはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得。データネーション大霞。
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se hace de Orozo, el tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, Furia de Dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la balanza a C, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, sigue vivo, doble, de pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho también, se lo roba, Movistar R7, triple asesinante y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no da las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요. 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데 타이밍 잘 잡았거든요.
예, 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를.
야, 앞으로 오면서
그냥 맞기를. 우와, 쇼메이커.
E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
We are back after an exhilarating game number one. All it took was Weibo and EDG to meet head-to-head, and we get fireworks for the first game. I'm Mr. Eric, I'm joined by Lyric, and honestly, I didn't hear MVP Lyric, but I don't need to. Let's be real, it was light.
Ah! I think it was Way if I heard correctly. I'm pretty sure I heard Way.
Okay, you know what? I was talking about for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, we hit a lot on, like, the CC and the setup. Because Light did phenomenally. He did his job. He was great. But just the amount of pressure that, like, the Vi and the Rakan, right? Way and Chris were putting on Uzi and, like, putting just on these team fights overall, catching out people like Fisher again and again and making it so he couldn't have a great debut, right? Really punishing him in this game was the catalyst for the Weibo win. The calls were messy. The calls were all over the place and made it close. But again, this is exactly what you watch LPL for, is we just had some great fighting moments, and Wei we saw many times leading that charge.
Oh man, him and Chris, like, on the same page every single part of the early to mid game. I guess, yeah, Light was the one to pick him up. And Light will pick up MVP, but it's because of Weiwei, it's because of Crisp that he was able to get so fed in this game. And like Weiwei taking out Fischer by himself is a good indication of where this man was at after so many back and forth trades.
And also why so many times when Weibo, take the Rift, why we highlight this guy, right? Is highlight him being one of the difference maker after, again, Karsa had such a terrible spring split, just kind of being honest. Like, Weiwei came in, showed that, especially his tenure on BLG didn't define him. And in that, right, I mean, until this iteration of BLG, that BLG, despite having so many big name players and good players, it was just kind of like a messy conglomeration of them that couldn't work, that didn't have a system, and that way it was still a player worth investing in. So we're going to move into game 2. EDG are going to move to the blue side, which, might be a better omen for them, as, things like the Nico obviously going over to Xiaohu in that game, and, that made a big difference maker, especially in the early game. We saw him having tons of priority, being able to move first, things along that. The Vi, we're going to see how that changes up, of course, bans, just so many things that might be able to go better in EDG's favor. As we do get, we did get confirmation that, we didn't hear that they're making a roster change. So I do like that they're committing to Fischer, as we said before the series. I hate when teams just kind of bring in a player, give him one game, doesn't have, maybe the best debut where they go 10-0 and they aren't this huge carry. It's like, no, give them a full series. Let's see what they can do. Give them time on stage. And like we said, despite the fact that this series and the next series, every series today has like standings ramifications, at the same time as EDG, like, you might not care if you play NIP or WE first. Like, it might not make a difference to you. You've already beaten both of those teams. Just try and set yourself up for, the best success going forward.
I mean, that's what you need. Like, again, when you are a team, both sides really, this is relevant, that applied some of the different flavors throughout this split. Weiwei being one, Fischer the other on EDG, Uzi the other, right? We started with the Snake, which is a shame we couldn't talk about him. Of course, then we had Leave, and then now we have Uzi. Like, that's what's so fun about both these rosters, as they're both fighting for better positions in playoffs, as we're both about to get into playoffs, about to get into game number 2 shortly. Playoffs coming up later in the week.
I mean, honestly, not a false statement. We are going to get into playoffs pretty soon.
Pretty soon, yeah.
I ruined your train of thought. I apologize.
That's all right, dude. How many trains have I been on this year? It doesn't matter. It'll come back. I have conducted so many different trains. I literally dig the coal, except sometimes I throw it out the window instead of onto the train, into the furnace. When do we stop having trains like that? What a banger idea that is. Pretty bad for the environment, though, wouldn't it?
But, like, I mean, not all trains are good trains. I can't remember what movie it is, but, I remember there's that one movie where, like, people are, like, stuck on a train that, like, just will never stop, and then it becomes, like, a, horror movie of, like, people killing each other to survive. Not the type of train you want to be on. If someone remembers the name of that movie. Is that it? I think that's it. It sounds right.
Is it when they can't stop because it's too cold?
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. That would have bothered me so much.
The TV series has Sean Bean in it, by the way, as Match of the Week continues. I've got you covered, don't worry. EDG versus Weibo, and Rumble's banned against the Shy. I really hope this continues returning to LPL top laners, because, man, seeing the Shy back on carries would be exciting, but I guess this game, it will not be.
Oh, and it's kind of just makes you wonder what's been going on in scrims, right? Because another champion that the Shy hasn't pulled out this split just yet. We had the same thing with Breathe earlier on, where he brought out and Breathe had a great performance up against LGD in game 1, even if that was also a very messy series. We see here, Tristan now taken off the table. I wonder where Weibo go with this last ban. Things like the LeBlanc, of course, have been heavily prioritized. Weibo themselves banned that out in game 1. And it is a champion that Fischer is more well known for. LeBlanc, Azir, Akali. You're going to kind of look at his history. That is really what he's delivered on. LeBlanc being the most standout of those champions in the meta. But that does leave open the Kai'Sa for Uzi. And Uzi, despite the fact that, I mean, they actually kept up a good bit of pressure in lane, and like in the straight up 2v2 weren't really faring badly. It was just a jungle intervention was really getting the best of them, with Weiwei doing a better job at going for those counter ganks against JJ. But now Uzi really gonna have the onus to be a real playmaker that, sadly the Sivir just doesn't give you that ability.
Well, on the other side though, for Weibo, I'm more curious about what gets picked into it, because Rel commonly banned away, and Lyric, look, it's the Shy. So it's either going to be a Renekton here, or Xiaohu, for some reason, is going to pick Azir this early on. I guess they're going to not look at jungle? Surely as Weiwei, you'd be like, let's get jungle priority, no?
I wonder if they're kind of
Forget
looking at this as a takeaway from Fisher, because like I said, this being one of his well-known champions. At the same time, despite the fact that Xiaohu is 3 wins and 1 loss, I don't feel like Xiaohu has really shown some of the best moments on Azir. So we're going to see how he's able to do here against Fisher. Might open him up for a lot of lane domination, because despite the fact that Azir, right, known as kind of like a scaling teamfight champion, does have a lot of presence in the 1v1. We'll see if that changes kind of pending on how JJ and Weiwei want to end up playing out this game. But very early rotations of bot lanes coming through. A little bit different for what we typically see in the meta. Usually you get a lot of like focus on top side with the amount of priority picks in mid, top, and jungle. And now a champion that we have seen banned so much, does so well into a lot of just kind of the meta champions, that this would be a great pickup for Ala.
How funny is it if Fisher locks in Jax? Jax has been remade to be a Fisher. Yeah? Yeah?
No,
you know his passive? Yeah, Fisher is Jax. Hey.
That is the kind of stuff. That is the kind of stuff I'd expect from a Munch and a Nightmare cast, not from a me and you one. You are right though. You are right though. Just the scope for that is now we're gonna get to see how the answer is. You highlighted it in Game 1 draft that Light really has just loved leaning back on the Aphelios lately. And I think it's a good shout, right? Something he's done well on. We saw what he was able to do in Game 1. Kind of sets up well for the Azir, where now you kind of have solid lines in a team fight, right? You have this like really long range DPS carry in the Azir. You have Aphelios going to kind of play in like the mid range of a team fight setup for that. Does well against champions who want to come into him. Stuff like a Kai'Sa does fly in, and you have like red white. You should be able to try and out DPS her before she can just outright burst you out. And now we're going to see what Weibo went around out with. I think especially in this top lane, going up against the Jax, I wouldn't be surprised if we once again see the Shy default to, you know, another generic kind of frontline tank. He's loved, you know, the Casantes, the Orns, all those things. But yeah, Renekton, another champion that definitely is there if they feel like they need some stronger semblance of early game pressure on the top side of the map.
You know, it'd be great in this comp. Camille. Yeah. Oh, we're not going to get it, but man, just having gone through the early days of the Lucian top, the Callista with Sanguine Blade top, those were the OG days, man. And it's like an old man, you know, being like, I remember when, you know, people used to talk to each other instead of being on their mobile phones. That's literally what I feel like watching the Shy. Be like, oh, I remember when this man played 80 carries top lane. And then now we just get, you know, Ornn games like that before. Let's see if the spark returns, but for now, look, the Poppy taken away. You knew that might have been top. Sejuani as well. So melee possibilities as Casante's still alive and well, Lyric as well. Let's be real, probably going to be a Casante or Renekton game for the Shy. Or leave it to last pick and leave it something spicy.
We're going to see what they go for years. Wow! Actually get Weiwei bringing out the Ivern again. He's played it once so far. But setting up, I mean, going to give some nice peel, nice protection, and really allow for some of these sieges to come through later on with things like Daisy being able to tank that turret and really set up plays to come through from there. Now, JJ, I wonder if he has an answer. You know, you can go like more aggressive jungle options into the Ivern, try to really get in its face, and just counter jungle. That's something that Ivern really doesn't like to deal with. Now, having the Annie in mid lane would definitely do that to be that enabling piece once again. It seems like they aren't really going to get Fisher in a carrier role, but this time around, we see Weibo did do their homework, right? I highlighted Azir, Akali, and LeBlanc. Those are the 3 champions they did decide to take away, and they go for it. Actually bringing out the Lee Sin. So JJ, one going to get in Weiwei's face, one going to try and bring him down and really just stop this Ivern from having any set impact. And, I mean, you called it. Yeah, you know the Shy's champion pool quite well.
It's happening. It's happening. It's Casante top. Hey, what about Quinn, he says? Guys gonna play Quinn?
He does have a bit of a devilish smile going on right now, which I don't really like. Because there we go. This fan knows exactly what's up as the Cassante does come through. So Weibo, again, a comp that I don't associate with Weibo's strengths of, like we said, I think being able to like rotate around the map very well and kind of out-trade you in terms of, you know, turrets and objectives. But once again, going to try and play out through this 5v5. Going to have the Ivern to enable both the Azir and the Aphelios, and a very short-range comp by EDG, which is where I feel like Rel thrives and where that ult especially gets like maximum value of being able to lock people down, to where for EDG, very aggressive, very in your face, and all about JJ in my mind. I want to see exactly what JJ does and what lanes he impacts in again, especially if he does go and looks to duel Weiwei on the Ivern.
I mean, look, last game on the Viega had some brilliant moments on his champion. Lee Sin as well. I feel like JJ has shown over the years has been one of his greats as well. We have so many good Lee Sins in the LPL, but, you know, JJ can be this carry threat, this snowball potential demon. In this game, he has to be, because game number 1, there was few and far between moments where EDG found clean fights. It was always off the back of Weibo overstaying, splitting up, and it felt like members like Arla, even, you know, I was going to say Gala, Uzi, having some good little pick-offs himself. Hell, even Mako setting it up. But this game, Lyric, to keep EDG in a firm position so they decide their own fate, they need to find a win against Weibo. And look, if it's a match of the week, if it doesn't go to a game 3, how sad are you all? Because LPL ends its regular season after tonight. You have to sit there by yourself or with a loved one crying for 2 days straight until we start playoffs
For
again.
2 days.
2 days. What will you do for 2 days? You tell me. And be honest.
What, are you asking me?
No,
You're asking the fans.
people at home. The people
Okay,
at home.
good. Fans still incredibly excited, ready for this one. EDG, I mean, they're going to need that support to be able to come back in this one. And again, all of it, in my mind, a lot going to have to be set up by JJ. Ala had a really good performance in game number 1. Also going to come in with, you know, a beneficial matchup being on this Jax. So definitely, I think EDG having the tools to do much better this time around. Is Weibo going to be a change of pace for a team that, like we said in game 1, has kind of been better at pushing the pace and has been in your face and wanting to fight. And we saw in game 1, they did that incredibly well in that first 15 minutes. I mean, this comp doesn't really set up for that in the same way, right? Having the Azir in the mid lane, having Aphelios down in bot, and especially having that Ivern in jungle. So we'll see what Weiwei has cooked up and what kind of leads he'll be able to set up the Weibo squad for.
So, I guess 2 thoughts in mind. One, Arla, one day, if he ever gets a beer commercial or a drinks commercial, like, man, that guy, how good would it be with the name? As Western fans would love the ale that he's selling. Second thought, as you said, Weibo, when their playstyle's all about the early game, are we essentially looking at, what, 2, 3 losing lanes where you can't really do much unless EDG overstep?
Yeah, you're looking at, like we said, top, not going to be able to do well early on. Bot, very much the same. A few levels in your belt, right? Aphelios not being able to have any presence level 1, and Rel very similar, kind of wanting to be able to get that full combo off. The only lane where you'll be able to get a semblance of pressure would be mid. You know, Xiaohu's going to be able to start being able to try to get push in that 1v1. The problem is, you know, you can't think about the 1v1 because there is a Lee Sin on the opposite side. You have to be worried about the constant jungle pressure that can be in your face. So I'm going to be looking a lot at Weibo's warding, especially to make sure that they can constantly spot out where JJ is and just try to nullify him, right? Like, Weiwei looking for counter ganks, so just making sure that these lanes can't find the advantages that they want. Try and go to mid game on even footing, and that's where Weibo really can start stepping up.
Be a different look for EDG is, yeah, he's making his way to top side. I mean, a gank on the Shy, Wave pushing in. Arla doesn't have a ward down here. Lyric, all it takes is a flip back, doesn't find it. Arla might want a ward jump. He does have a ward available. Weiwei's just waiting, gets the root caller in anyway. There's a counter strike, gets away. Bit of damage down, so Arla will have to be careful walking back up.
And I mean, pressure gank still very impactful, right? Forcing him out of the lane early on, having him use that
Speaking
EV,
of,
gank comes through.
Sonic Wave dodges away. Good crash down here as Light just gets a trade back. But again, in both lanes, a bit of damage. Nothing more here as junglers make their first appearance.
We do see Weiwei, though, getting some deep vision in the enemy jungle, so that will be able to kind of help out later on, spotting out when JJ is going to be on that Gromp and try and make your plans around that. Even still sticking around the top side. Obviously, Ala's going to know he's here now, wanting to wait and be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, but going to dissuade Ala from being able to do anything over-aggressive.
to wait it. God, that's a spooky sound. I'm assuming this is Coven Ivan. There's no tree is that dark, but those sounds are terrifying. My God.
I didn't even know that Ivern had a Coven skin.
I'm pretty sure it is. It has to be Coven. There is no tree that is that witchy.
You know, in my mind, Ivern only has that cotton candy, like, you know, like whatever that skin's called.
Oh, it's all the little, like, you know, the Candy Crush things. There's, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, where it can. Oh, wait, no, hang on.
Oh.
Fisher almost dies in lane. Two in his ear. That's red hot.
And like we were saying, right, Xiao would be the one semblance of pressure they have, but engage.
Ignite comes down. Chris sacrificing his life. Gravitum's going to come through. Weiwei can't get here in time, but Mako one hit away. Light flashes forward. Both 80 carries get first blood, or rather a killer piece. Uzi cleanses away in the end. And just as we're saying, Weibo's laning phase is going to be quiet, we then blink an eye.
And coming from the isolated lanes, right? The 1v1 in mid, the 2v2 down in bot. No jungle intervention really needed. Weiwei, of course, eventually made his way down here to find this play, but Weibo setting this up themselves. As we see here, Crisp walking in, trying to spot them out, and setting up the play. Does get the initial engage. Ignites get traded on both sides, so you do get a kill going over for EDG. But I think it's nice that Weibo was able to force that cleanse as well, so at least giving, Summoner for Summoner. Light, of course, did have to go for his own flash, but equalizing it a bit. Now, though, in this mid lane is where Fisher's going to have to be a little bit more conscious, not having his flash up. Xiaohu always going to have the Shurima Shuffle available, potentially try and find another kill onto Fisher if he can start whittling him down low with these Sand Soldiers.
But I will say in the meantime, when we're talking about all the individual lane leads, the trade of summoners, Jeje was just farming away. So Wei were able to burn his own flash to get a summoner down bot, but Jeje farms, hits 5, or rather will be hitting 6 first by the looks of it. And Weiwei now second to the thought as Dragon's being solid. One of the greatest things about Lee Sin. He's spotted out though.
Yeah, Weiwei shouldn't be able to join here. I mean, you look at bot lane, Go and Uzi are zoning off the Weibo bot lane.
Oh, got him!
But Fisher?
Oh, and over the wall, Xiaohu going to find himself a good shove. Fisher, remember, no flashes we talked about, but it's into Mako's waiting arms as Tibbers is repping the Balenciaga shirt or something, whatever's going on there. Dragon will still go down to EDG at the end as Fisher does survive the long walk around.
I think Weibo just trying to make it so Weiwei's not wasting too much time, kind of hovering around bot side rivers so they over the play. But we saw Mako and Uzi zoning out the bottom side. Mako always going to be able to make his way up here first. So that play was super over ambitious. And now EDG going to go for a play themselves. Should have been spotted out by the control ward, so Weibo should have an idea that he's here. But look, Fisher also hovering down. Good. Weibo's bot lane does back off. Not going to see a repeat of what we saw from the RNG bot lane early on. But, talking about lane leads, despite us kind of highlighting some of the playmaking coming out from Weibo, it's actually like small CS advantage in mid for Fisher. CS advantage in bot lane for Uzi and Mako. It's really only in top where you look at the Shy. Able to do so much from that initial pressure gank he got from Weiwei in dominating Ala in this 1v1.
Really is. I mean, even under turret, good little trade here. Sacrifice. Nope, he's got a shield. Cassante cares not. I mean, that is more than a CS lead. That is a barrier just built between the Shy and Ala, as Jeje might start the Herald up top side, but doesn't want to touch the lane for now. And even with the Shy moving down, he's playing it very cautiously.
Shy gonna have to be careful. I'm gonna kind of posture and allow for the members to move up because we can see Crisp is here, gonna make his way over with Xiaohu. But the Shy's gonna open himself up to get picked.
He is. He's trying to threaten like he's got a jungler nearby. Jeje's in, all out through as well. Kick doesn't work out. I just love Cassante's ability to not give a damn. As Herald does reset, EDG still with 4 members, but now Weibo have been given time.
I mean, can they go for this though? Like, sure, Fisher uses ulti, but the Shy doesn't have TP. He can't join the play. And I feel like we see this so often where you're at a numbers disadvantage. You try to posture to, like, be ready for your team to join in and go for the fight, but you just set up for yourself to be engaged on, and you're kind of hoping for the enemy to make mistakes. Oh. Uzi having to burn cleanse, so nice pivot by Weibo towards the bot side, but
using Emo Daisy to zone out as Xiaohu dodging away from Tibbers. You know what? Balenciaga's expensive anyway. What's the point? As JJ gets the Sonic Wave. Now for Xiaohu, Flash ult is still available. Trying to bait him in with Wei nearby. And there we go. The bodyguard alongside him. Adding extra brush. It gets very grassy around these areas as Wei now just setting up his camp, but looking towards mid. Crisp is here as well. JJ and Fisher in trouble. Ulti back. There we go. Combo Crisp. Flash with the crush down. That's beautiful stuff here from Weibo as a three-man unit. And they pick up only one, but they picked up our hearts along the way.
And we highlighted Crisp in game one as being one of the standouts on Weibo. I believe he's the only support to be that, like, as high as he is in the MVP standings with 7. Now, though, speaking of supports, Mako, yeah, you gotta get the hell out of here.
Get the brush going. Crisp thinking about it, but again, they're already out of range. Wait. Oh, I wonder if he's in there. Well, almost got hit by that. If Uzi gets hit by that, that is a poor form to die in.
Ends up not going down, but we did a replay of what happened in the mid lane. Rotating over from bot, great Shurima shuffle to start things off, and then Crisp. Ulti, Flash, ready to go. They get the lockdown there, and they're able to finish off Fisher. Sadly, JJ does manage to escape. You'll take that, right? Continuing to put pressure on this mid laner. Fisher, though, still is the one with the CS lead.
Yep.
But Weibo, actually the one's small gold lead. Again, other than the small amount of kills they've been able to pick up, a lot of that is going to be coming from the top side. We need to remember that JJ has the Rift Herald. So they should be looking to equalize that right now, especially Zuzi has finally finished off that static Shiv.
Nice and early too, alongside the Kraken in light hands on the other side. So one item piece down in bot lane. As a side note, that gold lead you were talking about before, probably because of Top. Top is still 20 CS ahead. As you said, one pressure gank made all the difference. As this Cassandre in a great position. Probably because he knows exactly where JJ is. As Xiaohu playing with fire. Okay, wait, all in on multiple sides. It's the Shy now running away from Arla, but he also has the all out. So you never know with Cassandre, as Arla just getting himself grasped. That was because it was a safeguard bot side, excuse me. Nothing really like a full engage, just something off the side of our screen that made me jump.
Shy doing a great job, though, with these dashes, making sure he gets out, not allowing for, you know, any more extended trades to come out from Ala. Trying to set himself up to find a nice Q3 onto him. But Ala playing around this lane roll.
Counter strike.
Goes for it.
He could die. Ulti used. The Shy flips him back. Wait. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Ala had the damage, though. I respect the man who was losing out a lot of 3-man blast going. We're in. Light is like getting a great ulti, though. Hang on. And meanwhile, Xiao ultis him against the wall. Light just got an instant double kill. Even though Uzi got over the wall first, but Fisher now getting blasted away by Infernum. Weibo in. They're in all the way. Xiao with another kill. Uzi has to 1v3, but with Gravitum, it's impossible. Let there be light again.
And that fight initially looked so bad for Weibo after they blast cone in and Wei gets obliterated. But the TP making the difference. And now you can see Crisp trying to get some vision control down towards the spot side. Gets a nice control ward around red buff. You know, Wave pushed in, so some CS going to be denied from Uzi. Not going to make all the difference, but now 4-0-0 on the Aphelios, 2-0-3 on the Azir. These guys are getting big, as we see here, right? The Shy gets slow enough to where, like you pointed out, Ala knows he has kill pressure. Gets the initial stun, but all out comes through. Some of the healing there, and then 2 turret shots, enough to make the difference. And then here, Wei really overestimating, I think, his tankiness here. Is great hook by Mako to start it off. It's going to open up for Uzi to get killed, but keep your eyes on Xiaohu. If Xiaohu goes in, Moonlight Vigil follows up. Actually, Moonlight Vigil started it off from Light. What am I saying? And then the Shurima Shuffle came out to make sure that those 2 kills went through for Weibo. And now with Fisher being taken low from the range that Xiaohu's using, it leaves Uzi all to his lonesome. So Light really being the difference maker there. In the original play, I thought it was Xiaohu's TP that really set up the play, but it was all, you know, Crisp and Light, once again, making things work for Weibo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I tooted the ship's horn. Like, Weibo, again, launched themselves off the dock into enemy hands. As Mako and Uzi, the same situation coming up. Daisy following up as Jerjer also here, but the TP in the back end, this could be great for EDG. Sonic Wave's going to connect. Watch Jerjer here as Christmas tagged. The kick not used just yet. It's Tempest, safeguarded Fisher. Flashes, gets the Shy, stopped him from getting out, but the shuffle with the Magnet Storm! Let the Emperor reign over EDG. Weibo Gaming clean house, and this team is pure fire today.
That combo was gorgeous coming out from Xiaohu and Crisp. Win the fight, 12-3 now in kills. They're gonna pick up themselves a nice dragon and should be able to get those refits off, make their way to topside, and start competing for that second Herald. But my God, beautiful play from Weibo.
That was insane. Crisp has been on point today as well. But Xiaohu on this is here. Been getting some great ultis in the last couple of fights. Replay time so we can gawk over this once more.
Running them down, knowing they have numbers. Sure, TPs are coming through, but the play comes up before Fisher can really get too much done as a Shy, forcing him out. Seems like he was kind of scared of getting pinched, but here it is. Shurima Shuffle into the Magnet Storm. Like, that was just huge. It doesn't matter that Light got knocked up, from the ultimate from Mako, still able to dish out enough damage. We're going to see the RNG coaching staff incredibly happy. I am surprised that Fisher was scared of getting pinched, it looked like, and wasn't more confident in just throwing out the Tibbers. And then EDG, all winning, hoping for the best there. How hesitant they were really gave Weibo the terms to decide the fight.
I love Lyric. You see Xiaohu, you're like, RNG. I agree. I know, I've done it so many times. The Weibo coaching stuff, don't worry.
The worst part is having him and Uzi on the roster. Like, not on the roster, on the Rift. It's seeing them both.
Yeah, I know. It's like, man, RNG must be playing somewhere. But hey, look, this is looking like a game 2 for Weibo. I mean, for a team that wasn't really clean this split, the fact that they can 2-0 EDG, if it ends up like this, is a great sign. Of course, the game still needs to end as Chris was setting up again. Great Magnet Storm before as he's tagged out. Back on the horse, he crashes down. JJ zones him out. But EDG looking for this objective bounty up in the top side as Weibo is still positioned to fight.
Yeah, keep her eyes. Empress Vite up. Chris with Magnet Storm. Only finds one.
It's only a single one, though. He's kicked away. There's Graviton, but it's not going to find it with the Moonlight Vigil. EDG still zoned away. Nevertheless, is Shy. Moves up while Arla tries to get solo turret down bot.
Yeah, EDG not committing to the fight. Ala does have TP, but didn't want to end up going for it. I think it's the right call. Considering Weibo are this strong, right? Despite the fact they don't know the gold lead, tapping and looking that it's 3-12. They know Weibo are in a considerable position of power. So I like it. Get the turret. Try and equalize the gold lead a little bit. Because at this point in time, it's just damage control for EDG, right? Try and get as many waves under your belt as you can. Try to establish as full of a vision line as you can. And, if you could get in river, that would be great. But even some defensive warriors just along your own jungle would be nice. When Weibo now are going to really start breaking down some of these structures on the map. They get this turret, but look at mid lane. Mid lane turret incredibly low as well. If Weibo break that one down, they're going to have such easy access to that top side jungle from EDG.
But let's be real. If EDG hold their mid lane turret, it feels like good news here, Lyric. At least it's stalling out the game for one of those miracle picks, one of those miracle engages from either Maker, from JJ. It's not like this game we've seen a great kick to separate with, Annie comboed up. The combos this game have been from Weibo. The picks this game have been from Weibo. EDG few and far between with a draft that you expect to be more proactive, but Lyric, given very little chances, as now with the item differential as well, you feel like, what else are they going to be given? As Arla's about to die. Now, he can leap away. He can flash away. There's a turret there, but the Shy into the wall. Says no way. All out burnt as well. Daisy in the way. Arla flashes away against 3 people. Credit to the man as the Shy just will not say no. Under turret, almost dies himself. Arla, the balls of steel keep him going.
And just not having the damage, right? Your 2 damage dealers being in mid lane, trying to control these waves, get pressure down and break open this mid lane turret like we were just hitting on. So Ala does manage to escape, but still getting a flash is quite nice. This is Crisp. Off to the side. Just going to manage to get the turret for now. No fight should break out. This might even lead to them just controlling the spot side for Dragon coming up soon. But look at JJ. He's looking for an angle.
But he's seen on a ward. Teleport coming through. EDG, this is the play. The kick away. Guess who they got? But Light immediately out of there as Weibo get a triple knockup against them. But the Shy in the front line under turret doesn't care. They've already taken down JJ as the ult follows through, but it's a flash away by Mako. Meanwhile, Fisher also caught out as the Shy just keeps running past this turret with not a care in the world. Daisy, it's a fake one. It's Tibbers, the beta of the 2 bears. And his turret falls on down. Weibo once again open up the map here in this game. And EDG, they're just not getting the play they want with all those summoners up and available.
Yeah, but now, like, EDG are recognizing it's pretty much all up to Ala. Putting up some pressure in these sides, trying to pull Weibo apart. We've seen Weibo are very fine to drop sides and really no care at all. JJ, though, tries to go for the big play. Hell, doesn't try. He succeeds. Finds Light, but the flash is there, and sadly, the counter-strike from Ala is so close to getting the stun. And here, even with, like, ults kind of going awry, like Chris only using the Magnet Storm on the Lee Sin, Moonlight Vigil not doing much, the amount of DPS, the formation of being able to play that front to back is doing so much for this Weibo Gaming squad. And now, I mean, Xiaohu...
Time to die.
He has no flash. If they commit to this, he is dead.
The Shy has all out. Now, Cassante cannot be isolated. He cannot yield. EDG, not sure they spotted him. Pings were going down, so maybe that's a yes.
I like the respect.
Cheap Baron on a ward. On a ward they are.
Like, the Shy wasn't too greedy with his pathing. Xiaohu checking the brushes with his soldiers. So Weibo at least conscious that EDG could be there. EDG, though, now do have some deeper vision, which is nice, right? Gonna be able to spot out where Weibo are going, especially if any plays or any shenanigans go on around that Baron. And if you weren't here for game one, there were a lot of shenanigans around that Baron that ended up biting Weibo.
We'll begin again, though. This time they have it as here, and also Light with 2 and a bit items, counting that long sword as the Shy starts zoning off against the wall. There's the Magnet Storm. Ala's in so early! That man, his namesake, looking like Ale this game, as EDG with 4 members in a choke is not the way. Weibo going to move back towards the Baron as Sonic Wave connects. JJ thinking about going in. Baron slowly going down, but it's a numbers disadvantage as Fisher steps on up. Tibbers is out, but Fisher now isolated. Joe with an easy kill as Weibo are looking like a 2-0 to end their split. Baron given a debuff, but Light goes forward. Psycho ADs are in the LPL's nature as the Shy starts pulling out, all out, onto Jet. 3-1-3, the man angry after get to battle a couple of heads together.
Much better performance from Weibo in this game too. And again, this win will mean something. If they win this, and if OMG lose in the next series, I mean, they move up to 5th, right? Move to a different side of the bracket, have, you know, technically a better position. And so far, at least setting themselves up to do so, as we're going to see here how the play starts. Weibo feeling confident they can win this, and just immediately all-inning onto Ala. We do see the ult come out from Chris. Moonlight Vigil follows up, which gets Fisher quite low, makes it hard for him to be able to revisit and join this fight. Still tries to, but the Shy putting up so much pressure, just running forward. Xiaohu able to finish off that one. And then, I get it, EDG, they know it's a desperate situation. They just have to keep going for it and maybe try and angle for JJ to go for a steal, but it just ends up lending the Shy a position to go for the all-out and find the kill onto JJ himself. But we've seen the Shy, Weiwei, Xiaohu, Light pop off. I just really want to keep highlighting Crisp, as maybe we need to focus on...
Oh,
Crisp might actually
did you
go
say
down.
Crisp? Well, hang on. Arla's not there yet. Teleport coming through. Chris with the Magnet Storm. No one stuck around to find out. Again, look at that graph as Arla jumps on in. He braces the ulti, but Light's just hitting away. Arla is in no man's land. Meanwhile, EDG are grouped up. Xiaohu is ready to find that ulti that ends the game. The Shy chasing up. He's got Flash. He's got All Out available as well. Looking for Uzi now. Weibo with Baron might be able to break the base without Arla on the same page or even on the same atmosphere as EDG.
Chris thought about recalling, but wanting to stay, it tells Weibo needing to use his Baron, knowing, you know, 1 minute, 20 seconds left, having Xiao pushing the bot lane, they're going to be able to pivot very easily, and at least make sure they get some turrets down. The Shy seems like he's going to be the one playing like middleman, sticking around a mid lane with Weiwei here.
He's still by himself. Sonic Wave connects. Kick is in hand as Arla, by the way, has teleport in about a second because he's come back up and alive. That ulti will
They have a deep ward that's being pinged.
Yeah,
they might go for
in the lane. It's the Hail Mary, isn't it? What else do you have in this game, Lyric?
Oh. Yeah, you don't have anything. You need to just go for it. But engage misses.
Oh,
Fisher now.
Oh,
just go
no! Oh, dear Lord. Fishing for what? Light is going to get ultied up with the depth charge from Mako, but it's already a double. Arla did teleport in the end, but to what? And who is learning American on this EDG roster? As now for the inhib turret to drop down alongside it. Weibo with Baron have the finishing touches to end this series right here.
They're going to go for it. Nothing EDG are going to be able to do. JJ going to try his best, but Weibo wanting to make their way up to that fifth slot. And this game was just absolutely dominant.
It was indeed. 19 kills, make it 20 in the end. Weibo are ready for playoffs as they take their 10th win and 10-6 and give us a lot of hope for their playoff run here in summer.
Great way to end the regular season for Weibo. A team that is, given a lot of anxiety to the fans. A team that honestly has been hard to believe in. They've shown the highest of highs. They took down JDG, which sure, that was coming right off of MSI. But hell, they took down JDG even back in spring. They're the only team that have taken down JDG consistently all year long. And now, again, being able to come with some consistency towards the end of the split. Was it a little bit messy? Yes, especially in that game one. But I think much needed confidence coming out from Weibo and the boys overall. So, again, we're going to have to see the next series to see how it impacts them in relation to the standings and seeing which side of the bracket they end up on. But I assume Weibo don't really care. They're fine. There is no easier side of the bracket. You really are just going to step up, be able to perform.
And I can also tell you guys, you already knew, but again, Weibo will have 20 points coming from spring. They'll have minimum guaranteed 10 like OMG. So they're not guaranteed for regionals, but they're in a good spot as long as they find a series win, as long as they're able to get through to at least another round to find a spot for regionals or holds barred. But again, Weibo here tonight, they finish off their split 10-6. All they have to do is wait for OMG in this final series to realize if they're on the top or the bottom side of the bracket. If it is an OMG win next, let's just inform everyone that Weibo will be on the NIP and RNG side, which now RNG are confirmed 7th. So I was right at the end anyway. So it will be Weibo on that bottom side, or
which real quick to clarify, that is the side with JDG.
Yep. And if OMG lose, then Weibo are on the BLG and top esports side. So it would be Rookie versus Shy in playoffs if OMG lose against AL in the next series.
And that also,
would
be the potential rematch, right? That would be the same side as EDG on the bracket. So that's another. There's so many fun little tidbits about what could happen.
Yep. I mean, look again. Playoffs are always fun. It's nice considering the what ifs. At the very least, we know that Weibo do finish off strong. A Weibo like this maybe can make a run in the playoffs, right? I think we've been few and far between some of their series this split, but this final exit versus EDG was clean, especially the second game. I mean, game 1 wasn't clean, but game 2 definitely was.
Game 1 definitely was. You know what? Game 1 wasn't clean, but game 1 was fun. Let's be real. All of us watching and all the players in the Rift, what would they prefer? Would they prefer a clean game that inspires a lot of confidence and makes them feel like really good about their chances? Or do they just want to have an absolute banger? Because I know which one I'd want if I was them. But yeah, I mean, we can see the gold graph here. We can see the damage chart, huge. The Shy popping off, Shahu popping off light. Crisp, the point I was going to make in-game before he almost got picked off was, it's just impressive. What I would say is the legendary trifecta of supports from the LPL, right? Crisp, Mako, and Ming. Obviously all having different amounts of tenure, but I'd say the three that really have stood the test of time of all being good. It's hell. Mako has had up and down splits. Ming, sadly, right now isn't even a starting support in the league. Not because he's not a good player, but just obviously leaving RNG and whatever situation's going on with that. But Crisp is the one who is still performing at a high level, is consistent, and just looks great.
Well, as we go over to an interview in the arena, we're going to have a chat to Wendy and Weiwei from Weibo to see their thoughts on that last series of the split.
Thank you so much, guys. And Weiwei, congratulations. A 2-0 victory to end up the regular season. And let's talk a bit more about game 1. What a game, I must say. It feels like we were on a roller coaster. It's a very intense game. You guys really played back and forth. And the opponent's team, they even got that Drake Soul. So after that, how did you guys were able to just close up the game? What's the late game strategy from WBG? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮，2-0拿下比赛的胜利，为常规赛收官。其实呢，第一局是打得特别激烈，有来有回，作为观众都觉得像在坐过山车一样。所以说，第一局当对面拿到火龙魂之后，其实你们后续是怎么样来处理的呢？关注的重点是什么？
就第一局他们已经就剩一个家了嘛，然后当时我们还是优势的，然后打好团战就能赢，就这样。
Even though the opponent's team were able to get the Drake Soul, but to be honest, they don't have any turret and any inhibitors. So after that, we feels like we can just, if we can just win a very perfect team fight, it still can be an easy win for us. And definitely the very perfect performance in game 1. And coming into game 2, you got this Aaron pick. Aaron jungle. Could we know more about the reason behind that pick? And also, we feel like from the very beginning, WBG were able to snowboard the game through so many very gorgeous team fight plays. So how did you be able to maximize the strengths of this Aaron in all the team fights in game 2? 那其实来到第2局的话，你也是非常果断的选下了艾翁这个英雄嘛。想问一下，你可能选出艾翁打野的一个原因是什么？同时呢，其实第2局你们每一波团战从前期开始就利用团战建立了优势嘛，所以说可能你整体怎么样去最大化的在团战当中发挥艾翁这个英雄的优势呢？
玩艾文的话，队友有很强的 C 位就很舒服，就一直跟着 C 位打就行了。
So because in game 2, based on our draft, we have so many champions that can carry the games. My other teammates can carry the games. So I just follow their pace in all the team fights to win the fights. And it seems quite easy, but definitely on the stage, you guys were able to show us a very perfect teamwork. And after today's game, I believe you guys have the very high expectation to the playoffs as well. So maybe is there any specific team or player that you would like to face against in the playoffs, in the best of 5? What's the thoughts to the upcoming journey, the upcoming playoffs? 那其实可能在今天比赛结束之后，你们很快要迎来季后赛的一个征程嘛。季后赛有没有特别想要去交手，或者说面对的队伍，或者说对手？同时呢，觉得对未来的季后赛、未来的 BO5有什么属于自己的期待吗？
感觉就每个队都可以吧，然后能赢下来就行。
To be honest, I'm not like care about which team we're going to face against. Our focus is definitely our own performance. We hope like we can win all the games in the upcoming journey, and definitely we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again for today's win. 那再次恭喜你们今天比赛获得了胜利，后面的 BO5 也要好好加油。And back to our casters.
Take it away, just. He's in the zone, obviously, after that win. He doesn't take prisoners, man. He is already looking ahead. That's obvious what the stare was all about. Looking ahead to his second round game, which will be coming up pretty soon.
I got to say, though, with this result, as we will bring up MVP, Xiao, great performance on this year. I kind of want to hit on the ramifications of this matchup, why that graphics running is like. We've got some cool matchups in terms of like the revenge set up by these results. Because with EDG going up against Team WE, right, that's Hope going up against, his former org that, he eventually ended up getting replaced on. And we got RNG going up against NIP. Angel and Xiao. Hell, Angel was on RNG last split. So that one going to be fresh in his mind. So it's kind of cool. Weibo and Xiaohu setting us up for kind of the spicy revenge rematches in our first round of playoffs.
So many good things to talk about. 8-0-8, by the way, for Xiaohu to pick up MVP in this game. You're not surprised, considering how clean he was, alongside Crisp, who I feel like is a backup MVP in this one for sure. On the rel, how well they worked together was just so nice to watch.
Oh, it was great. Like, that was the best part about watching this Weibo team in this game too. Was just how they coordinated and how they worked together in these team fights. Great job chaining abilities together and just overall getting to see some of the reasons why like everyone was excited for this roster, right? Getting to see the heights of like the mechanical and the team fighting prowess that was possible from these guys, and showing again even if some sloppy decisions can be made from time to time, that they're always a deadly team that you have to be on the fence about. So Xiao stepping up and proving me wrong, because like I said, I feel like he's had, even in their wins, had some messy moments on the Azir, had a great performance in this game.
I mean, again, you don't think of Xiaohu on the Azir. You don't think about that as his champion. He proved us wrong in this game number 2, especially when, Xiaohu can be a great carry, but the Azir, as you said, historically hasn't been the most amazing of his champions. But ultimately, hey, still a great game for Weibo, and again, clean outside of that first game. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for Lyric and myself. We do have a makeup game, otherwise the split would be over. So it will be Ashin and Jamada to take you through AL and OMG, but after that, playoffs will start. We'll talk about the format. It's bye for now, but not forever. Enjoy the rest.
"我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片才职业选手。
对，
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单这个。这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是纸？
实力入了。这是电脑屏幕吧？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道啊。
帽子一个选手。
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧，提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps。Cat， 哦不对 ，Caps。
这只能是他了呀。Caps 吗？
对。
哦。我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个
Caps，
这都不用提醒啊。
Caps。哦，这是帽子吗？
你一开始以为他是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子。我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子。
这是木桶吗？
垃圾桶。也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个？
垃圾桶G兔吗？感觉 G兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海丽莎。难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
汉斯沙吗
？Z 位吗 ？Sneaky， 欧城？
不是。
欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？
没有。
LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 WBG。
哦，大师兄，我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要钻进垃圾桶，大师兄吗 ？WBG 的。
之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 WBG 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
WBG， 在座都是垃圾。
哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 WBG 的。
那 WBG밖에 모르는데。
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，乌兹，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日本的点赞哥，但我不知道那个叫什么，不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
怎么知道的这个？
这是 Deft 吗？是什么？微笑点了个赞，笑脸点赞，微笑。
谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？
这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单点赞。小妹看，不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
啊，拍照的标志性动作，那就是 faker。这也太抽象了。
faker 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker。
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是两个人。这个猜不到呀，这啥呀？
在干嘛呀？
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot，
这个是秀神吗？这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？
重拳出击吗？
怎么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，惹晒，
多音币，
小天，
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
其实吧，
他是一名 LPL 的选手，
哦 ，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。阿乐，那谁打拳啊？我拳说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌了。哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这个冲浪强度没那么高，我
这个打拳的应该是兵哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当傻包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。
斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，
斌哥，LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌，我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌，打拳。
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳。哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，对，他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一天。
Wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am Just Ushin. I am joined by the absolutely jubilant Jamada, and we are bringing you our final regular season game. Jamada, it is July 17th, and we're here now after all this time. One final series.
I was gone for 3 weeks. I left on the 31st of May. I came back technically on the 21st and resumed casting on the 22nd. It has been less than 4 weeks for me, and the split is already over. It's so absurd. But I say over, we have one more series left. It's OMG AL. Obviously, we was actually, funnily enough, supposed to be on the series. It might be why we're on the series today, actually, to be fair. Ended up getting cancelled, as always. Shout out to Cadril. And now we are here waiting to find out whether or not OMG can lock 5th with a series win against AL. And it would be their highest regular season placement if they were to win this series. Basically, since we've moved into this format, since we moved away from the conference format. So it's a huge moment here for OMG if they can take down AL.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, for OMG, they played yesterday. They look great. Honestly, they looked fantastic against RA. And this is the right time to start building momentum because, Jamada, it is the 17th of July. We start playoffs on the 20th. We have 2 days off, and then we go into playoffs, best of fives there. And that's when you're starting to, the cut of your jib, if you will. That's when we're starting to see who is actually going to be contesting for those 4 spots to go off to the World Championship in the end of October. And I mean, for OMG, there's a couple of different, definitely some narratives are coming in. Like, do they want this side of the bracket? Do you want that side of the bracket? I'm going to be real. I think what you want here today is a win. You want a solid, solidified kind of setup here to say, look, we're golden. We know what we're doing. And the demons of the patch that we clearly were struggling with are behind us.
Yeah, right. Like, you just want to go in as comfortable as possible for playoffs. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think the reality of the situation is, I feel like right now from 5th basically all the way down through 10th, all of these teams can beat each other. So like, obviously we've kind of gotten to a point now where the seedings are locked for 7th and 10th, right? We're in our final series right now, waiting for the confirmation of OMG. It is kind of insane that is the situation. So it doesn't matter what side of the bracket you're on realistically. I feel like it's more or less about like, hey, I guess, do you want to land on the LNG or top esports side if it was a couple of days ago?
Would you rather be eaten by a tiger or eaten by a lion? It's not really that big of a difference if you try to break it down.
Tiger.
Sure, you want to, I mean, look,
Tiger.
definitely
100%.
add to the...
No, Tigers.
Why tiger?
Like,
Go on, why tiger?
Apex
why
Predators,
tiger?
they go for the kill way quicker than lions do. I've studied this stuff. I promise you. Like,
where's Mazel when you need him, man? I need confirmation of this. I need a zookeeper in here confirming these things.
I will say, do you know what is probably worse than both a tiger and a lion? Is a bear. A bear will just... Anyway, I shouldn't talk about this on...
Bears are terrifying.
Bears are
terrifying. Legitimately terrifying. Have you ever seen...
terrifying.
Last thing I will say, have you ever seen the Eric Andre skit where he like brings in an actual bear onto the set? It's actually, yeah, no, look it up. It like the actors stop acting and they're just like, this was a bad idea. We shouldn't have done this. It's very chaotic, very Eric Andre. But we come back in. We can now talk about our final series of our regular split before we jump into our postseason and, of course, inevitably get towards our playoffs and our top 4, top 2, and eventual champion. AL, it's over for them. There's not really a lot on the line here except for pride. They can play a little bit of spoiler because this is the thing. You know, there's a lot of conversations about which side of the bracket you want to be in. But for OMG, again, I still maintain momentum is the biggest thing for them coming into this playoffs. It's what we've seen so many teams kind of build off of when they go into that summer split, you know, kind of gauntlet run.
Exactly, right? Like, it's... Momentum is just the most important thing in the LPL playoff format because it is that gauntlet style, right? And just the fact that you've, you know, effectively, at the very least in OMG's case, you have to play 2 series and then you get into double elims. You need to go into it with a positive mindset. We've seen what happens to teams who don't, right? Actually, on the opposite end of OMG's momentum from spring was LNG, right? Remember? LNG went into playoffs in spring feeling like complete dog doo-doo, and they, you know, it was kind of a strange thing because they would looked so strong throughout majority of spring. They got to the back end, their general gameplay started to take a dip, and then we were kind of concerned moving into spring playoffs. And then what happens? OMG go into that series, and they kind of just end up dominating them. So yeah, I feel like for this OMG side, having taken down teams on the opposite end of that momentum, you know, sludge or trudge, they know how important it is for them now, especially after going through their own slump just a few weeks ago, to continue to maintain a standard of gameplay which they feel confident and happy with.
Yeah, and the big thing is as well is that for OMG, you need that momentum. We talked about it before, but also because you're going to be starting in that second round, regardless if you're, you know, 5th or 6th, it is going to be about that setup of, like, you know, championship points and momentum, because OMG did have a great spring, but that's only 30 points. They are actually just, and I mean just, on the cusp at the moment of making it into the regional finals, regional gauntlet, to try and qualify as our 3rd or 4th seed. Actually, it would only be their 4th seed, to be perfectly honest, but they need to make sure they're building up some momentum here. They can't let the likes of, you know, Edward Gaming or Top Esports kind of leapfrog them, get ahead of them, and then knock them out of that top 6 in terms of points championship. So there is an awful lot on the line here, and like we said, having that momentum is key, if nothing else. So coming into this one here, I want to see them have a little bit more of a, you know, fun time. But the thing is, like, you know, people might be like, oh, don't show your strats, it's a whatever game, you know, blah 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 this, blah 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 that. At the end of it all, you don't, it's OMG. Their strats are kind of known. Play towards top side and are going to pick some crazy carries. I don't think anything they pick today is going to be that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things.
No, I agree with you. Unless they're, you know, they're cooking up in the very, very short break that we have between regular season and playoffs. Then I do agree.
There
like
are some fast food cooks.
They're chefing something real quick. I mean, yeah, look, I feel like, you know, OMG are a little bit of an open book, right? And that's not to say that they can't innovate. It's just to say that I would anticipate, let's say, if I was coaching staff on any other teams who would be expecting to, you know, face up here against OMG, I would probably know what to expect, and I would start preparing on ways to try and deal with those aspects of their game, right? So I feel like, yeah, open book, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're in the same vein always going to be easy to read in any individual game, right? I feel like you might have a rough expectation of what you're going to get out of OMG, but sometimes they will surpass those expectations even inside of game, just basically through sheer individual, like, prowess, right? So I do definitely, I suppose, have a mild flag of concern in that regard, but at the same time, I feel like this OMG have shown us such high ceilings throughout this split and throughout this year, honestly, that it might not even be an issue for them. I feel like if they start to me, retain and maintain both their summer, the first half of their regular season, plus some of that playoffs form, then they're going to be golden. I think they can go the distance and maybe make, you know, a little bit of rehistory, I suppose, for the organization with such a different feel, look, and vibe, and of course roster as well.
Yeah, I think that's about for OMG. They are kind of pushing it. I don't show my bias and all this. I want OMG at Worlds. I want them to be one of our 4 teams that kind of send it because they are so different, because they are such a different flavor to the likes of JDG and BLG. And then honestly, the 3rd/4 team can be a myriad of different teams. Even with Weibo today, kind of, you know, coming back and showing that they have got that big ceiling to kind of maybe contest for Top Esports with some of the incredible talent they've got on them there. We can only send 4. And we're unfortunately going to have to let a couple of them go down to the wayside. But we'll see if OMG can have a decent performance here today. They will be playing in less than a week's time in that best of 5, regardless if they are 5th or 6th. So they're going to be in that second round. And for AL, I mean, it's for AL as well as this. You know, they're not going to be a pushover. I don't expect them to be either, because we always talk about this, is that when you're on a lower end team, these players are now fighting for their careers. They're fighting for their lives to maintain LPL status, because otherwise you might be starting to see a couple of new faces coming into 2024.
Yeah, you never know, right? And the LPL, in my short tenure here, I know how quickly rosters can change and how happily teams are to shuffle things around. So I am hoping for both sides that they're able to maintain places. I mean, we're already through the bans. We have blown through those. Nico is up and available. Obviously, the LeBlanc cover here from AL could potentially be locked in. I feel like LeBlanc is one of the few champions that can properly match in to the Nico. So seems like AL happy to go towards that one, but they have foregone the Kai'Sa, given that the bans were so jungle heavy from OMG, and AL kind of just do very standard OMG bans. Right? I feel like this is a trifecta of bans we're starting to see come through on a consistent level against OMG with the Rumblebite and the Tristana.
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that can really be interchangeable is the Jax for Shanji. Kind of giving that away to him is something that we always see kind of banned away by the side, by any team that's going up against OMG. But OMG now kind of figuring out what they want to do. And this is something that OMG have started to lean into now. Giving them the Kai'Sa, having the Maokai means that they are able to get Cream some AD solo laners. Getting him onto the Yone and things that can be aggressive is something that seems to be kind of popping a little bit up here for OMG as they find themselves a little bit more comfortable in the meta.
Yeah, it seems like that's what's going to be the case here, isn't it? It's probably going to be something like Yone in the mid lane. Cream, I mean, the other thing you could maybe expect, I guess, is like the Jace, right? That's a very common pairing with the Maokai, but Cream hasn't, to memory, played a whole bunch of Jace. So for him, we'll see. But again, more along the lines of the Assassins, anyone's legend, locking their Renekton, and yeah, I was going to say, they're hovering over the AD carry, I think acknowledging that they are likely going to be pinched here, and they go towards the Sejuani. So very strong top side of the map, strong solo lane matchup as well in the mid lane. So they are looking pretty comfortable up there. They'll likely remove away some more of Shanji's, pocket picks as well, just to try and keep him down. And OMG will start to remove away those AD carries. The Xayah, the first one to go.
Yeah, Xayah first one to be taken out here. You just kind of want things that can go kind of, aggressively into the Kai'Sa to get taken off the board here. And also just the added safety as well. Like the Xayah having that Featherstorm, able to kind of dodge away from things like the Nature's Grasp and, of course, the Yone ultimate as well, the Fate Sealed. But getting rid of the Aphelios, funny enough, actually, the Aphelios has definitely dropped down in terms of his priority, but he's still become like kind of he's just a staple AD carry. It feels like he's never really going to go anywhere. He's just too useful in too many situations.
Yeah, a little bit too versatile, and just generally, I feel like in the context of this game, I was actually expecting probably a Varus ban just for the lane, but iBoy is so hyper carry geared that OMG are just not willing to even allow him to be on that Aphelios rather. But looking back over now to R4, I feel like Shanji. Oh, they're gonna give Shanji R5 potentially. Okay, so they want the Rel combo with the Kai'Sa, right? Very, very. It's becoming quite commonplace, or it's just the Hover. You never talk about Hover Machine. I was going to say, because they already know the top lane matchup.
Rule.
So,
Cardinal rule.
Cardinal rule. I suppose also at the same time, the reality of the situation is give PP God R5, counter matchup is going to be there almost always. So let's see where AL decide to go. Kasante meant that we get the Ornn out of Shanji is where I'm going. And now, I mean, options kind of limited in the AD pool. We've had this Vayne Hover for a while, but I feel like one thing you can kind of lock down here could be the Blind Braum, just because you anticipate the melee support out of PP God, given that he's got a Kai'Sa in the lane already. And the Vayne Hover twice, I feel like you go Ashe, right? Braum Ashe is the Freylord comp on the bottom side. The lane really, really is very difficult to overcome in the terms of like the lane or the range differences, I beg your pardon. So yeah, I like this from AL. A lot of pick. And generally a very hard to really 2v2 bottom lane, and this should probably just push PP God over to this Rakan, which he's hovering right now. I feel like Rakan is that very nice middle ground where obviously he's a melee champion, but he can't really be punished by Braum in the same way that other melee engaged champions can be, and he will go through with that one. So a lot of die from OMG, right? Just straight up, there's a lot of non-committal engage between the Maokai and the Ornn, and then of course a whole bunch of die between Yone and the Kai'Sa. So it feels like basically OMG can always try and pick a fight whenever they want, and they can just basically decide whether to commit to it. Whereas on the side of AL, it is a lot more geared through Xiaohao, which I think is fine for anyone's legend, right? It's always kind of been Xiaohao who's the one that's setting up plays for this team, and it feels like a lot of early game skirmishes often revolve around him. So I'm looking to see how aggressive AL are willing to be in the early stages, because they do have a whole bunch of very easy to apply CC via the passives of both Braum and Sejuani.
And that's the big thing, is that you look at the way AL have built their composition, it just basically kind of stops a lot of the upfront burst damage that's coming out from the side of OMG. You've got the Braum, you've got plenty of ways of getting yourself out there and kind of, you know, being a nuisance on the sideline. I will say for OMG, they're hoping that this kind of devolves into a little bit of a 5v5 skirmishing. They would love to be able to kind of, you know, constantly be resetting things with the, the One getting his constant knockups. You're always looking to try and reposition there with the Kai'Sa. Whether or not AL will let them have that is the big question, as we're going to jump onto the Rift for game number 1 of our final best of 3 regular season split series. It is OMG looking to see if they're going to be 5th or 6th in the regular season, and AL playing for pride and honestly playing for 2024, because after this, we don't see them for 5 months, and that's the next time we're going to see them. So plenty to be kind of, you know, building here from both these rosters, and we'll see how both of them end up playing it out.
Last time we might cast over this roster of 5 for anyone's legend, and you would expect that it probably will be, just because of how the LPL often is very cutthroat with the positioning. Jayo is quite tempered, we'll say, as a... you know, I've liked this recently. I don't know if this is a thing going around in the, in the community on the side of the LPL, but I like that we've had, if teams acknowledge that we're just going to go for a 5-man scrimmage, or, nothing's going to happen on our side of the map, they just give us a dance-off. It's very cute.
Very wholesome. I think I always like it when we see it, the top laners doing it, when they kind of just accept, look, neither of us are coming out on top of this, unless there's some massive mistakes, so we're just gonna, have a dance. Neither of us are ever gonna kill the other one, so, we're gonna just shake hands, get it. It's very wholesome. Very, very wholesome, but, see how they kind of work it. Again, we don't expect to be seeing much, if anything, happening in that top side, to be perfectly honest. Good ward here from AL. Means we are going to see a volley or two come out here from iBoy, just to be a little bit of a nuisance. It's going to force Aki to kind of back himself away just a little bit. The smite does come down, so he's going to be all right to take away his blue. But again, good early information. And again, the Freljord bot lane, just a level 1 from Ashe in general and from Braum is just so oppressive. It's just nigh impossible to actually have any kind of presence here as the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, range difference between iBoy means they can space Abel out as well. Remember, Kai'Sa's a very short range AD carry. Obviously, we speak about her being like a poke champion. That's after she's got, 1 or 2 items with the empowered W. Or attacks very much on the short end of things. So see how iBoy and Zora pilot that, because they should have a whole bunch of freedom. And having pushed Aki away from the bottom side and his blue buff, they'll know exactly where he is. Aki as well, still level 2, because they forced him off the Gromp. So even though he's taken 3 camps, does mean that he is still sat at this level 2 mark. And Xiaohao is either a mid lane gank. Wow, he's actually
might be
snuck
dead.
past that.
Yeah, no, now they see him. Now they
know.
know. So that's important information to be given over. Aki should hit level 3 now off of these Gromps. There it is. Or sorry, Krugs, not the Gromp. And should be able to keep himself away from Xiaohao, just in case any kind of shenanigans do pop out.
Sapton, I mean, how much is he willing to commit, right, Xiaohao? Realistically, even though, right, AL have lane priority at the minute, Shanji can move over first, and it looks like that wave is actually slow stacking, so he won't miss too much if he decides to commit. And if Aki wants to call him over, it's more about the first move from mid lane at the minute, as it seems like it will just be a bit of a yield on this red buff. So anyone's legend will find a win at the end of the day, which feels pretty good. And again, kind of soft pre-planned, you expect, considering iBoy and Zora went for that invade on the bottom side, pushed Aki away from his Gromp. And now that he's down here, they'll have pretty much perfect information on where he is, right? Because they would have pressed tab, they would have seen how much CS he had, they knew he didn't take the Gromp anyway. So now Zora and iBoy can take a bit of an advantage here in the bottom side by maybe just going into the river and helping secure Xiaohao this bottom side scuttle. I mean, hey, look, Aki's not even going to go for it. Just yields it entirely, because he knows if he tries to face check into anything right now, he can get collapsed on very quickly, and we will likely just get run down and die.
I mean, look at the amount of just soft CC you have in that bot side. The auto attacks from the Ashe, the Winter's Bite, the passive from the Sejuani. There's just so many little things that can come out and just kind of stop you from having any kind of a semblance of an escape. As we do see Aki finally getting himself out a bit of a reset, kind of moving himself around. I always love seeing the Maokais go for a bit of an early boots rush because straight up, you need to try and be faster than the Sejuani. Get your camps and get out before you hit level 6.
Yeah, I mean, boots rush generally very, very strong on many junglers. Ooh, CDZ could face check, but I feel like they just don't have the damage, even if he did face check properly.
2 tanky slappy boys.
Yeah, 2 tanky slappy boys. Maybe once they have level 6 and, they can prop like 3 brittles and all that good stuff, the combo can come in, but I really just don't see ZDZ dying on the top side of the map for a long, long time. Skull will be secured by Arki on the top side at least, but his camps are really messed up at the moment. The way that they're spawning and the way that he's taking them is going to make his overall pathing a little bit awkward. Like, his crutch just respawned. Does he want to go to the top side to go and pick those up so he can actually get a big chunk of XP and gold? Or does he want to have to go back down towards the bottom side just in case, the dragon gets started up? It seems like he's going to go towards the Krugs because also Shanji being this low could signal a dive, right? There's so much pressure on the map right now against OMG. It does feel a little bit rough, but as you're saying here, that's the thing about this support matchup at least. Like, Braum can't stop Rakan from doing that, but he can stop a lot of the follow-up damage. So it's not really a lane where it feels like Nautilus, you dredge line in, you're in. You're getting concussive blows immediately as you start to try and walk out. With Rakan's mobility, can't quite punish in the same way.
Well, level 6 here by Pinzi. Gonna not really hit anything there into that mid lane, but I'm gonna try and wait to see if we do get the Fate Seal coming out here for Cream anytime soon. PP God just trying to make sure Zora doesn't get a completely free reset or a hold on those minions. And he's gonna keep him nicely top down, if you will, on the minions. But I mean, fairly decently done there by Zora to make sure that the minion wave doesn't fully crash into that tower.
Every AD carry's dream of a support player. Shanji. Oh, that's so unlucky. Missed out on proccing the brittle with the E, and then the auto attack goes off, and then the brittle drops off. Now though, no dash. ZDZ.
You got the brittle though, so ZDZ needs to be a little bit careful. Flash in, flash away. ZDZ trying to see if he can get it. Shanji knew he didn't have enough time there to wait for it to pop up. He had to go for a bit of a jump up, and now they're going to jump down on top of iBoy, who, oh my god, that burst was insane. It's a bit of a 3v3 in this bot side. iBoy, though, can't really be part of this. A flash away, a bramble smash to bring them all back into this, but now iBoy can free hit, and he gets first blood right down on top of the Maokai. Xiaohao will be traded as both AD carries pick themselves up a kill on the enemy junglers. And OMG, they thought they had a bit of a fight there, but iBoy just keeping himself alive was the key.
Yeah, iBoy being able to stay alive to dish out the DPS, very, very crucial. OMG, commit. And again, we spoke about how, of course, the Rakan can go in and dash back out. Aki doesn't have that same privilege. Once he locks down Xiaohao, and Xiaohao, I can't recall if it was a flash or a Q back, just because also the HUD's broken, but either way, once Xiaohao, oh, okay. So he messed up the Q, then flashes back. But again, you see how quickly the concussive blows get stacked up. It's so difficult to get out of Zaki. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Still, I feel like probably favoring the Kai'Sa. When you think about how this laning phase is supposed to go, the fact that she's even CS and also now like keeping up in like gold value with that kill is still, I feel like, gonna feel at the very least better for OMG.
It's a little bit better. AL kind of picking winning lanes across the board, to be perfectly honest. They should be coming up with a gold lead. They should be coming up with CS differences in their favor, and that's what we're seeing so far. Though, OMG, now with the Nature's Grasp available to them and the summoners that were blown in that bot side, remember, no flash on iBoy, no exhaust on Zora either, makes it very difficult to really contest this, and Xiaohao recognized this 100% and says, look, we'll trade it, we'll get ourselves a Rift Herald, at least we're getting something on the other side, probably drop that into mid or bot.
So, Aki, it looks like he's just going to make a play straight towards the bottom side, but I feel like if OMG wanted to, they could have just run straight through the top side of the map. Like, that Herald is a relatively slow takedown, but bottom side engage is happening.
Cleanse. They're looking for a little bit more, but PP God underneath the tower! Can't go too close to the sun, and now you're just going to see Abel being pushed back here. May have to use his flash if he's not too careful. Aki stays around just to make sure he doesn't lose any more summoners. But I mean, I like the idea from PP God, but he just executes really poorly on it.
Yeah, just goes a little bit too deep, right? And Xiaohao, we knew, wasn't going to be down here or down there, so that's why OMG go for the play, but just a little bit overforced. Xiao's not even going to get the red buff, and I wonder where this Herald is going to go, right? Because mid lane, I feel like a competition like OMG with as little wave clear as it technically does have, right? Of course, the Kai'Sa with the Shiv will come through eventually. Dream's not going to commit too far forward. It does make you wonder how high value and how yield that mid lane Herald will be, but also, you know, you've got things like the Renekton on the top side of the map, which you wouldn't mind snowballing quite far, quite aggressively. Oh no.
Oh, can he burst him out? He's going to flash, but just... Oh, that feels bad there for Cream. Thought he could go for an aggressive play, but now not only does he give up presence in this mid lane, it also means Aki can't cover the rest because he has to make sure that they don't just straight up lose this tower.
Yeah, exactly. This Herald will still charge, going to get almost 2 plates. Maybe if Pinzi can get a couple of war attacks in. Oh, he's got Demolish, so it's certainly going to happen.
The new meta. Oh, Pinzi taking a fair chunk. Don't know if Aki was going to be able to ever kill him there, but still, gotta respect it. As we do see iBoy probably just going to throw out a volley. Yep, Abel knows, so Abel just kind of says, all right, I'll walk back behind my tower. Now just wait, you know, kind of delay it a little bit. And again, we're seeing good starts here from AL as he looked to try and make more and more happen. That's a Sheen.
I've just realized, so he didn't buy that just then. He's had that in his inventory already. So looking for the sheer, you know, proc presence of that, obviously very easy at the end of the day to proc it as the long Q. W4, the Sheen is there, right? You don't even have to use the Q. So it does make those short trades even stronger. And on top of that, he's already actually still hit Shiv at the 10-minute mark. So still feels really good for Pinzi. Probably why some of those trades were feeling as bad as they were in those short bursts for Cream. And just, honestly, a relatively smart adaptation, though, of course. Typically, you just want Sheen ASAP. He's not really behind the timer on it this time, though.
Oh, they need to go in. He does eventually get CC down. They can confirm it as well. Nicely comboed in there between the Yone and the Maokai. Does cost them a little bit in terms of ultimates economy, but they'll be happy with the kill regardless.
Yeah, exactly. You're happy with it. And there's no objective on the map for 2 minutes, so both those ultimates will come back up well before the next objective is up and available. So they just need to not really over-skirmish without those ultimates up and ready for the next couple of minutes. So nice little pick. And it does shut down a little bit of pressure, which Pinzi was likely wanting to look to build, right? That tower dropping lower and lower, and with Shiv on, like, purchase, you want to make it work, because, yeah, Pinzi can't really go anywhere. Does have that next to Stalk ready, but Twisted Advance will follow you to the ends of the earth, and the tree was angry.
Very twisted. Very weird. It's a strange one that an entire tree can just jump on top of your face and, you know, be there wherever you go, no matter what, will always find you. It's kind of terrifying in its own right.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You know, I have a 2,000 gold lead here for AL. Minute 20, as you mentioned, until that dragon spawns. We do have 2 minutes 30 until the Rift Herald spawns. So Abel going back, picking up his static Shiv, and all is a bit calm. It's not really been an explosive kind of game in that regard. It has been more the kind of over-eagerness of both teams to try and make plays happen that have been punished by both of them to try and get these kills that, you know, at the 3-2 mark already.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's not really been massive skirmishes around objectives. It's just been like gank plays and punishments on people just stepping a little bit too far forward. So we'll see if we actually get a big fight out of this next dragon spawning up 45 seconds away now. I feel like if you're AL, you don't mind as take a breath for a second. Abel, oh, okay, still has to use the flash. Q didn't connect from Xiao Hao there, so no danger of the full stacks of CC coming through, but still, now Flashless Abel does mean that AL will be able to secure even more vision and priority around this objective. Mid lane already shoving because of the long Shiv, and with that play, it should all but confirm that that dragon goes over to OMG for relatively, or to AL for relatively free.
Yep, once the flash is down and the ultimate from Abel, it just becomes a very difficult fight for them to not only get into, but also get out of should they get into any kind of trouble. So we are going to see Aki go for a little bit of a reset. He knows he's got the Demonic Embrace, so just basically confirming to ourselves that with the bot lane priority and the mid lane priority and no jungler on the map, it is all senses of the word, they are not going to be contesting this. So I say that, but OMG are definitely the ones to be claiming it, you know, on the backside of this one. They may look for a fight. There's going to be the Ash Arrow coming in. Nature's Grass feels very far away to actually make something like this happen. They are going to just try and jump on the Xiao Hao. It's the Glacial Fissure. This is a bit of a half commit from both teams. Neither really kind of fully going into that fight there. So we are going to see OMG just kind of force out a couple of small ultimates, but outside of that, nothing exceptional.
Yeah, nothing exceptional. Ultimate blown from Arky, so They don't really find anything, and the dragon goes over to AL, so no stacking from OMG. There's Cloud Dragon on, and Rift and Soul up on offer, and Herald spawns in 30. So again, I feel like with AL having Aranectin in the top side with the Gore Drinker, that is probably going to be priority earned by Anyone's Legend again. So we'll see how OMG look to approach, because they're starting to fall behind in gold as well with some of these plays, and just generally like CS differences starting to amount amongst some of the lanes on top of all of that. ZDZ might be, well actually, it's Malcat and all, so
yeah, I don't think they want the fight,
actually. Yeah.
No,
it's
I
like
think,
not a matter of ZDZ even necessarily killing them. It's just more that Arky and Chargy can't kill him either. So
yeah, I know. I think it's just a matter of like, well,
well,
nothing's going to happen, so there's no point in anyone taking the fight here. iBoy looking for a fight into Able. Able is very isolated and needs to be very careful. There wasn't an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, was still on cooldown, but that is still a turret confirmed here for OMG as Scruffy embodies everyone in watching this game right now, and he just wants them to fight, you know, just fight. That's all he wants, but not going to be happening so far this game. We're going to see another trade of sides of the map coming in here, and it's AL slowly but surely getting more gold, getting more advantages. They're now up 3,000 gold just passively.
Yeah, now I will also say, as we didn't really... Oh, okay.
Oh,
This
good
is
flash. But Pinzy should be able to get himself. It's so hard to lock down
Yeah.
LeBlanc. I mean, I feel like you literally need that point-and-click CC from Aki, otherwise you're not getting anything.
Yeah, it's really difficult without that Twisted Advance on deck from Arky. So, I mean, they get the flash, that feels good. They're not really going to be able to push for the tower, though, I don't feel like. Pinzy is going to have backup very soon from Zora. But what I was kind of alluding to is that, you know, for OMG and AL here, this is kind of by design, by like compositions, right? Because at the end of the day, a lot of OMG's composition does spike on, you know, 1 to 2 items, 2 for the case of Able and Cream. Whilst Cream is also still sat actually on components, so he's probably got the gold for, you know, his next item. But look over at Pinzy, because he's got an Essence Reaver. He's going AD LeBlanc. This is not...
Yeah.
This isn't, you know, the Night Harvest II into Lichbane.
This is straight split push.
It's just,
oh my god, I can see why. That one auto attack was insane.
Alright, well, he's cooking. I like this. I like this a lot from Vince. Let's you know the meme of like Palpatine where it's like, we will track your career with great interest. This is me right now, this build. Let's see how he gets on.
I mean, it's going to be almost impossible for Cream to do anything right now. Cream is a full 2 items behind, not really finishing up anything right now in that mid lane. So really struggling, to be perfectly honest. ZDZ will finally take down this turret in the top side. Should be able to put down a little bit of hurt here onto Shanji. You can see, though, with the Sunfire, Aegis, and the Bramble Best, ZDZ doesn't actually really come out on top of these singular trades anymore.
Also,
he struggles.
Ornn is just broken. Ornn is just broken. Like, you know, Brittle Proc, it's like 300 damage at this point in the game. And he can technically pull out 3 of those, right? So, very scary, as Pinzy is just wailing away at this tower. You know, all the attack speed, the sheen procs.
I was going to say, I know you're very excited for this. However, I do have to be a little bit of a rain on your parade. Who kills Ornn? Who's actually going to kill Shanji in these fights? Because once he gets up to 3 items, I don't actually see anyone doing damage.
You know, you've been doing this a lot recently, Ashin. Yeah. Like, normally it's me, I'm the glass half empty, right? I'm the negative Nancy. Right now, you're being the negative Nancy. We just tone it down.
A little bit.
Tone it down. Are you right? Are you correct? Objectively, yes. Do we need to think about it right now? No, it's fine. Everything looks great for Anyone's Legend. And I'm sure, you know, Shanji isn't just going to finish up Thornmail and then go Jack Show and then be completely unkillable. That would never happen.
No, how could that happen?
No, absolutely not. And then Shanji's also, like, he could even... Oh, well, I guess these guys want ZDZ really extra.
Yeah, they want him pretty dead, and they will get him dead. PP God picks that one up with the Ignite. It's like that meme, you know, where you're just walking and it's just like, it's like the radio going past. That's what the Ash arrow was. But we'll say you overload the top side does mean that AL can start pushing in this mid lane. They got a tier 2 for themselves. It will be answered for a tier 1 if Aki should be able to get the auto attack down. No problem there. Dragon will be taken as well. So AL still happy enough with this trade, to be perfectly honest. Xiaohao on the Dragons. EDG didn't lose his flash or his teleport, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference. And they got an inner for an outer. That's always more worth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, standing gold is going to feel nice to pick up here for OMG, but still, right? You think about the way that the map pressure is right now. Pinsy down on the bottom side, well, with low towers in the mid lane. If iBoy really wants to, like, here's the thing about Braum in particular. I always wail on about how when you take down that tier 1, it's really easy then to catch waves high up in the mid lane. That way, you force the opponent to have to catch the waves really, really shallow, right? So you never really get to have first move if you lose that tier 1 super early. If you lose tier 2, then it gets even worse. And when you've got Braum and you've got champions like Ornn and Maokai who have these long-range engages, Braum can just soak those up and keep a carry alive, realistically, even if PP God is there to kind of like dash past them. Really, the situation is Braum will just turn around and press his Archie on whoever decides to dive in as well, so there will be additional amounts of CC onto those divers who are a little more mobile on the side of OMG. So AL in a position where they can actually stack up a lot of pressure right here. And it seems like they're actually
Good arrow. Ooh, flash should be able to ult out. Shouldn't have anything out there, but a flash for an Eshel, that's definitely worth.
Always worth it, right? And at the end of the day, Flash's 5-minute cooldown. As Cream does his best to just stop Pingsy from having any kind of threat onto that tower down there. As we're now at the point where Baron's on the map. There's a 2 IM AD carry, and there's also another 2 IM AD carry actually in the mid lane too, Smile. Who he's got another Noon Quiver, so I'm kind of curious about, no, because Noon Quiver doesn't go into Gale.
Oh, you're right. Oh my god, I've completely forgotten that. Yeah.
Is he going Storm Razor? I actually can't figure. This is curious. This is Mythicless LeBlanc going full AD. So taking this whole Shiv thing to the next level. He's recalling now, and I think he's got a fair amount of gold. I don't know if he's got enough gold to finish off another item.
Kraken?
Yeah, he's got a Kerchi's chart, so he's going Storm
It's going
Razor,
Storm Razors,
It could also be. Does RFC have Nuka in its build path now? I'm not gonna lie. I have not taken the time to learn every single.
This is definitely Storm Razor, 100%.
Which is poor of me, but I'm pretty sure that's Storm Razor. So this is interesting, to say the least. You know, we will track it, and again, it's gonna make his side laning even more oppressive in the 1v1, just because of how Storm Razor works, right? The amount of movement speed that you gain. We saw how valuable it was on 13-10 when AD carry, like, it just turned into basically which AD carry can build Storm Razor first, right? So, yeah, Pinsy's just going to continue to be more oppressive, and he's almost at a point where, I mean, you know, depending on how slow Cream is to that second item, he might temporarily be 2 full completed items up on Cream.
Yeah, for sure, which is so strange because it's not as if he's accelerated the game exceptionally high. The one thing I will say when you go to, I was just about to mention this as we see the kind of trade in top side. Yes, you're going for some decent kind of one-hit wonders here on the kind of auto attacks, but it's a Yone with a Vamp Scepter, and he's going to be building Lifesteal. Like, it doesn't really feel like a sustain game is the one you want to take here as the LeBlanc. Burst should be kind of your game, but I mean, look, I'm not the pro player. I'm not the one standing on stage here.
Like, I don't often I grew a new mantra over the course of this year because I feel like there were so many different like funny build paths coming out, and it was I will not really judge build paths. You know, I'll look at it. I'll try and assess what it can and cannot do compared to the whatever the standard build path is on that champion, and then I'll be that. And I do agree, even though he is now technically 2 completed items, no, 1 completed item up,
full
as that
item,
Bloodthirster comes in. It does make you wonder, maybe he just likes the color blue.
Ooh, LeBlanc blue build.
Yeah,
I like your style. I like your cut there, man. I like you're bringing in the positives here, because it's been 6 kills in nearly 24 minutes, and I am struggling to find anything relevant outside of this build path to talk about.
Yeah. To be fair, there's a dragon coming up, so surely these guys will fight over it, right?
It's not soul. It's soul point, but it's not soul. And PP God's topside. So I don't actually think that OMG want to fight this at all.
All right, you know what? I've been standing up during this cast. Take the mic for a second. I'm setting up to sit down because I think we're here for a while.
No worries. You take that load off your legs. I remember. I make it sound as if you're the old man, but I just always remember when I was casting E-Master Spring with you and Goldberg, and I like tried to kneel down, and I said I couldn't do it for too long because my knees would hurt, and you both just looked at me, and I was like, shut up.
Look, it's because like Goldberg and I, and like, you know, I kind of claim the Zuma title here in the LPL. Goldberg's the Cream.
Might see a flash here from Pinz. He's waiting for that static shift, or excuse me, the Storm Razor to proc up. It's a 4v4 on the spot side. ZDZ is being spotted out though. TP coming in here from Pinz. They will have both mid laners joining back in on top of this one here, but no fate sealed as we get a good ultimate from Abel. Puts him away from the danger, and nobody can touch him. Everyone's gonna get caught up in this one here. Double kill for Abel and AL. I mean, it looked like it was going to be decent, but OMG just found them out. They knew every angle they were coming from.
Yeah, and you know, Pinz, he'd been doing so well because why? Maokai wasn't around to press W on him. He teleports in this team fight. What happens? Maokai presses W on him, and he just instantly dies. And I want to go back to the point I made like really early on. By design, Anyone's Legend getting a lead in the early game with this draft makes sense. I didn't finish off the point. The point was OMG's composition is full geared to team fight, no matter how you slice it. So as long as they didn't fall too far behind, it'd feel okay.
They know he's there now. Yeah, they know he's there, and Cream's gonna keep him away. No real way to contest this one here. No real way to steal it. OMG get themselves a dragon, a baron. They bring the gold lead in their favor by about 1,000. But yeah, like you said, this team is not built to team fight, and OMG's is.
Yeah, OMG's really is, and you know, it's just immediate target identification from Aki's like, LeBlanc must die. That's it's just like the Terminator, like refuses to do anything else as soon as she sees the teleport come in. And yeah, I will say there was actually, you know, you spoke about how you wanted like a more bursty build. Like all of the damage that was dealt to Abel in that team fight was from Pinz. That was like, I don't know if he hit the W, but it was like Q and autos, and he basically lost half his HP in like less than a second. So the build is actually still relatively bursty. It's just not the traditional build that we're used to seeing at the moment.
Oh, speaking of bursty, iBoy cleanses, he flashes, he gets himself away. Abel thought he was able to find out the enemy AD carry, but he was not. And that's going to mean the tower and a kill traded in the sense of that AL just able to kind of pick up a nice over-aggressive play. Oh, Cream. Oh my god. Oh, his ankles. His ankles are broken. They're broken, Jamada. What the hell?
It's like, do you know what? Have you ever seen Shaquille O'Neal fall over? That's what that felt like.
Yes.
That was not ideal. Well, you know, side lane still a thing for Anyone's Legend, which they can leverage very clearly. Abel going in there in the mid lane, a little bit overzealous to say the least, no stopwatch, but now it's turned into Anyone's Legend, trying to siege up on this bottom side tower, which, I mean, they're getting punished for it, maybe.
There's going to be a Nature's Grasp coming in. There's a full AP Maokai, and this is when the damage actually starts to come in. It was a couple of tanky boys coming into this one here. Xiaohao has to flash, but can he get away now? The Ornhorn knocks him up. PP God puts down the Vision with the Ignite. They go in, they clap him down with the Brittle. The Winter's Bites are not going to be enough. You need iBoy to start turning this around. How is Xiaohao still alive? ZDZ won't be as lucky now. iBoy needs to run away. He cannot be a part of this anymore. They will have the ultimate on Kaisa in a couple more seconds. They just need a little bit of CC onto iBoy, and he's not getting out of this one alive. There's Abel finally getting his kill, knowing that all the summoners were down. And that is going to be OMG just kind of cleaning up this game just a little bit more.
You know, hindsight is 20/20, Sheen, right? iBoy and AL, they were hovering over the Vayne, and I'm starting to wonder now if that would have just been the better option, because what can Ashe do against this front line? Now that we're at this point in the game, right? Now that Anyone's Legend couldn't actually snowball the game, it feels really bad, doesn't it? So OMG could just take control of the map basically at will, as much as they feel like they can take. And Anyone's Legend can't do much about it, right? As long as Abel doesn't do what he did in the mid lane and put on his best Jackie Love impression, these guys should be golden now for the remainder of the game. The only real position they've got, I feel like, is just Pinz on this side lane.
I was going to say, that last fight that we just saw was Shanji versus PP God. Versus 4. That was it. That was literally the setup. And then the Maokai came in, and then Abel joined the fight. It wasn't until, you know, fair enough, like, you know, OMG didn't have a lot of damage straight up front, but this is a 2v4.
Yeah, it is a 2v4
No one
pretty
does
much.
damage!
Nope, no one deals damage. It's not the best look in the world, and they're just on the full retreat because, again, they acknowledge as well that Abel on his way out from the base. This is just all damage from Ornn, Maokai. Who, to be fair, Maokai with AP, you know, he does deal a lot of damage, but, you know, Ornn bases pretty much, and Abel shows up, and that's when really it just becomes entirely one-sided. Nothing that anyone on the side of AL can actually do to match this DPS, and Chase Down comes in to come out of that replay. OMG can take this dragon. I feel like AL are probably just going to give it up. Now, there's also another thing that I want to bring up, Machine, as we're going to see a 1v1 here, which, I mean, what can he do? He just can't touch him. So once this pop-up comes down, as I don't think that the stream side sees that, but that was a 4,100 Baron power play for OMG. Pinsy, so we spoke about the blue build, yeah? He's got a Dirk.
I really hope it's a collector.
I
want it to be a collector so bad. So bad. Like
yeah, you know, someone get Molecule on the phone. We need to know where this came from. You know, is this tech? Is this troll? They should
tech or trash.
Tech or trash. We have just I know what I'm gonna see next week on the LEC when it comes to segments. Tech or trash.
Oh yeah, I need
Tech
you to
or troll.
pitch that immediately. Get Goldberg on the phone. Get him on right now. Let him know what's going on. Tech or trash. Look at all these different builds and see if it's you know, if it works or if it doesn't. But I mean, again, like the reason we can talk about this all game, but like Cream just has such an easy build path now. He can get the Death's Dance, which he has now. He can even build up towards a GA. All incredibly relevant stats that are going to be 100% perfect into this side lane. It just feels like we're getting to a point here where OMG are slowly but surely just suffocating AL out of options. And I mean, there is not really much else to say about it other than that.
Yeah, exactly. And like Armor items are starting to come in for members like Cream. He's gone towards the Death Dance third, right? It's not super uncommon. He's got the stopwatch. He's likely just going to go into GA.
I've just been messaged the most amazing tech or keck.
Tech or keck.
Tech or keck. I was just messaged that. Tech or keck.
Wait, but he's ruined the blue build. He's got a dust blade.
No, what is this?
What is? Come on, I can't, man. What is? You know, we had a good thing going. I was kind of behind the build. You know, do I think it's
Full
good?
keck.
No, but
Full
did I
now.
find it funny? Now it's just full keck. Now it is just full keck. You know, you asked me who's going to kill Ornn. Let's see if we get a case study on that exactly.
Let's see if anybody on OMG dies, because I don't think it's going to happen. Baron gets confirmed here by OMG. They have to throw out the Glacial Prison from the side of AL just to make sure they do not get aggressed upon. Pinzy is going to be fine to catch this wave as it comes in. You can see those Void Seekers constantly moving in. Flash 3-man knockup. Sanji was done with this game. The Wombo combo cannot be denied. And everyone will be scattered away. You will see eventually ZDZ will go down. He doesn't have the damage to kill off anybody. Eventually Abel will get enough movement speed and a Q to take him out. Pinzy was looking to cut off the wave as Sanji just wants to solo bolo himself. Xiao Hao very much caught between a rock and a hard place, and he will be bramble smashed to oblivion. This game is done. OMG were cool, calm, collected. They didn't waste any time in the end of the game to make sure they got the win. As it be flash. Oh, the auto attacks couldn't come out quick enough, and OMG will go 1-0 up.
Interesting game. Definitely a bit shaky, I suppose, from OMG in the early stages, but realistically, to design of these compositions, they'll go 1-up in the series. It's the Nexus Falls, and they are 1 game away from confirming, I believe, in that 5th place spot. And hey, a real good look after those 15 minutes, once they actually had the agency to start making plays happen.
Absolutely. I think once, you know, again, we talked about it, that, you know, the fact that they went behind in the early game is by design. The fact that they didn't have the same level of, you know, item completions was the fact that AL picked such a hugely early game composition. It just, unfortunately for AL, you let it go to 35 minutes, which meant that the Kai'Sa was 4 items, the Ornn had 3.5 items, and then you went AD LeBlanc, which meant that nobody could kill anybody. So it really did feel like AL kind of didn't take the opportunities they were kind of presented with, or at least the opportunities their win conditions allowed them to take.
Yeah, it felt like, you know what, I'll actually give credit to Cream, because I feel like he was actually sacrificing his health bar a lot on the side lane to actually keep those towers up, because there was a big difference in itemization and just the ability of Cream to actually put pressure onto Pinsy and the vice versa, right? Pinsy was putting pressure on the side lane 24/7, but it wasn't really amounting to much. And also, I feel like, you know, not to nitpick on a team that are obviously already, you know, down, out, not going to be in the top 10 for playoffs, but it felt like they didn't also really put any eggs in the Pinsy basket, right? Like, that was where all of your pressure was. It felt like Pinsy was kind of, you know, an auxiliary to what was going on the rest of the map, right? It was like, hey, Pinsy has pressure on the side lane. That's great. They're always going to have to worry about that OMG. Let's go make a play somewhere else. And it's like, they never really made plays in other places, right? That really mattered. So I felt like they kind of just allowed and handshook OMG back into this game with that composition because, yeah, it was always going to be the case. Once LeBlanc started to go into, you know, like full AD, and not that LeBlanc is necessarily the best tank buster in the world either, but who was going to kill Ornn, who was even going to get through, you know, Arky's health bar to a point, and eventually even PP God was super tanky because he went towards the Righteous Glory, so, or not the Righteous Glory, the Radiant Virtue, so yeah, very, very powerful showing from OMG once they finally had agency, and for AL, yeah, you know, they could make this very difficult for OMG in Game 2 if they just play to their strengths, I feel like.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have a problem with the draft coming out here from AL. I think they actually did it very well in the early stages, like you said, but then they just didn't play to it. It felt like they just got a little lost in what they were trying to do. And Cream, knowing that he was against full AD in that side lane, meant that he was able to go the death stance. He was able to build himself up and sustain with that Vamp Scepter so early. It just meant that Pinsy never really had a chance. And yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of the weird thing that comes out of these things now is that it was a 33-minute game. It does look like OMG kind of had the best of it with the Kai'Sa, but it did feel like AL had chances that just went, you know, to the wayside. No one really kind of took them and ran with them.
Yeah, that's basically kind of the story of this game, right? You could see even when we had the PGB just on our screen, didn't touch on the gold graph, but it was 3, I don't want to say 4, but almost very close to that 1,000 gold in the lead for AL, right? So, you know, they had the tools in their back pocket to continue to try and snowball this game and take structures off the map. They had a very early tier 2 mid lane takedown, but again, they never really used that pressure to suffocate OMG out of the map in terms of vision, so that, you know, they'd have to check in and see if they were doing Baron and things like that. So yeah, I feel like just a little more pace from AL, right? I think just generally trying to keep the tempo higher and not allowing OMG so much space and freedom in a game like that. If they run a similar draft, or we see a very similar draft coming out from both sides in game number 2.
Yeah, well, we'll send it to a break, and when we return, we will have that game number 2.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames. Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round, ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess.
Welcome back, one and all, to what could be our final game of the regular split. We are coming in after OMG got to their win condition. They scaled, they got 3 to 4 items onto the carries, and they were just unmatched in those team fights. I'm still just Oshima. I am joined again by the absolutely fantastic Jamada. We're going to talk about our MVP for game number 1. I think it was Shanji, if I remember. My memory serves me correctly, because he wanted to end that game, and his last engage was the reason they won.
Yeah, exactly. Last engage was the reason why they won. Also, Ornn, very unkillable. Next question. He was he was set up.
He also did 26% of his team's damage, which is insane.
Yeah, that's your average Ornn experience, mate. Have you not played Ornn recently?
It's been a while.
I know you're not like typically the biggest League of Legends enjoyer in terms of like solo queue and stuff, but you need to hop on with the boys and get some Ornn games going, because this champion is crazy. It will deal so much damage, and yeah, damage, tankiness. Look at his build. Does it look like he had any real threat onto him from anyone from AL because of this Filet D composition? Absolutely not. So yeah, I'm not surprised he's getting MVP here, because realistically, who else on OMG could, right? You could maybe angle for Arky at like best, but yeah, it's a bit of a strange game, a very slow-paced one, and a tempo that was really set by AL that couldn't be upheld, right? And by the time that Anyone Legend could have really started to take an even bigger grasp of this game, they allowed OMG back into it by giving them time to scale up with items, and unfortunately, all of this pressure that was put down on the side lane by Ping Z amounted to moot.
Yeah, it really didn't lead to anything at all. And AL just kind of, look, end of the season, final stage games. Maybe they want to try something funny. Maybe they just want to try something cool to say, look, maybe this is the tech. Maybe this is how we end up kind of, taking the next level of that, kind of static shiv LeBlanc into that, side split pushing ways. Maybe not. I don't really know. But yeah, we'll see if they're able to kind of change things over this time around. But for OMG, this is exactly what you wanted to see them do. You wanted to see them kind of just accept they weren't giving over crazy kills or crazy deaths most of the time. They were kind of just absorbing a lot of the early game pressure and then got to a point where they said, okay, now we're strong. And they understood their win conditions very well. So all in all, it's still a very solid performance coming out here from the side of OMG, even if it wasn't in the most traditional ways that you've seen it before.
Yeah, right. I mean, at the end of the day, and kind of hammering on the draft here, it was kind of by design by the end of it, right? Like, did they anticipate perhaps they would have little to no agency for the first 15 to 20 minutes? Maybe not, but also AL just didn't really do anything with all the freedom that they had, right? So, yeah, at the end of the day, not necessarily the most traditional game of League of Legends that you'll see, going forward, but it's definitely the kind of game that does happen very frequently, right? It's the kind of composition that AL put out where you have to end the game in like sub 30 minutes, right? You have to make sure that the gold lead is big enough post that 22 to 23 minute mark that the enemy team can't come back, even if they do have the scaling composition. And unfortunately, AL couldn't execute on that, and now it does make me wonder where they're going to go for this game 2. They've got nothing to play for. Are they just going to allow OMG to cruise into playoffs at that 5th place secured, or will they make OMG sweat? We're going to have to see what our answers will be once we hit the draft.
Yeah, I think the big thing in the draft is just kind of seeing, like, again, OMG, they love team fighting. They've always been big team fighters here in the league. So maybe OMG go for something slightly different. Maybe they always kind of, lock in that Kai'Sa or the Maokai. Again, I do love the fact that we're seeing OMG be a lot more kind of comfortable, especially Cream looking in the split, being a lot more comfortable with this, kind of AD mid laner. It just seemed to be something that's kind of a bit of a kind of a change in the way they're going for things, because we're obviously so used to Shanji popping off with the rumbles and stuff, but those AD mid laners have really been popping up here for the side of OMG, and it really does feel like that they're just kind of having a much stronger time of it when they're able to get these picks onto their champions.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, let's not forget, like, Cream was the guy that was playing Silas and Akali and, these, sort of AP divers. And I suppose if you think about it like this, if you had a tree of loads of champion bubbles, which are like kind of related to one another in terms of play style, those champions would be far away from these AD assassins in the mid lane either. So Cream, obviously super comfortable now that they found this gear. And it seems to be a style that's working quite well for OMG as a whole, that AL tried to answer out with, in that the LeBlanc with AD build didn't work out. And for all the talk we've given Cream on, the AD mid laners coming into this draft, it looks like with Nico open, the likelihood is that I will be locked in because Kai'Sa's banned, and teams don't really prioritize Vi higher than that Nico, and you certainly can't blame them.
No, cannot at all. The thing is, though, now is that 3 things that weren't banned were the Nico, the Tristana, and the Jax. So I wouldn't be surprised to see here OMG kind of pick up both of those after this rotation if AL does not pick up the Tristana themselves. So we'll see if they want to go for it. Maybe let's go Xayah Rakan, give iBoy and Zora something that can have agency in that bot side a little bit more, and not just absorbing the pressure, but also being able to kind of build from that on their own. I would actually like to see iBoy get a little bit more of a kind of a helping hand. I just feel like the Ashe is just something that kind of wins lane, and then you're kind of a bit of a stun bot from that point onwards, unfortunately. But they go for the Ahri. Vi almost certainly going to be locked in as well, or not. I mean, AL, I feel like you have to go for, like, giving over Nico and Vi just feels like you're just not going to be able to do anything in that mid game.
I mean, it's not even about just giving like Ahri, like giving over Vi. It's like you lock in Ahri. It's just like the bread and butter combo. Now there is obviously some pros and cons to it. At the end of the day, as the Ahri, you can technically drag the Vi further back into your team, so it's not necessarily like the highest desired pick here for OMG necessarily, as they're hovering over the Wukong, and Wukong, whilst he's seen a bit of a drop off in priority with some of the nerfs that have come through over the patches. I'm not sure if the biggest one came through on this patch or it's on 13-13 with everyone around the world shifting all of the shifting around on patches. It does make me confused from time to time on what specific changes are on what. But like Sheen just said, it's 13-13. That those changes will come through. We're still, of course, on 13-12. So Wukong will come through alongside Shanji's Cassante, which wasn't banned away. And we know what that will do when it comes to putting down the pressure. And if AL decide to go towards this Rakan alongside Desire. Whilst we know how powerful the duo is in the 2v2, it does mean that now, as OMG, you're probably just banning like 2 hyper-aggressive top laners that ZDZ would likely lean on, something like the Fiora and then something like, of course, the Renekton, and then you feel pretty comfortable in the top side in terms of things that can actually match you in that 1v1.
Yeah, I still wouldn't mind seeing a Vide ban being thrown in here, just so you get rid of the Vide, the Viego, and the Wukong. It will kind of, there it is. You would just throw into kind of now you're saying, look, you got to go for Xiao Hao, either that's either a tanky jungler, or if you want to go aggressive, has to be that Nocturne, which has a lot of ways in, but not a lot of ways out. So AL, they ban away the 280 carries, of course, for OMG. The Tristana has almost been exclusively in that bot side. It's not that they don't play it in mid, it's just that Abel does like picking it up for himself. And now OMG, they're kind of figuring out where they want to throw this one. And again, I would love to see that Renekton ban come in, like you said.
Yeah.
There it is, getting that off the board, making sure ZDZ has no agency in this top side. Or if he does, he's going for something a little bit off fringe.
Yeah,
do it.
Real off fringe. We'll see. I mean, yeah, I called out the Fiora. Okay. That's what we're going to get from ZDZ. It is a bit of a speciality of his. So I'm happy to see that he's, been given the freedom here in what could be, at the end of the day, AL's final game of 2024. To do this, and Abel's giving up a Samira game, and there's so many engage supports up and available as well, right? Samira Rel is obviously the classic one before Rel got her rework, where of course that was one of the few AD carries which like it just made sense to have Rel with. Now, with the reworked version of Rel, it's even stronger realistically, because Rel can do things by herself. She doesn't need to have the E tethered on top of her, as now we're kind of trying to figure out where exactly AL will go for the jungle pool, right? Like, do you really want Sejuani here? It's kind of the only jungle that's like in that pool that's up and available, or do you give us something spicy? The answer is it's pretty mild. Lemon and Herb even, and Anyone's Legend kind of just land, I feel like, on their feet, sure, but considering what OMG have in their hands, it feels like a little bit of night and day, doesn't it?
I love that you threw in a Nando's reference right at the end there. It just completely threw me through a loop. I was like, Lemon and Herb, where have I heard that before? But it just completely threw me. But honestly, I think they were kind of forced into this one, because before this Sejuani was locked in, who was going to stop the Inferno trigger? Like, you don't really have anyone who could kind of just see the Samira down, so you needed something that can, keep the Arctic Assault or something like that to be able to kind of move into that one there and try and just knock off Abel on the Samira. But, I mean, teams are locked and loaded. Again, we are seeing massive split push presence coming out here from the side of AL. They are looking to try and get the Fiora going and constantly be roaming around with this Ahri. But on the other end, I mean, don't fix what's not broken for OMG. Team fights, and when in doubt, more team fights. They know how good they are at these kind of compositions.
Yeah, and I mean, basically everyone has like comfort champions across the board, right? Like, the only person you could maybe be like, it's not really like a champion I like have in my head when I think about the player is Cream on this Nico, but it's Nico, so who cares, right? OMG have just about everything in their arsenal that they would happily close out a Series 2-0 with. AL have a lot on their plate, I think it has to be said. They've got the execution, they've lowered the execution bar quite low, right? They've got Sejuani Rakan with Ahri. It's very easy to just go in and one-shot a target. It's just about being able to find that target, and in this case, it's gonna be that Samira, who, don't forget, has that portable wind wall, right? That W. So it's gonna have to be sneaky 24/7 all the time from Anyone's Legend. Let's see how they get on as we move into game number 2 of the series.
We shall wait and see how it all ends up panning out. AL, this could be the last time we see you until 2024. Always a fun team, of course. Used to be the Rogue Warriors brand back in the day, where Doomby kind of got his start, to be perfectly honest, where Doomby was kind of made his name before moving on to FBX. They're a sneaky kind of historical team in the best of terms, as they look to try and make themselves kind of build off of this. And again, looking back towards this season, this year. Lots of good things. Obviously, a couple more bad if you're on the side of OMG or AL. Wow. But yeah, that's huge. And that only just means that you're gonna get a huge trade, but you're also gonna get full control over this top side.
Yeah, and don't forget, like, Nico already takes priority very early on in this lane. So PinZ basically walking in with 300 HP is just not the ideal way to start this lane at all. Let's see how things develop, because Arky, it looks like it's just going to go for the full 3 camps on this side of the map. Actually, is he pulling that red buff down? It looks like he is, just looking by the minimap. So he could just cross over and try cut off Xiaohao from even getting any camps back. Could be the case, yeah. So might just cross back over, ensure that he can defend his own quadrant of the jungle. And yeah, it just feels real bad for PinZ. Just kind of on the receiving end of not expecting Arky to be there whilst they was going for that late invade. And OMG off to a great start just because of it.
See with Xiaohao getting a full clear on the spot side. Might actually just go for double blues if he can. Got to maybe dodge around some of this vision, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to try and get that Krugs and then up to the blue. We'll see. There is a ward here for AL to make sure they know that this blue hasn't been started or taken.
So I'm really curious about what Arky's going to do because he's run all the way down to Krugs. Now, the reason why he's done that is even though he soaked up a bit of mid lane XP, ooh, Zora.
He's taking a lot of damage. He knows he does no point in flashing. First blood to OMG, and honestly for AL, even for Zora, the fact that he doesn't flash there shows maturity from him because he knows he's dead regardless.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he had skilled already, but obviously we saw the W was interrupted by the crash down of PP God. And if for whatever reason Zora had that Q skilled, then he just wasn't getting out at all. Xiaohao, I mean, eyeing up. I don't know about this one, boys. I'll be real. I'll be real. He's got a pot.
Two kills to Shanji. 2 kills to Shanji.
Yeah, let's. I mean, this is the big issue really for Xiaohao is that he's actually burning a lot of time, like making this decision. So crash down interrupted. Observers aren't clicking on Zora, which is actually.
I believe he had the he had the Q.
You can see. So he just can't get out. Yeah, that's not the best for our friend in the support role of anyone's legend. As now he's even being aggressed on by Arky, but of course bone playing just keeps him a little bit healthier than you would expect. Xiaohao will now finally go towards this blue buff, but it's taken far too long, to say the very least. And Arky already level 4 from all the camps he's cleared. He might even be able to make it over to this top side and make sure that he doesn't lose any more camps. He'll still lose the blue buff guaranteed, but at the end of the day, Xiaohao's still very slow on the pace, looking for these invades. Again, was eyeing up Shanji for the dive. And they can't even really do it now because Arky's way too close. It's going to spot Xiaohao out. And now Shanji at no real threat of dying.
None whatsoever. AL trying to see if they can make something happen to his top side. Of course, the Fiora doing very well. That was a bit close for Aki, unfortunately. Does end up getting it, though, thankfully for any OMG fans. And I mean, OMG are just constantly keeping the pressure up now in these lanes, just making sure that nobody is able to kind of make a play on them. And the only lane that's kind of at risk of going down was Shanji in that top side. That's why we saw Xiaohao kind of hovering towards it so much. But, I mean, look at the mid lane. It's 15 CS already. Like, it just feels so bad.
Oh, I forget that you can do that with Nico. It's such an annoying mechanic. W, use the decoy to tank aggro, and then you can just stop a base, even if it's underneath the tower. The obnoxious, and at worst, you'll take 1 tower shot normally. So, good job by Cream just to kind of keep PinZ pinned down. And he's already used the teleport, and so is Cream. So being stuck underneath the tower like that is going to feel even rougher as PP God. I'm not going to pull the trigger on Crash Down. We'll just let Zora walk back out.
Back out and back away. See OMG now looking to maybe find another thing. And this is the thing as well. When OMG start to get an advantage, when they start to make the game a bit scrappier, it does feel like you just don't really have a chance to come back into this one because you are going to start falling down to a lethality kind of build coming out here from Abel. You're going to be losing out in those mid-game team fights because the big AoE, the Venn diagrams of death that have already been kind of set in stone here with the Cyclone and the Pop Blossom, let alone the Inferno trigger. So there is plenty here for AL to try and just make sure they don't get caught by. And I'd like to see how anyone kind of burns themselves through. And for OMG as well, just kind of like more holistically for this, putting them on 11-5. Great scoreline when you think about the kind of grand scheme of things. And we were only talking about this a little bit earlier. It's not like, you know, our top 5 teams being 11+ wins or our top 6 teams being 10+ is kind of extraordinary to say the least when you kind of look at the grand scheme of the league and how dominating JDG and BLG have been. The fact that, you know, 11-5 could potentially only get you 5th.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd when you're thinking about it, right? Like, it is kind of one thing that does happen though when you've got teams that are dominating one side of the table, and then you also have, in this case, we had, you know, LGD and IG were losing games like like it was like, for sport very early on in the split. It does mean that the middle of the pack is actually impacted like that, where, you know, the bars at the very high end get raised, and then right in the middle they're actually a lot lower, which is really, really unusual, but that's how the table has ended up, and I do agree with you on how it landed. OMG will get themselves this dragon, and I think that just makes basically perfect sense, right? Cream's had priority in the mid lane for the last, basically since the laning phase started, so 5-6 minutes, and Abel and PP God, since finding that kill onto Zora, it feels like iBoy and Zora have been really muted in terms of looking for trades and ever really finding any kind of pressure or priority.
And this is what we kind of said was the issue with Game 1's draft. Not so much the draft, but so much the execution of the draft they made for AL, is that you needed to make plays in the early game, and we are seeing that kind of happen again, that they're just being a bit passive, letting OMG dictate where and when things are happening, where and when, you know, trades are coming in, because of the priority they were able to have on mid lane, because of all the different priorities we can see now here from OMG. To look to try and be aggressive on that bot side. They will get traded back a little bit, but PP God's pretty damn tanky. And here we go, the Infernal Trigger maybe to come out. The S rank comes in. iBoy holds his own ultimate. No Feather Storm to come out here, but I mean, it's an Infernal Trigger. It's more poke ability than an ultimate ability sometimes, as we do get a good little bit of CC coming out. The flash in, the Pop Blossom does stop them from getting caught out completely. Cream, though, has nowhere else to be, and he shall be taken down. Pin Z finally breathing some life back into AL.
Yeah, finally, you get that kill. Good job from Xiaohao just to exploit the window where Cream is stepping a little bit too far forward, and Cream finally gets punished for his aggression. It will definitely take off a bit of pressure that Pinzi had certainly been feeling from the start of the game. But OMG already answering kind with this immediate Herald, so gold goes over into Arky's back pocket, and they're still going to have the actual charge itself, which you expect likely to go in the mid lane. I'd actually say. I kind of took a pause because I was like, will they put it into Abel's back pocket? But I think if you go through the mid lane, again, just being able to keep the pressure high and also just shut down what's going on up there is always going to feel good, as this PP got caught out. Flash. Ooh, signal yes.
All signals say yes in that regard. We will see Cream not quite get that plate in the mid lane, but it is literally a sneeze away from being taken down. So that should be 175 gold back into mid lane PP God and Ko's pockets, as OMG look to try and just find themselves a moment here. And I mean, I need to see more plays like that from the side of Xiaohao. I need him to start to look around and maybe try and unlock Pin Z with his Ahri, get them going to that bot side to try and utilize the power of this lovers duo once they start to, you know, pick up these this momentums with the ultimates. So really need to start to see AL look to try and do something. Otherwise, it's just gonna slowly but surely move into a team fight kind of setup in the state in the game, and OMG are just gonna win.
Yep, agreed. And I think it has to come through the top side, right? We had an extended look up there. You've got Fiora into Cassante. Do something with it. I can't count on one hand how many times we've seen top laners get given, you know, a very, very positive trending matchup and then have it just not be played because reasons, I guess, right? So go up there, Xiaohao, go and actually give ZDZ a little bit of your time. Cream again with the over-aggression.
Oh, but Cream able to have a little bit more movement here. Charm not coming out to lock him down just yet. They did miss the ultimate from the Sejuani, but finally the Charm does land. And Aki knows there is Zora there. He's not going to be able to finish off the return kill. So again, AL, great to see them moving in, being positive in this mid lane, getting that advantage with the Ahri.
Yeah, all right. So again, just looking to punish Cream. Cream needs to just kind of take his foot off the gas a little bit. AL, very happy to just run into the mid lane and make these repeat ganks happen. And I mean, why not? To be honest, if Cream is playing like that, punish him for it, as, again, we were kind of questioning where do we want to go. I was calling for top side. Again, if Cream is overstepping like that, then why not? It looks like bottom side of the map. We see the Featherstorm exchanged for a Crashdown, so really well played by OMG. That's pressure that can be exploited relatively soon, but it's actually OMG potentially looking for a play on the top side instead.
They're going to go all out, force the flash away. They haven't taken turret aggro yet, and now they can jump in. ZDZ does have himself a little bit of a CC buffer, but not enough to make sure he doesn't die. Flashes, but only to delay the inevitable, and that is a good counter kill on the top side. And this is exactly what you just said only 30 seconds ago, was that you were able to not get, not putting any resources into Fiora top side, and OMG punish you for it. Now this Sanji is going to be huge. He's going to get the full tower of plates.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, before ZDZ can get Divine Sunderer, this matchup is just not really a playable one. So, it feels really rough. They're going to kill the tower. ZDZ's going to teleport to this minion, so they're going to look for the 2v2 afterwards. Let's see what they can actually take off them.
Nico's coming. They're going to try and make this one work. No grand challenge. Nothing to help them. Eventually, the Wukong goes down. But can Xiaohao really escape this? I think the answer has got to be no. But Shanji goes down as well. Not quite dying just yet. Finally, the double kill does get in and confirmed. So, AL, they lose the tower. They do trade a 2 for 2, though, at the end of it all.
Man, I wonder. I mean, there's so much gold goes into Shanji's back pocket. I wish we could request the gold to come up right now. Because ZDZ picking up those 2 kills is actually really huge for him, right? Like, the fact that he's lost so much to then, at the very least, gain that 600 gold back in kill value is huge. He's probably going to have, 100%, he's going to have that Divine Thunder already. Cream, fortunately, is going to stop the wave on the top side from being crashed and plates from dropping even further. Now that top side 1v1, definitely a little bit better and closer to where you want it in terms of curve for anyone's legend, but take a look, and it's just about first move from Cream, right? Cream called up here very early on, chain CC on Xiaohao. That aftershock keeps him alive for a really long time, whilst in that mix-up, Wukong was taken down. Shanji was like kind of left to the wolves, but at the end of the day, I feel like even if Cream did have his ultimate to charge that one up, probably still would have gone down anyway. So they abandon, and now AL on top of this dragon, and OMG. I mean, it's 5 members here. It's the big issue. So they're not really looking to overcommit.
No real reason to kind of go into that. You don't have the flash cyclone there to make things happen, so it would have been difficult for OMG to try and confirm that dragon. They will just accept that, look, we have priority on bot side and top, which is now being crashed in by Shanji. No teleport from either PinZ or ZDZ means we are going to see ZDZ go for a longer rotation back into this top lane. Now having the Divine Sunderer, but needs to recognize that Shanji is going to keep putting pressure in the side lane. And actually interesting to see the ZDZ kind of went towards that team fight because AL said, look, we can't let these dragons stack against us. They know how hard it is to let that split push Fiora be a menace when you're trying to fight for Dragon Soul as well.
Yeah, always talk about that. Dragons in their current form. It's why we don't really see these split pushing type picks come out very frequently, right? Like the ones that really want to hard commit to a side lane. Fiora's a bit of a asterisk in the sense of, obviously, it's just such a strong direct one-to-one counter with Cassante in terms of how they scale that. It's a pick that you're willing to have if you're actually capable of pulling it off. But getting that dragon now means just an extra 5 minutes of game time where there is no threat of a soul, right? And as anyone's legend, you can give up the next dragon if you're not really in a position you feel like to contest it, if it means you can go and dump resources into ZDC. So, again, that's my hope, right? Fingers crossed, we see anyone's legend actually give ZDC some resources if they actually elect to drop some of those dragons in the near future. But what they are certainly dropping right now in the immediate is this Herald. We'll see what they can try and cross-map it for. They're kind of posturing off towards the bottom side. I feel like diving Cream at this moment in time, though, a little bit difficult. Flash, ultimate. There is no stopwatch, so it's not like he's going to be able to go into the stasis. He will commit, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit too late in terms of information. Maybe they find PP God instead.
PP God is kind of maybe hovering down here. AL thought they maybe had an opportunity to get a kill on a turret. Riftchild does get confirmed here by OMG. Should just plop it mid, get that tower down, and open up that map a little bit more. First items being finished up across the board there, just the supports really, and actually Xiaohao Sejuani not really in a position to kind of go for this one either. Boy, yeah, I was gonna say you can't really be waiting around for those CCs to come in. The Feather Storm does go down, the turret is still alive, and that means that Samira has been killed. PP God goes down as well. OMG, they thought they could maybe go for this kind of a fight, but they just didn't confirm the turret. Now Shanji, so very low, there is a blast cone, he's gonna try and get it, but a flash over confirms it. Xiaohao now 3-1-4. OMG just sloppy with the execution. They didn't confirm the tower kill.
No, didn't confirm the tower kill, and the dive overall, I'm not really too sure about either. Arky's going to find Xiaohao. I mean, hey, he's got Divine Thunder. The healing's going to be huge, right? I mean, look at that. It's a lot of damage, but Xiaohao should just disengage.
That's a cyclone there for
cute emote. Sorry.
It is very cute. It is very, very cute. But Aki losing a cyclone for Krugs is not my best ideal. But let's look at how many tower shots go into this one. Because again, they go for the Rift Tower. They try to fully go for the fight, but the tower's not dead.
No, the tower's not dead. Abel eats half his health from a combo of Xiaohao, and then the remainder of his health from PinZ. And again, the tower was hitting the people that were also diving as well. So it's just, yeah, PP God you know, we always say OMG on the same page, and admittedly they technically were. They understood that the assignment here was dive. Just falling short on the execution. A little too much on the same page almost. And Anyo's Legend have the tools and the angles as well there to punish.
I mean, look, they understood the assignment, but the due date was way past, so it just doesn't really help that you're so late on it in submitting. But yeah, I mean, great for AL, does keep them back in relevancy in terms of the gold, means that they get some more time here for ZDZ to put in pressure in this top side. You can see with Aki not having that Cyclone the next while, he's kind of maybe hovering towards this top lane. He needs to really get that Black Cleaver before he can really start to burn through Xiaohao and get, help his team kind of, burn down this Sejuani. But for the moment, it does look like ZDZ is very happy now, finally getting himself a gold lead, finally having a level lead, and really starting to put pressure here on the Shanji, who just can't really hold this minion wave for too much longer.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the issue. Eventually, Fiora will outscale you in the 1v1. It just kind of happens. There's like windows between level 6 and 11, depending on itemization and just generally how trades go, where Cassante can actually win out, and honestly win out kind of heavy-handedly, depending on the execution, but it's always kind of based on how the Fiora plays it. So ZDZ being quite adept at this champion really does just understand where he is in the matchup. And yeah, we'll see whether or not AL are willing to actually properly fight for this dragon. Given how that last skirmish went, they may feel a little bit emboldened to actually look for it. I think what would be really nice is if they try and bait OMG into committing down here, allow ZDZ to stay on the top side, and then just have him take a tower, maybe even chunk out the tier 2 as well. Hey, again, more for your side lane. You can afford to give out this dragon. It's not the most important dragon in the world, but for OMG, they would love to skirmish and fight over it.
And we await 3 very key wards here for the side of AL. Just kind of keeps all information of PP God and where anyone could be looking to try and catch out iBoy. There's going to be a Hex Splash into a Charm if you went over it. Yeah, I actually looking at Pinzi so acutely there just because they had full information of exactly what's going on. And now OMG kind of sweep out the rest of those wards. And the funny thing is, despite all this time and pressure being put down by the side of AL, they are just going to give up this dragon because they know that ZDZ is able to kind of get that turret. Or will they give it up? Xiaohao looking for a flank. No, he's giving it up, but they might just get the mid lane tier 1 as well. So there's going to be 2 towers for a dragon. 100% worth if they can get it.
Yeah, do agree. But they're not able to actually secure that tier 1 in the mid lane. They do, however, get more gold into ZDZ's back pocket. And again, I'm just going to, I'm going to wave that flag. I'm going to be that guy and say, what? Get ZDZ towards second. Well, he's got the second item already. There you go, Hydra. And this is now really the break point where pretty much for the rest of the game, Shanji shouldn't be able to contest the 1v1. It should be really difficult to actually win that one out. It has to be misplay from ZDZ. So now that's the point of pressure that AL have to work with. It's about the execution and how they actually, set up with lane assignments in terms of the rest of the map. And also kind of actually in kind OMG as well. You could theoretically put Cream into that lane and see if you can just wave clear faster than ZDZ can actually put pressure down on the towers. But then you don't have Nico, kind of in the immediate vicinity to potentially find out on some flanks. So it feels a little bit awkward in that regard. They put Shanji back down here. He's also got the Thorn Mail. So again, an item just to try and curb ZDZ's pressure. It's still going to be very much Fiora-sided for the pretty much rest of the game. It should theoretically just get worse and worse.
Theoretically. Of course, it's all just a theory. As we wait to see now ZDZ just picking up a blue buff so he can constantly harass in that side lane, constantly clear the waves as quick as he physically can. Abel and iBoy have just been soaking in CS in this mid lane. We haven't actually checked in on iBoy for a while. So he's 0-0-3, has the Devori quick blades alongside those Krakens. And you can see there, ZDZ just ignores Shanji because he can take the 1v1 after the fact. And that's exactly what he's going to look to try and do. We are going to have Aki over the side, though. Grind challenge will get put down. Aki now looking to see if he can maybe get on top of him. But immediately AL say, hey, you have 2 people bot side. We can go straight for this Baron.
Great trigger pull. Great trigger pull here from AL. Try and bait OMG in, look for the turnaround. They have to be worrisome about Cream and finding the big Pop Blossom, and they will disengage just because of that. Still, very scary for the side of OMG, trying to look on ZDZ, who again is just going to have plenty of pressure down here on this Fiora on the side lane.
Look at a second turret. They need to figure out what they're going to do here on the side of OMG. You need to make a decision. Either go and fully overload on that bot side and try and just hope and pray that you kill the Fiora, or force this Baron. You don't get the luxury of time on this particular one because you are just slowly losing more and more damage on those side lanes.
Exactly. It's going to continue to mount up. OMG need to try and make a decision as soon as they possibly can. It's really going to start to mount up this pressure. And again, I really like, and I can appreciate what AO are eyeing up there for as well. With that Baron start. We'll see if we get more of that creativity moving forward. OMG have to really find an answer, and the answer really is just trying to go in, right? If you see AL on that Baron, try and get numbers in ASAP and catch them out with their pants down whilst they're on the Baron. That's basically all they can really hope for. And see if they can take it themselves on the back end.
We're still waiting. Shanji has left now, going around here to maybe catch somebody out. Pops down a little bit of a ward, and that could be key in a minute 45's time. If someone doesn't find that out, watch it get immediately cleared. But with all focus being around this Baron for the moment, I don't really see a reason for Zora or Xiaohao to ever really check that brush.
Exactly. A little bit difficult. Dragon's up in 90 seconds. I wonder if AO... I wonder how AO are going to allocate members here. I mean, they've got Pinzi on the top side. I wonder if they swap Pinzi and ZDZ around so they have more split pressure on the top side. Just because the OMG should technically have more numbers on the bottom side if they're thinking about the Dragon. See how lane assignments start to kind of unfold in the next 20-30 seconds. We see resets coming out from both sides. Cream's got that Shadow Flame, so that's 2 items on everybody on OMG.
Yeah.
Barring support. So they are now actually up to scratch with AL. It's actually a dead even gold game. I haven't really looked at the gold so far. But it does still feel like an AL game to win in terms of game state and pressure for now. OMG, what do they want to do? They've got numbers again on the top side. This is a really awkward game state and map state, you know, Ashin, because again, AL, like, they don't really want to commit to a full-on team fight, but they want to give ZDZ the kind of room to, like, pressure a side lane, and the way you can do that is trying to bait OMG into a 4v4. But they've not really been able to do it properly. Outside of that one Baron attempt when they saw Arky try and collapse onto ZDZ, and that trigger discipline was excellent. Maybe another repeat of that, but they've kept ZDZ on the bottom side with the Dragon spawning, so again, very, very awkward in terms of pressure. They will give up top side priority. We'll see how much that matters. If OMG decide themselves to maybe look towards the Baron just because they know all of AL are on the Dragon and they don't want to contest with ZDZ on that side of the map.
That vision ward we highlighted 2 minutes ago has not been cleared. That is a big key thing here right now as they go to try and go for a TP coming in. That's going to be Cream making his way towards this fight. AL have got ZDZ behind the Dragon Pit to maybe make something work. Cream disguised as the Wukong. Here we go. The quickness comes in. Cream trying to find himself on the backside. PP God's already dead. They're going to get the quickness down as Zora just distracts them. Zaya's gone down. The Dragon hasn't been confirmed just yet. Aki goes golden as the 1v1 in the top laners happens on the bottom side. Dragon secured by AL. Here we go. Abel looking for the Inferno trigger. Oh, a little bit early on the Tangle bar, but I don't think it matters as everyone's getting so low here. The Cassante is in so much danger, but ZDZ knows if he commits to that, he's almost surely dead, and they have to get back on the map for this Baron.
Yeah, AL, they do get the Dragon, but they lose so much. I think the fact that OMG are so freely able to get on top of iBoy is huge. Huge, amounts of props over to Zora from stopping Cream, though, from finding that pop bottom, because that fight could have been so much worse. Baron's been started up. Xiaohao's in the area. I mean, it's basically a 50-50.
It's going to be a
50-50. That's all it's going to come down to.
It's a 50-50. Does he have the vision? Zora goes in over the wall. The knockback is not going to land onto anybody. 3,000 HP. You've got all 5 members. They're going to see Chanji try to flash over. It's going to be a 50-50. Yes, it is. Who's going to be able to secure it? No, he can't stay alive long enough. The Baron's secure, but the Nico's taken out by the Fiora. TP going to be coming in. That's Pinzi joining the fight. ZDZ very, very low. Does dash himself out of it. PP God flashes away. Pinzi ducking and diving and finally gets his man. Now Aki goes in, and the Inferno trigger is lit. That is OMG finally getting themselves the fight they needed, and they break open the game.
It's a cyclone of fire at the back end for OMG. AL tried their best to get into the Baron, and honestly, they were AoEing everything so much that I thought maybe Xiaohao was actually going to have an opportunity to smite the Baron. Doesn't actually come to fruition. Great set of plays back-to-back from OMG. Once at the Dragon and then into the Baron to secure this lead, and potentially this game, I remember, it's OMG technically with the stronger team fighting composition. AL a little more geared into just trying to give ZDZ the space, but coming to the replay, Zora gets the little bit of information. ZDZ's on the outside of the pit as well to give them that space. Shanji can't use the Pathmaker to keep Xiao Hao out. And this is where I'm worried, right? Because the Baron drops him in 200 HP of smiteable damage towards Xiao Hao, but they just about kill him off and then secured over easily by Arki. ZDZ bounces out, and all of this mobility pays dividends. The last bit of the spirit pressure comes to fruition as the Inferno Trigger and Cyclone burns down the health bars of AL on the retreat, and now AL on the back foot fully, right? ZDZ can't put pressure down on the side lane. Oh, man.
Oh, that feels bad, man. That feels bad, man. It will force them back, but yeah, this is going to be a lot of standing gold given over to the side of OMG and AL. They can't let ZDZ just get caught like this. He does have himself a good parry to make sure he doesn't die. Zora now walking away from the crash down, but I mean, you've already lost so much presence around this tier 2, and it's going to be taken no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, suboptimal to say the least. Tier 2 goes down. Baron power play shifts up to 4,500 gold. And OMG have all the time in the world to siege on this bottom side. Exactly.
iBoy's not here.
Yeah.
What? I don't know where iBoy was. I think he was taking the red buff, but like, you just let the. You're your only wave clear in this situation. It's because of the pop blossom. They're gonna land it down to the pin Z, and you are dead. They got him caught out lastminute.com. And this is OMG now looking to solidify themselves as top 5 here in the regular split. They've not got a minion wave in bot lane just yet. But I mean, without Pin Z, there's no threat onto Abel. He's going to be so confident.
Exactly. No ultimate steal from Xiao Hao as well. They're on the Nexus towers. But AL have to pull the trigger with no engage tools. It's just Zora. He will get one shot if he goes in. First Nexus towers down, Machine. They have to make a decision.
They have to make a decision, or their decision will be made for them. They went up to Cassante, and the Inferno trigger burns the Sejuani down. No minion wave left, really. Actually, never mind. There's 3 cannon minions that are just absolutely burning through this Nexus turret. We are going to see that the solo laners are resetting. They're going to try and TP back in. Here we go. Magnet Storm, Inferno trigger. And it is just that easy. Abel showing us one of his OGs as he's still going. Double Inferno trigger in the space of about 3 seconds. iBoy goes into the Feather Storm, only to come right back down and get smacked in the face by Kasanji. It is OMG with the 2-0, and it is 5th place here for OMG into the regular split.
Highest regular split finish in this format since we moved over from conference to the 17-team league. Look at OMG. Just, you know, ice in the veins. Don't even care. Very stoic in this series. But hey, I mean, you know internally that they are going to be relieved. They are going to feel incredibly prideful in knowing that they have brought OMG back to new heights again from spring to summer. Being out in that 6th place finish from just a few months ago, and now 5th seed, meaning just one, you know, extra potential couple of days in terms of being able to prep and look towards your potential opponent from that 7th and 10th pool.
We got our top 10. That's it. Jamada, regular season is officially done. Bilibili, JDG, LNG, Top Esports, OMG, Weibo, RNG, EDG, Team WE, and NIP. They're our top 10. They will be going into it. Our first matchups will be, I believe, EDG versus Team WE, and then RNG versus NIP the day after. And then we have, once it starts, it doesn't stop for 8 days. We have 8 back-to-back best of 5s. God, I love our playoff format. It's so good.
Our format is really fun, isn't it? So I am looking forward to how these summer playoffs are going to land. Remember, very short break between today and when we see these teams play out. I can't actually recall how the schedule lands. I'm trying to get a look. So EDG and W will play first.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's going to be Thursday.
RNG, NIP.
Yeah. So remember,
and then
EDG
it's OMG,
played.
Then it's Weibo.
Yeah, exactly. So remember, EDG played today. They have tomorrow, the next day, and then that's it. They have 2 days of prep for WE. Turnaround this summer season is absolutely insane. But yeah, for OMG, that does put them actually on the same side of the bracket that EDG and WE are on, potentially. So I feel like that is going to be potentially a rematch that we get. And imagine, we had EDG and OMG in the top 4 in spring. Could eye up to be a 2nd round matchup for summer. I am so looking forward to how this bracket has formed, as I feel like we're just going to get bagger after bagger, even in round 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, like straight off, it's EDG versus WE. I feel like those two are incredibly similarly matched, like in terms of skill. Will one of them be able to kind of set up a little bit of a miracle run? I think if you're an Uzi fan, you're definitely hoping EDG kind of build that momentum. Then RNG, NIP. Honestly, not really sure what to kind of make of that particular series. I think both those sides are very much unknowns in terms of how far they could go. And then it just, after that, we just kind of build ourselves up into the OMG second round. They'll have either EDG or WE, but look, we'll get into that in a little bit. But again, great to see from OMG. And not only did they get the win, but they get the 2-0, because one of the biggest criticisms we've had from OMG pretty much all regular split was that a lot of their series, even when they won, went to 2-1. Their game difference was just not that great.
Yeah, and it's why they had, they're in a situation where you want to have to see them win, otherwise they drop down, right? So excellent stuff today and from yesterday as well, to be very concise. And whilst I do have, I wouldn't say like early concerns, but in the sense of they were kind of muted in this series' early game, right? I feel like the first 15 minutes, even though they never really, I beg your pardon, fell into a deficit, it's not the same level of proactivity as I feel like we're used to seeing from OMG. So I do wonder whether or not that's going to be kind of a new phase, because it was somewhat similar in their last series yesterday too. So we'll see how they are looking moving forward. But I know you said we'll get into it later, right? And we might even have I could be from production under the bus. I imagine we probably will have a bracket screen when we close out.
Oh, I really hope.
I really hope we do. But I was calling out, how cool would it be if we had the OMG Top Esports rematch in round 3 again, like we did in spring, and they're on the same side of the bracket. So this could be another, rewriting of the moment here. For both sides. If you're OMG, being able to knock out Top Esports would be huge. If you're Top Esports, you want to make it into the top 4 because you feel like you deserve it, and what better way to do it than potentially knocking out the team that knocked you out in spring?
Yeah, well, let's send it over to our winner's interview, as Cream is standing by with Wendy.
2-0 victory, congratulations. And after today's game, I believe you guys have made so many very huge improvements through this whole journey. How would you conclude the regular season from OMG? 那其实恭喜你们今天获得比赛的胜利。在今天的比赛结束之后，其实我们也能感觉到一路走来，你们也是有很多的成长。你怎么样去总结你们的这个常规赛呢？
我觉得算是有点跌宕起伏吧，就状态有点不稳定。
Yeah, if you like me to conclude my regular season, I would like to use a very shaky regular season, because it feels like we are not be able to have a very stable performance. So sometimes we play quite good, but sometimes we didn't manage to show you guys a very good performance. But still, in today's game, you were able to end it up with a very clean 2-0. And I want to talk a little bit more about game 1. The opponent's LeBlanc, because I feel like the LeBlanc had a very interesting item build. They got the Storm Razor, they got the Duskblade, they got all the AD items for this LeBlanc. So what are thoughts for that? And also because you are playing that Union, what's your thoughts towards this Union and the AD LeBlanc matchup? 那其实说到第一局的话，我们觉得对面的一个乐芙兰的装备是比较有趣的嘛，它是出了一个全 AD 的一个装备，特别是包括有像蓝旗啊、木刃这样的一些装备。所以说你对此有什么样的一个看法？同时呢，当你在操刀永恩的时候，你面对这样的一个乐芙兰，你有什么样的一些心得吗？
我觉得他出这个装备就是要边线1v1突破我只要防守好就行了。他这个装备出起来就是1v1比较厉害吧，就耗人没什么风险，只需要用 W 就行了。
Yeah, I feels like the reason why they would like to have this kind of item build, the AD LeBlanc, is because they would like to just use this LeBlanc to push the side lane, because this item build can be super strong with 1v1. I think the LeBlanc can use the W skill, and after that she can really have a very safe kiting, and after that she can just push the lanes to play with the waves. But for me, the only thing I need to do for my unit is if I played quite well in a very defensive way to try to avoid the opponent's LeBlanc, we can still easily get the win for this. So that's my strategy with that unit in facing against LeBlanc. And definitely totally agree with that. And also, we feel like in both game 1 and 2, the way that OMG you guys were able to close up the game is quite similar. Just use the late game team fights to end up the game. So tell us more about the communications between all the teammates in the late game. How did you guys always manage to find the very perfect angle to make that team fight, to make the heart engage? 那其实感觉2局比赛你们终结比赛的方式都是比较相似的，都是通过中后期的然后团战立刻发力，然后拿下比赛的胜利。所以说一般来到中后期的时候，你们队伍可能更多的讨论的重点会是什么？怎么总能找到很漂亮的开团的角度和机会的呢？
重点就是我们团战的站位会非常注意吧，就找机会就自己找吧，就站位就都会想挺多的，我们大团站位。
So we just try our best in finding more angles to make the heart engage, and after that we really put 100% attention. We just concentrate more on our positions before the team fights. So we really play very meticulously before every single fight in order to have a very safe position, in order to put the 100% damage in all the fights. And also the last question, you guys still got a few days to prepare for the playoffs. So maybe which part do you think the whole team can still have some room to improve in order to have the even better performance in the upcoming playoffs? 那其实你们现在还有一定的时间来准备嘛，为季后赛的征程做准备。你觉得在这个过程当中，可能队伍哪些方面还可以做得更好，然后来迎接接下来的一个赛程呢？
我觉得做得更好，就中期运营转线方面，我觉得我们可以做得更好吧。
Maybe for the mid game macro and also the way that we can swap the lanes for this part, some details in the mid game. We feel like for this parts we can still do better in the upcoming matches. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们。And back to our casters. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Always great to get those insights from you. But I mean, look, we've been blessed with an absolutely banger of a split, and we're only getting into the absolute meat and potatoes of it right now. Don't know if we got an MVP yet or not. I wasn't actually listening, to be perfectly honest. But, you know, there it is. Thank you so much, Taki, to our director. He's able to tell us there. MVP was Abel. Can't really, you know, say it was going to go to anyone else or really. Honestly, it could have gone to a couple of people, but I think that Abel in those last few team fights, constantly getting the Inferno triggers, constantly resetting himself in team fights. Very well done.
Yeah, I think the fact that he was able to have so much impact on the back end is what really earns him this MVP, right? It felt like he was kind of trimmed out in terms of pressure for a lot of this game, but yeah, towards the end when he was pulling out all those Inferno triggers, picking up so many kills, well, ended the game 9-1, very silently, right? He didn't feel like a 9-1 Samira, but it was big plays around the back end where AL was starting to fumble the bag here, where, you know, Abel really came online and punished the side of Anyone's Legend for their missteps in the macro department.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that even in these fights here, you can see Abel was just constantly looking to be aggressive, constantly looking to get in on those ultimates. And even here with the 3v3, this is the one moment where AL maybe thought, look, the TPs are going in, maybe we can go for something else, but there is an Inferno trigger. There's another Inferno trigger, which just about keeps him alive, and it really does kind of just get the game going to the point where no return there for AL. So really good to see Abel kind of bouncing back on his signature Samira pick, as it's been kind of floating itself back into the meta. And Jamada, that's it. There's nothing else to say. We got it. We're here. Welcome to the postseason, everybody. I know most other regions are about halfway through, but not here in the LPL. We're speed running. We're done. Exactly. We're now going to postseason. We'll see. Next time you'll see us will be best of fives.
Yeah, it's so
it's kind of crazy
to think about. Crazy. I was crazy. No, I'm kidding. It was really. I'm not gonna do it on broadcast.
It must be in a room, a rubber room.
But it is kind of, you would think, you know, time's gone so fast that you would think you're in a rubber room, for God's sake. You know, 6.5, 7 weeks, season's done, right? So you know, it has been blistering pace, and some of our teams have kept up. Unfortunately, others haven't been able to. But I feel like the teams that we've ended up with in the top 10 are actually quite fun. You know, I feel like each individual team actually has a very distinct identity, I feel like. And there are some that are still definitely trying to, you know, iron out the, you know, the kinks of their gameplay. But I feel like at the end of the day, there's a lot of development that can still also go on amongst some of those teams as well. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm thinking about those kind of teams who are, you know, sort of 6th through maybe 8th or so at the minute, or 9th, where I'm looking and saying, all right, what adaptations can you have? Because you've really only got one best of 5, and those best of 5s are rolling around Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, like we got our first best of fives coming up here on Thursday and Friday. The 20th of July is when we will be starting our best of five journey here for the LPL. And I mean, the big thing as well for EDG is that you need to get as high up in these standings as you possibly can do, because yes, fair enough, you may not be looking to win, but you're looking to make worlds. You're looking to try and make that kind of, connection right there. Had a great finish in spring, got themselves up to third, but they need more than just that. Third and a sixth or third and a fourth is not, maybe a third and a fourth would be okay, but maybe a third and a fifth, definitely not. So definitely a lot of kind of, calculations to come in here. And honestly, I actually think the WE EDG series is going to be such an interesting one, because I think both teams play extremely slow. And that's going to be kind of like leading us to that kind of boiling point of like, well, hang on, who's actually the better team when it comes to these late game 5v5s?
Yeah, and I feel like on occasion, EDG have been sloppy enough to actually even still lose out in those stages, which are definitely their stronger suits, right? So very curious to see how that one kind of, ends up unfolding. I'm kind of also just in my head at the moment going through all of the, the championship point stuff at the minute, because, with the confirmation that EDG and OMG are on the same side of the bracket, considering they finished third, fourth in, I beg your pardon, in spring, they both need as many championship points as they can actually get, right? And the fact that they're on the same side of the bracket means that they will directly be fighting, not only, of course, to get to the next round, but potentially for, if they aren't able to make it, super deep into the playoffs run, for the season, for the regional qualifier spot to begin with. So that brings even a more additional weight, which of course we will get to once we're there. But, first round is obviously first. And again, looking over towards EDG and WE, RNG, NIP as well could provide a very interesting series. I feel like no one's really talking about NIP just because I feel like they kind of remained right at the bottom of that mixer for basically a majority of the season, right? They were always kind of hovering around that spot, and then the gap opened up between them and the teams outside of playoffs. I wonder if the attention that's been taken off them kind of potentially makes them a bit of a dark horse, at the very least for the first round, right? Or the first two rounds, maybe. You never know. Weibo, again, they're no stranger to playing at the level of their opponent, right? So even that could be a bit of an awkward one to overcome for them. So I'm looking forward to how these playoff rounds unfold, because again, interesting potential matchups from start, effectively, until we get into that round 4 where the double bracket kicks in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's so many things to kind of think about. There's so many things to bring up and stuff like that. But at the end of it all, you have to win. That's just the way it is. It's as simple as you got to win every match you go up against. It's as simple as that. There's no real kind of magic formula. There's no old top bracket, bottom bracket, all that kind of stuff like that. You got to win. That's just how it is as we look at confirmation of our 6-0 day, 6-map day even, as we did have RNG beating LGD 2-0, get themselves up in 8-8. Weibo knocking down EDG as they went to 10-6. And then, of course, OMG just finished off AL to bring them to 11-5. Which means we can look at the summer 2023 standings for the last time as we see everyone is locked and loaded. My big thing that I'm looking straight at right there is how dominant BLG and JDG were. And after that, honestly, from about, I'd honestly even say third all the way down to maybe, 8, anyone could take a series.
Yeah, and isn't it really insane that, like, you mentioned the dominance of JDG BLG. JDG realistically should have finished 15-1 by like own, by their own, expectations, right? That IG series does seem to have just been a blip on the radar. But like you say, it does feel like basically everyone and anyone can take a series off of each other, which does just add that extra layer of unpredictability when it comes to those playoffs as they approach further or closer and closer. And again, it's just a 2-day break, and then we're straight back into the action with our playoffs.
And thank you for mentioning the word playoffs. Here they are. We have it all locked and loaded. These are the games that are going to be set up here for the LPL 2023 Summer Playoff Split. I mean, we'll get to them when we get to them, but I'm going to ask you right now, right here, who's taking it all? Who's winning?
Oh, I mean, it's very hard not to say BLG or JDG again, right? I for me, my head says JDG again. My heart really wants BLG to take it, though. I think after basically being the only team on the planet so far that have proven that they could take down JDG, it feels like it could be cool. But also the other thing is, how insane would it be to see JDG take a Grand Slam, right? No team has done it in the history of League of Legends.
Now.
I could be jinxing it. At the end of the day, we've only had basically 2 teams come very close, right? There was T1 during the Dynasty era and G2 that time in 2019. Other than that,
And RNG.
And RNG. Okay, true. My bad.
RNG
my
2018.
My bad. My bad. Yo, I wasn't familiar with the game, but but yeah, you know, RNG as well could have potentially done the dance too. So you know, JDG on the path. It's been a cursed one so far, but something just feels a little bit different about this team compared to those of past, right? It just kind of does feel like they beat everyone when it matters. So let's see how things go. There's my cop-out answer. I would like to see, at the very least, though, I feel like EDG going to Worlds would be awesome, right? You think about the Uzi storyline, that would be so fun to see.
I'm gonna say one thing that's just a little throw out there, just to leave it out in the universe and stuff like that. Weibo have not lost to JDG this year. That's it. That's all I'm saying. They have not lost, so maybe we could be seeing some fireworks. But Jamada, thank you so much for bringing me to the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching us, and thank you all for kind of bringing us in to what is going to be the end of the regular split. We're going to have a couple of days off, but while we're doing that, get yourselves ready, because we're bringing into playoffs. So that will be coming on July 20th. But until then, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys very soon.